I've done a lot of bad stuff in my life. Sure, I can make the usual excuses for my crimes. A rough upbringing, poverty, addiction, falling in with a bad crowd, and so on. It's all true, up to a point. But in the end, a man needs to take responsibility for his own actions. I never had much respect for the judicial system growing up. I hated the cops and resented being pulled in, but I was smart enough to know how to play the system, and so never spent any long spells in juvie or prison. I kept telling myself that it wasn't so bad. I was a repeat offender, but not a serial criminal like a murderer or something. My crimes were relatively minor: burglary, car theft, possession of controlled substances, resisting arrest, etc. I told myself I had it under control, but in reality, my life was violent and chaotic, and I was trapped in a downward spiral. Obviously, I didn't fear the courts or police, and nothing in the mortal world would scare me straight. But that was before I stood trial in the court of the damned. After what I went through, I'll never commit another crime again. Let me start at the beginning. The night of the incident was pretty screwed up. I was off my head on a lethal combination of vodka and cocaine, and unwisely decided to steal a BMW and go on a nice little joyride. My speeding and swerving through the dark city streets predictably drew the attention of the local constabulary, and what happened next was inevitable. I lost control of the car and collided with a brick wall. I vividly recall the moment of impact, the terror I experienced as the vehicle left the road, and the shock and pain as my skull hit the dashboard and everything went black. No one would expect to survive a crash so bad, and in that moment, I thought I was definitely dead. Before the incident, I'd never believed in an afterlife or in heaven or hell. I thought, once you were dead, that was it. Game over, and nothing but eternal darkness and oblivion. Despite my reckless behavior, I actually didn't want to die. Therefore, I was relieved to regain my consciousness and open my eyes. But of course, this feeling of relief didn't last long. The thug hit me before I even had a chance to catch my breath or acknowledge my surroundings. I felt a sharp, burning pain in my ribs, making me yelp aloud in shock and pain. "Get up, you filthy bastard," was the cry. I looked through the darkness to see my attacker, a brutish man, easily 6'6" and built like a tank. He wore a crisp, jet-black uniform and cap that made him look like an SS officer. The weapon in his hand appeared to be an elongated baton, although given the force and impact of the blow and the burning on my side, I suspected it might be a cattle prod. But what really horrified me was his face. The man, if that's what he was, looked like a walking corpse. His skin yellow, rotted and peeling, exposing the skull underneath. And his eyes. Those damn eyes, they were dead and soulless, without a trace of humanity. The monster opened his mouth to reveal a gaping maw and cracked, rotting teeth. His breath was vile, like something had crawled down his throat and died. And when he spoke, his voice was deep and inhuman, his words chilling. I recoiled in horror as I watched him lift his baton, preparing to strike me for the second time. "Get up, you bastard. On your feet. I won't ask again." Okay, I whimpered, whilst raising my hands defensively. I shakingly stood up, focusing on the baton as I backed away. "Get in that damn cage," he screamed, pointing behind me. I turned to see a literal cage before me, cold steel in a space barely big enough to hold my body. I shook my head in disbelief, and turning back to my ghoulish captor, my heart suddenly filled with an angry defiance. "You've got to be kidding me," I exclaimed. His response was instant and violent as he struck out with extreme force. I experienced an intense pain in my chest and suddenly fell backwards, landing heavily inside of the cage. My broken body helpless as the hideous guard slammed the door shut behind me. I was now trapped like a rat, imprisoned in a space so small that I couldn't sit down. The monstrous guard grinned sadistically as he looked over me and spat out his orders. "That's you, nice and secure, sinner. Now stand tall and keep your mouth shut. Court is in session." The darkened room burst into light, and I was exposed to a collection of horrors beyond my wildest imagination. The first thing I noted was that I was inside a courtroom, although it wasn't like any court I'd seen before. The room itself looked like a throwback to the Middle Ages, with prisoners thrown into cages and a jeering mob hurling abuse from the public galleries. The layout of the court was more or less as I would have expected, with wooden pews for the jury members and an intimidating and ugly bench that seemed to be crudely forged from iron. I remained in a state of panicked confusion as I scanned the room, noting 2 other prisoners contained within cages to my right. One was a silver-haired man in a sharp designer suit. I noted the deep scar across his face and mean look in his eyes. This prisoner clearly wasn't happy about his predicament, as he screamed obscenities and bashed his fists against the steel cage in a futile act of angry defiance. The prisoner in the next cage looked entirely out of place, a timid, middle-aged man with a bald head and potbelly. He looked like a deer struck in headlights and was evidently terrified of his predicament, appearing on the verge of tears. When he turned to face me, I noted his black shirt and white neck collar. A priest? What the hell was he doing here? Time would tell. Meanwhile, the volume inside the courtroom rose to a crescendo. With some difficulty, I turned my head to look back at the viewing gallery at the rear of the court. What I saw was an angry mob standing on benches, their faces twisted with hatred as they screamed vile abuse and threats at me and the other prisoners. I just couldn't understand it. But what really confused me was the way the men and women were dressed. They looked like they came from different periods of history, wearing everything from Roman togas to medieval tunics and 20 suits. It made no sense, but that's what I saw. Their hatred was so vitriolic that I couldn't bear to look upon them for more than a few seconds, so I turned my head and tried to ignore their hate-filled cries. At this point, I tried to make sense of my surroundings and the horrifying situation I found myself in. This seemed like a nightmare, but I knew I wasn't dreaming, because the pain I felt was too real. I was in a courtroom, but not like any court I'd ever been in front of before. I considered myself something of an expert in the judicial system, having been through the mill many times. But I'd certainly never been treated like this before. Beaten, caged, abused. This wasn't right. And suddenly my fear turned into defiance as I angrily turned to face my captor, the zombie-like prison guard who stood outside my cage, grinning sadistically as he apparently relished our suffering. "What the hell is this? You can't treat me like this. I've got rights, man." The ghoul laughed in open mockery before lashing out, poking his baton through the bars and hitting me hard in the stomach. I screamed as the pain shot through me, falling back against the cold steel of my tiny cage. The hideous guard came up close to the bars, spitting his hateful words through clenched teeth. "Listen here, you bastard. You have no rights in this court, so shut the hell up, or I'll really hurt you." I gulped and fought through the pain, averting my eyes and meekly submitting. For a terrible moment, I thought he would hit me again, just for badness' sake, but instead, he moved his attentions on to the other prisoners, beating both into submission with brutal efficiency. I didn't understand what the hell was going on here, but I knew this bastard would hurt me if I spoke again. And so, I kept my mouth shut and waited. In the next few minutes, several things happened at once. Firstly, the jury box was suddenly filled up with 12 figures. I didn't see them enter the courtroom or take their seats, but in an instant, the benches were all occupied. The jury members all appeared to be male, but it was hard to tell. They looked similar to the ghoulish guard except less animated. Living corpses dressed in ill-fitting suits, their skin yellow and peeling, and eyes empty and devoid of life. The sight of the 12 was horrific, and I wondered whether some sicko had dug these rotting corpses straight from their graves. What kind of court was this? The next individual to appear as if from nowhere was the court's clerk. She materialized at the small desk underneath the bench. This administrator took the form of an elderly woman with blue-rinsed hair and wide-framed glasses. Her skin was wrinkled as she looked rather frail, but her gaze was fierce, and when she spoke, her shrill voice dominated the room. "All rise for the judge, His Honor, the Lord of Darkness." I felt a cold chill run down my spine as I fearfully raised my head to observe the bench. The judge, who appeared before us, wasn't quite as terrifying as one would imagine, at least, not in his initial form. And don't get me wrong, he was intimidating as hell, looking down upon me from the bench like I was something he'd stepped in. Nevertheless, the figure on the bench wasn't a red demon with horns and hooves, but rather a middle-aged man dressed in long, dark robes and a traditional peruke wig, his face screwed up with a barely suppressed rage. He frowned as he surveyed me and the other prisoners, not bothering to disguise the contempt and disgust in his voice. There was something in his dark eyes which shook me to my core, a wicked malice and propensity to violence unlike anything I'd seen in a human being. I couldn't bear to meet his gaze for more than a few seconds, and so looked down at my feet in an act of fearful submission. I noted the absolute silence inside the courtroom after the judge's arrival. The motley crew in the public galleries were no longer jeering, and my fellow prisoners also seemed trapped in a state of terror-filled awe. Even the thuggish guard who'd assaulted me seemed to be afraid of the presiding magistrate as he slipped away into the shadows. You could have heard a pin drop in that tense moment before the demonic judge opened his mouth to speak, and his terrible booming voice filled the room. "Be seated," he ordered. The jury members and audience complied. This wasn't an option for us prisoners, however, as our restrictive and uncomfortable cages prevented us from sitting, but the proceedings continued regardless. The judge looked down upon me and the other prisoners, his polite words barely suppressing his contempt as he addressed us. "Welcome, gentlemen, to the court of final justice. You are here today because your mortal lives have come to an end. And now, you must face final judgment for your many sins. Let it be known that this courtroom is very different from many you've stood in front of in the mortal realm. You will no longer enjoy the legal protection afforded to you on Earth. You cannot lie in this courtroom, because we know everything. Every single sin you've committed, from birth to death. All will be seen and all will be judged. And when, excuse me, if you are found guilty, your punishment will be severe. You will burn in the fiery pits of hell for all eternity, tortured and tormented by methods beyond your comprehension. Gentlemen, today is the day you finally face the consequences of your heinous acts." My tired brain tried to make sense of what I'd just heard. What was this lunatic saying? I was dead and being judged for my sins? This couldn't be real. It just couldn't be. I listened intently in shocked awe as the dreaded magistrate continued. Now, let us proceed. Who is first on the docket? Our first defendant is Angelo Di Maio, age 62 at the time of his death, accused of 13 counts of murder, 22 counts of attempted murder, and 342 counts of assault. The elderly clerkwoman had read the charges from his typed sheet of paper. I see, the judge answered with a knowing nod. I looked at the dapper gentleman in a new way, now realizing he was much more than an angry man who couldn't control his anger. This was a dangerous man, a mob hitter with 13 bodies under his belt. I couldn't understand why I was in the dock with a man like this, or how my crimes were comparable in any way to his. Angelo seemed taken aback for a moment, but soon regained his ferocious spirit as he unleashed an angry tirade. That's bullshit. The pigs have been trying to pin those murders on me for years. They've got no evidence. You assholes have nothing on me. Mr. Di Maio, boomed the judge, while his eyes reddened in anger. I have explained the rules of this court. Your mortal laws don't apply here. I will give you one warning and only one. Another outburst and you'll be held in contempt of court, the consequences for which will be severe. Screw you, Angelo swore in reply, without a second's hesitation. I could hardly believe how reckless he'd been, and I feared what would happen next. I suspected the guard would dish out another beating to Angelo, but they had a more creative punishment in mind. The judge was clearly furious, but I swore I could see a glint of gleeful malice as he spoke his next words. Very well, Mr. Di Maio. You can't say I didn't warn you. What happened next defied belief. The judge simply nodded his head, and Angelo reacted instantly, clutching at his jaw and tearing his cheeks with his fingernails. He turned to face me, his eyes filled with terror, and to my horror, I saw his mouth was closed over. That is to say, his mouth and lips were no longer there, the skin on his now bloody cheeks having inexplicably grown over, preventing him from speaking. Angelo tried desperately to cry out, but could not. He literally had no mouth and could not scream. Now then, the judge continued, with that out of the way, we can proceed. Bring in the advocates, please. 2 figures miraculously appeared on the courtroom floor, initially facing the bench, but then turning to look upon us, the defendants. The first man was the stereotype of a shark of a lawyer, a slick and stylish man with black hair and a predatory glint in his eye. He certainly looked the part, dressed as he was in a dark designer suit, as he strutted across the courtroom floor like he owned the place. The court's clerk made the introductions in her shrill voice. For the prosecution, the angel of death. He scanned us 3 defendants with a thin, cruel smile on his lips, before he focused his attention on Angelo, his first target. I felt a lump in the back of my throat as I realized this bastard was out to get us. I'd seen some tough prosecutors in my time, but this guy looked like he'd stop at nothing to see us fry. Even his name evoked terror in my heart. The Angel of Death? What the hell was that? And then there was the other man before us, who the clerk introduced with a mocking tone of voice. And for the defense, God's sole representative in this court, the Angel of Mercy. The appearance of our defense attorney certainly didn't inspire confidence. He was an elderly man with thinning hair, his body slumped over and frail, and his white suit moth-eaten and outdated. His body language seemed submissive, and he appeared pathetic in comparison to the confident and physically imposing prosecutor. When the defender looked upon us, his eyes were full of woe. I couldn't imagine that this sad and tragic figure could offer any sort of defense in this hellish courtroom. If he was my last hope, I was surely doomed. The slick prosecutor was the first to speak, presenting his case in a confident voice, which filled the courtroom. Angelo DiMaia was a man who has inflicted pain, suffering, and misery on others throughout his entire life, and he's repeatedly escaped justice in the mortal world. But no longer. In this courtroom of justice, nothing can be hidden. May the truth set us free. Suddenly, an image was projected against the far wall of the court, drawing everyone's attention to the images shown. What we saw was a crystal-clear CCTV-style recording of a dimly lit street corner late at night. The block appeared to be abandoned until a figure emerged from the shadows, hanging around on the rubbish-strewn pavement. The man wore a long trench coat and looked shifty and nervous, as if he was waiting on something happening. And then a second figure walked across the street, marching with determination. The first man turned to greet the newcomer, but his expression turned to fear when he saw the gun in the newcomer's hand. The hitman fired a single shot at point-blank range, shooting his victim directly in the face. The victim's body fell heavily to the pavement, his life force surely extinguished. But, just to make sure, the gunman fired a second shot, blowing the man's brains all over the curb. His job done, the hitman coolly walked away. He raised his head for a brief moment, long enough to show his face. It was Angelo. That much was clear to everyone watching. More murders followed, including a man garroted in the front seat of a car and a woman executed by a graveside while Angelo ignored her pleas for mercy. There were many other acts of violence too. Attempted murders where the victim survived, savage beatings carried out with a baseball bat. In every case, Angelo was at the center of it, dishing out violence without a second thought. The evidence was conclusive and surely damning. I looked to Angelo after the litany of violent recordings had concluded. His mouth was still sealed, and he couldn't speak a word, but I could see the pain in his eyes as angry tears rolled down his cheeks and his whole body shook. Was Angelo experiencing remorse now that he was faced with the reality of his hideous crimes? Or was he simply angry because he'd finally been caught? I guess it didn't really matter at this point. With such definitive evidence presented, the prosecuting attorney concluded his case with a brief but damning summary. 13 lives snuffed out, and so many others irreparably destroyed by this man's violent actions. And clearly this monster has no remorse, and indeed, Mr. DiMaia would surely have continued his heinous crimes had his mortal life not been cut short. Based on the overwhelming evidence presented, I urge the jury to find the defendant guilty of all charges, and let this monster finally face the punishment he so richly deserves. After that, the slick lawyer took his seat, apparently satisfied that his job was done. "Thank you, counsel," the judge replied. "And now, I suppose we should hear the case for the defense." The tone of his voice said it all. I don't think anyone present believed there was any possible defense which could excuse the mob hitman's many crimes. Nevertheless, the elderly and unimpressive defense lawyer, the so-called Angel of Mercy, stood up and began to speak. Well, Your Honor, members of the jury, the case of Angelo DiMaia was a difficult one. The evidence we witnessed is impossible to deny and hard to stomach. It's true that Mr. DiMaia was a child of our Lord, but clearly he has strayed far from the righteous path. Now, I know this court offers few protections for those on trial, but surely Your Honor will allow this man the opportunity to speak in his own defense. What? The judge grunted in surprise. Oh, very well. With a click of his fingers, the demonic magistrate reversed his wicked spell, and Angelo's mouth reappeared on his face. The hitman coughed and spluttered for a few moments while he regained his composure. Unfortunately, his forced silence hadn't taught Angelo any manners. "You bastards!" he swore angrily. "Mr. DeMaio, please," the defender pleaded. "Screw you too, man. You're not my damn lawyer. What the hell is this anyway? You expect me to say I'm sorry? To hell with that. I'm a gangster, a soldier. This is the life I chose, and I don't regret it." The defender shook his head in dismay before muttering his next few words. "Forgive him, my lord. He knows not what he says." "Well, I believe we've heard enough," said the judge, as he clearly was losing his patience. "Foreman of the jury, have you reached a verdict?" We all looked to the jury box in time to see one of the zombie-like suited figures slowly rise to his feet. He opened his gaping mouth and spoke in a croaky, almost inhuman voice. "We of the jury find the defendant guilty on all charges of murder and mayhem." "You scumbags!" Angelo screamed in fury. This latest outburst proved too much for the judge. He finally reached his breaking point, and the results were terrifying. The atmosphere within the court suddenly darkened, and the man on the bench transformed into something monstrous. His eyes bulged and his face turned red, and when he opened his mouth, I swore I could see fangs in place of teeth. His booming voice was like something from a nightmare. "Silence in my court, you filth. You think you're a tough guy, huh? Well, now it's time for you to pay. Angelo DeMaio, you have been found guilty of mass murder, and I sentence you to spend eternity in the seventh circle of hell." He smashed a hideous ivory gavel down with tremendous force. The whole court was in a state of disarray, but the worst was still to come. The very moment the judge stopped banging his gavel, Angelo began to scream in bloody agony. I smelt burning and turned in time to see Angelo's suit going up in flames as he struggled in vain to escape his cage. Soon, his entire body was engulfed, his clothes burnt to a cinder, and his skin melting under the intense heat. All the time, he kept screaming in a blood-curdling wail which filled the room. I couldn't stand the sound, and the smell was horrific, like a sickening human barbecue. The horror seemed to last for an eternity, but thankfully it eventually ended, as Angelo's body was burned to ashes, leaving nothing but an empty cage behind him. Angelo was gone, but I guessed his pain and suffering was only just beginning. I felt cold all over in that moment, my body shaken. If I had any illusions over what this hell was, Angelo's fiery demise had shattered them into a million pieces. The public gallery erupted after Angelo's immolation, as a dozen voices cheered in ecstasy, acting like they'd seen their team score in a football match. It took another round of gavel banging from the demon judge to silence them. "Order, order. Now, let's move on to the next case on the docket." "Defendant number 2 is Father Francis O'Callahan, age 56 at the time of his death," read the court clerk in a dispassionate voice. "The priest stands accused of multiple accounts of sexual assault, and all of them on minors." The courtroom was filled with gasps as the assembled reacted with shock. I glared at the bald-headed priest in total contempt and hatred, watching as his face turned pale white, his whole body shaking in fear as he reacted with shock at the accusation. "No,
That isn't right. It's all lies. I would never."
"Silence," the judge exclaimed. "You will keep your mouth shut until told to speak. Or have you forgotten what happened to the previous defendant?" Clearly he hadn't, as Father O'Callahan didn't utter another word. The court proceedings carried on regardless, much the same as before. The slick prosecutor took to the floor first, and once again, his words were damning. This man was placed in a position of trust, a respected man of the cloth. He claimed he was helping to mold young minds, guiding them down the path of spiritual enlightenment. But the horrors he inflicted upon these innocents behind closed doors, well, the evidence speaks for itself. Once again, an image was projected on the back wall of the courtroom. We all looked on in abject horror as the priest led a young boy of about 9 or 10 into the vestry, touching him inappropriately before... I won't describe what happened next. The truth is, I've tried my best to block those horrible sights from my memory. And there were other children, too. Boys and girls, all young and frightened. I saw their fear and felt their pain until I thought it would drive me mad. By the end of it, I would have torn that bastard O'Callahan to shreds with my own bare hands if I could have gotten to him. At first, the priest seemed disgusted by his own actions, as he lowered and shook his head, tears running down his cheeks as he continued to whimper in self-pity. As the images ended, he finally mustered the courage to speak.
"It's not my fault,"
he whined. "Excuse me?" The judge spat angrily.
"It's not my fault. I am the way that God made me,"
the priest replied more defiantly. "Well, we can soon rectify that. Shall we defang the viper?" The judge clicked his fingers, and a second later, O'Callahan screamed in agony. I glanced across to the priest and saw him clutching at his groin, which had been transformed into a bloody mess. He continued to scream, his body falling against the bars of his cage, but unable to collapse due to the tight restrictions. I didn't feel an ounce of sympathy for him, nor did anyone else inside that hellish courtroom. After savoring the priest's suffering for a moment, the judge turned to the sheepish-looking angel of mercy. "Counsel, do you have a case for the defense?" The old defender looked troubled, and I wondered what he could possibly say in defense of this abusive priest. As it turns out, he chose his words carefully.
Father O'Callahan's crimes are indeed horrific and indefensible. He was a holy man, and we must assume he held a genuine faith at one point in time. But clearly he has strayed far from the path, indulging in his most wicked perversions and abusing the most vulnerable and innocent in the worst way imaginable. One can only hope that Father O'Callahan feels some remorse for his crimes. Now he is confronted by the horrors of what he's done."
O'Callahan stopped crying for a moment, rising above his pain, and to deliver an angry response.
They were sinners, every one of them. They deserved to be punished. I was doing God's work. I am the way He made me.
"You're beyond God's help now," the angel of mercy replied, with a terrible sadness apparent in his voice. "I've heard enough. Foreman, have the members of the jury reached a verdict?" The zombie-like gerber in his ill-fitting suit clumsily stood up and opened his gaping maw to speak. "We find the defendant guilty of abuse, sexual assault, and the ultimate betrayal of trust." "Very well," the judge replied with satisfaction. I watched as he transformed into his demonic form and banged his gavel down. "Father Francis O'Callahan, you have been found guilty on all charges for your heinous crimes. I sentence you to freeze for all eternity in the 9th circle of hell. Let it be done."
"No, you can't do this," were the priest's final words. He didn't get the chance to say anything else. The judge was true to his word, at least. O'Callahan didn't burn like Angelo. Instead, he literally froze. His blood-curdling screams filled the air until his whole body turned to ice, and then he shattered into a million pieces, the shards falling to the floor before melting into oblivion. The assembled audience shouted in glee, causing chaos before the judge called them to order. And all I could do was gasp, astonished by the horror of what I had just witnessed. Don't get me wrong, I didn't feel any sympathy for that monster O'Callahan or Angelo, but now they were both gone. I came to the terrible realization that I was next. "Very well," the judge continued, his tone now disinterested. "I see we have one more defendant on the docket. Details?" The court clerk read my name and age and the charges I was accused of: burglary, assault, grand theft auto, and a few other offenses to boot. The judge surveyed me with his eyes full of loathing. "This case seems rather dull compared to the previous two, but I suppose justice needs to be done. Let's hear the case for the prosecution." The suave angel of death took to the floor, coolly deserving the evidence he hoped would send me straight to hell. "It is true that the defendant's offenses aren't as serious as his predecessors, but he was still young when he passed, and no doubt would have progressed to more serious crimes had he lived." He glared at me and smiled cruelly before continuing. "His life has been one of chaos. He's stolen from and hurt many people, dishing out misery and suffering, all without remorse. But don't take my word for it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see the fruits of this young man's labor." The familiar scene followed, with crystal-clear images projected against the far wall. Except this time, it was my crimes being played out. A carjacking, an assault on a pensioner whose home I'd robbed, and other actions I'd rather forget. Despite what the prosecutor said, I did feel shame at witnessing my sins played back to me. I wanted to scream at the kid in those pictures and tell him to stop, but it was too late to turn back the clock. The judge seemed bothered by this point, as if he wanted the case to end. "Defense?" he asked impatiently. I glanced longingly at the so-called angel of mercy, who now represented my final chance at salvation. I certainly didn't hold out much hope that he'd deliver, given his poor performance to date. My blood chilled as I remembered what had happened to Angelo and O'Callahan, and I shivered in terror when considering my own fate. The aged defense lawyer took a breath before speaking in a soft but surprisingly confident voice. "It is true that the defendant has done bad things. He's a habitual criminal and a sinner, but, as my honorable opponent has acknowledged, his offenses have not yet passed the threshold for banishment to the lowest levels of hell, and being a young man, there is still the opportunity for redemption." "How is there the opportunity?" the judge interjected in annoyance. "This man is already dead." I'm sorry to contradict, Your Honor," the lawyer replied, "but the defendant isn't quite dead, not yet anyway." I was astonished by this turn of events and struggled to understand, but a second later, I was almost blinded by a light shining directly in my eyes, and I heard a frantic shouting as medical terms were thrown out and about and a defibrillator was charged. "Damn it to bloody hell!" was the cry. I could no longer see those present in the courtroom, but I recognized the judge's voice, and he was furious. "I've had it up to here with these screw-ups." Forgive me, Your Honor," answered my defender, but given his new evidence, I believe a mistrial is in order." "Very well."
the demonic judge answered angrily, his voice booming and inhuman. "But I will see you back here, you little worm. I know scum like you, and I know you'll mess up again. And the next time you appear in my court, I'll make sure you suffer the worst punishment imaginable." And with that, the courtroom disappeared, and I found myself on a gurney in the emergency room, lights shining in my face as medical staff worked to resuscitate me. I survived the night, despite having severe injuries. The paramedics told me I'd been clinically dead for 2 minutes before they revived me. 2 damn minutes, which seemed like a lifetime in that hellish realm. What followed was a lengthy period of rehabilitation, followed by a trial in a very human courtroom. I was given a lengthy prison sentence for my crime, and several others I voluntarily confessed to whilst in custody. I didn't hire a lawyer or fight the case, instead pleading guilty to all charges. And now I'm out, having served my time and kept my nose clean all these years. The demonic judge's final words still haunt me, and I live in terror after his threats. I've been scared straight, and will do whatever it takes to avoid going back to hell's courtroom. And when it is my time, may God have mercy on my sinful soul. We've all been there, unable to sleep and in a zombified state, channel surfing in the early hours, searching in vain for a program that will distract from our stresses and worries, if only for a short time. It was during one of these late-night sessions that I discovered a channel I'd never watched before and have never been able to find since. I'd like to tell you that the channel number was 666 or something like that. This would fit in well with the narrative. But in truth, I can't remember the channel, and I have no clue how I came across it. I was half asleep and not paying attention, simply flicking from channel to channel until I found something which caught my attention. And once I started watching, I became entirely transfixed by the events playing out on my screen. That is, until I reached the show's terrifying conclusion, after which I couldn't get my television off quickly enough. What I saw that night had a profound impact upon me, and the horrifying images I witnessed are permanently burnt into my memory. Even after all these years, those terrible scenes still haunt my nightmares, and I now have a profound fear of death, as I know it's awaiting me on the other side. I'll do my best to describe what I saw. When I selected the channel, initially I saw nothing on the screen except black and white static. This continued for about 5 seconds, and so I assumed my aerial wasn't picking up the signal. I was about to give it up as a lost cause and flick to the next channel using my remote. But then suddenly the TV screen burst to life. What I saw at first glance was your typical chat show format, with the presenter sat in front of a studio audience on an old-school set that looked like a throwback from the 80s, complete with sofas set out in front of an array of cameras. The audience applauded enthusiastically as the piped theme tune played in the background, and the cameraman zoomed in on the stage, focusing on the tuxedo-wearing presenter, as he raised his hand and shot an insincere smile towards the camera. After listening to that familiar theme music, my first thought was that I'd tuned into an episode of the classic British biography show, This Is Your Life. For those of you who don't remember it, the program would feature a different celebrity each week. The celebrity, or a distinguished person, would be surprised by the presenter, who would announce that they were being recognized for achievements in their chosen field, whether it be acting, sports, politics, and so forth. The guest of honor would then be presented with a symbolic red book, which would be filled with the biography of their life to date, from their early childhood, through each significant milestone in their career, and up to the current day. And throughout the program, a series of surprise special guests would be invited up onto the stage, family members, former mentors, colleagues, and co-stars, each of them telling the story of how they knew the man or woman of the hour, and the relationship they'd enjoyed over the years, and how they'd helped the featured celebrity blossom and achieve their ultimate success. As I remembered it, the show was all very wholesome, consisting of happy reunions and lots of self-congratulatory platitudes. And to be honest, the whole thing was a bit cheesy as I recall. Nevertheless, my curiosity got the better of me, and perhaps the familiarity of the old-school format reminded me of better times during my childhood. Or maybe I just wanted to see what celebrity guests would pop up, and whether I'd recognize them. In any event, I decided to stop my channel surfing and watch on. After all, what harm can come from watching a television show? Well, as it turned out, a hell of a lot. As the show's preliminaries came to a close, I realized that this wasn't the iconic television program I remembered from my youth. In fact, the more I watched, the more I became convinced that this was nothing more than a cheap knockoff. The theme music was out of tune, the set looked hastily put together, with worn-out sofas and tacky plastic plants, and the camera shots were all over the place. What's more, the presenter on screen definitely wasn't Michael Aspel, the famous broadcaster who'd hosted the real This Is Your Life during the 80s and 90s. I actually didn't recognize the man presenting the show, and I couldn't quite place him from any other programs I'd seen previously. At first glance, he looked much like your standard television presenter, the type you'd expect to see on any generic chat show or talk show. He was smartly turned out, wearing a snug-fitting black tuxedo, with an immaculately clean white shirt and dark red bow tie. His black hair was slicked back, and he appeared clean-shaven, a handsome man with a charismatic grin. It was easy to see how this man had secured television work. This was my first impression of him, but when the camera zoomed in on his face, I soon realized something was off. The wide smile etched across his cheeks was obviously fake. This in itself wasn't a surprise. His type were paid to present a friendly face to their audience. Nevertheless, there was something unnatural and perhaps even sinister about his nearly impossibly wide grin, stretching from cheek to cheek and exposing teeth so white and unblemished that they could be mistaken for dentures. What's more, the presenter's skin was so pale that he could have been considered albino, had it not been for his dark hair. Meanwhile, his deep blue eyes were full of malice, hinting at a cruel streak to his character that was barely concealed. I remember staring into those eyes for just a moment, and I felt mesmerized, unable to avert my gaze, as I almost lost myself in a deep abyss. Suddenly, the camera angle changed, and panning over the studio audience as they clapped in unison to applause the beginning of the show. As with the presenter, there was something off with the assembled and seated audience members. There were about 100 of them in total, men and women, young and old, and of various different races. This in itself wasn't unusual, but what did confuse me was how the audience members were dressed in costumes from different eras in history. Everything from Roman-style togas, Tudor tunics, 20s pinstripe suits with fedora hats, and the type of shiny shell suits people wore in the 80s. I thought perhaps there was some kind of fancy dress element to the show, but this wasn't the only thing which concerned me about their collective appearance. I noticed how all of these people clapped in perfect unison, acting as if they were a single organism. But there was no joy or real enthusiasm behind their applause, and it seemed like they were simply going through the motions. I also noticed how they all had bloodshot eyes and artificial smiles plastered across their faces. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought they were all mechanical mannequins, programmed to clap on command. I found the image quite unnerving, and so I was relieved when the camera switched back to the presenter sitting on stage. The host motioned to the crowd, raising his left hand to request silence. Next, he spoke to the camera in a booming voice. "Welcome, welcome, my friends," he began. "I'm your host for tonight, and I'm delighted to see you all here again. We've got a great show planned for you all here tonight. So, without further ado, let's kick off the latest episode of This Was Your Shitty Life Scumbag." He paused briefly, allowing for another burst of monotone applause as the camera panned out. At that point, I'll admit that I smiled and felt a sense of relief. I decided that this show must be a parody, an edgy comedy, poking fun at the much more famous but otherwise dull and conventional television program. And this was surely satire, presenting an image of people who were shitty and scumbags, rather than the likable and inspiring persons whose achievements were to be celebrated. I sat back in my armchair, waiting with anticipation to see which disgraced former politician or washed-up D-list celebrity would be subjected to tonight's roasting. However, what happened next truly shocked me. "Now, my friends," the grinning host continued, "tonight's guest of honor is a guy who thinks very highly of himself. Some would describe him as a good man and a pillar of the community. But, of course, we know better, don't we?" He paused momentarily and shot a knowing wink towards the camera. "Well, that's enough preamble from me. Let's bring the bastard out. Welcome to our newest guest, inmate 10,013,891. I was still puzzling over the bizarre introduction and lengthy string of numbers when it happened. To my astonishment, a human body fell through the air, dropping down as if it had been tossed through a hole in the ceiling. The body landed heavily upon a hardback chair sat adjacent to the sofa. I heard a sickening crack and felt sure bones had been broken, but miraculously, the figure had landed right down in the middle of the waiting chair, drawn to it like iron filings to a magnet. The man who fell was still alive and conscious, screaming out in agony as he landed. And, as if this wasn't astonishing enough, as soon as he was in the chair, shackles automatically popped up, securing his wrists and ankles in place, and binding him tightly to the chair. It was quite something to see, and I wondered how the hell they'd pulled off this stunt. It looked so realistic. My guess was CGI, but nothing in the show's otherwise cheap and tacky production values suggested they had the budget for such things. The man shackled to the chair was already bloodied and in an obvious state of disarray, giving the impression that he'd been roughed up and kidnapped. He was dressed in a plain white t-shirt, now stained blood red, and an old pair of ripped jeans. He was blonde-haired and could be considered handsome under different circumstances, with deep green eyes and a distinguished-looking jawline. He looked relatively young, and I guessed he was in his late 30s or early 40s. The man was clearly in a state of shock and terrified at the situation he found himself in. I remember thinking what a good actor the guy was. His performance was so realistic. I watched on in awestruck horror as the man violently struggled against his bindings, screaming wildly as he did so.
What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Let me go, you sick freaks!
Now, young man, the host said in a mockingly stern tone of voice. This is a family show, so I must ask that you mind your language. Who the fuck are you? The prisoner shot back angrily. He would soon regret his words. I watched the host reach across to a button concealed under the arm of his chair, pushing it with his index finger. A second later, the bound prisoner's body convulsed violently, as if a strong electrical current was running through him. He screamed in agony as his entire body shook, the tight shackles still holding him in place. The torture must have only lasted 4 or 5 seconds, but it was awful to watch. Mercifully, the electrocution soon ended, leaving the prisoner badly shaken and practically smoking from his ears.
My God,
he muttered in shock. God won't help you here, my friend, the sadistic host replied. Unfortunately for you, our little show falls outside of his realm. At that exact moment, canned laughter reverberated throughout the studio, creating a surreal atmosphere on set. The prisoner's panicked eyes quickly darted from side to side, taking in the scene before focusing on his captor.
Please,
he pleaded pitifully.
Please, I don't know what's happening. Where am I? What do you want from me?
The host shot his prisoner a wicked smile before answering in a booming and exuberant voice. Oh, worry not, my new friend. Or should I say fiend? All will be revealed very soon, for you are tonight's guest of honor, and this is your shitty life scumbag. The audience applauded on cue, and the theme tune music played once more, as the camera focused on the prisoner's bloodied face. I could see the raw terror behind his eyes. I'd seen that look before, and knew he wasn't acting. I should have switched the television off there and then, but I'll admit to feeling a morbid curiosity. I knew something awful was going to happen to the poor bastard strapped to the chair, and I felt disgusted by it. But nevertheless, a sick and voyeuristic part of me couldn't look away. The bound prisoner remained in a state of panicked confusion as the host continued his bizarre and rather frightening introduction. Now, my friend, inmate 10,013,891. A bit of a mouthful, I think you'll agree. Do you mind if I just call you scumbag? I noted this was the second time the host had read out his lengthy number, but I still had no idea of its significance. The prisoner was clearly just as baffled, not to mention angered by being referred to as scumbag. Temporarily forgetting his perilous situation, an angry defiance was evident in his voice as he spoke next. What the fuck? The prisoner caught himself just in the nick of time, no doubt recalling the severe punishment he'd suffered the last time he swore. Don't call me a scumbag, he said through clenched teeth. My name is Andrew. Ah, yes, your so-called Christian name. Well, you won't be needing that name anymore, the host answered with a chuckle. More canned laughter followed, as the prisoner, who I now knew was called Andrew, shook his head in dismay. Well, scumbag, I've got some bad news for you. Because I know all your deepest and darkest secrets, and tonight, all your chickens have come home to roost. More canned laughter, followed by robotic clapping from the audience. I saw how the prisoner mouthed the words, "What the fuck?" through his trembling lips. Well, scumbag, we've got a series of special guests here tonight, all of whom know you intimately. And let me tell you, these good folks are just dying to tell their stories. So, without further ado, let's meet our first guest. Just then, a disembodied voice came through the studio speakers. It sounded like a child speaking into a microphone. Hey there, asshole. Remember me? You made my childhood a living hell, and now I'm here for payback. The bound prisoner's eyes widened in fear as the audience applauded. A moment later, a young boy of perhaps 12 or 13 walked out onto the stage, nervously making his way towards the couch. He was dressed in a smart school uniform, complete with tie and blazer. He wore thick-rimmed glasses, was slightly chubby, and had acne all over his face. I noticed how awkwardly he looked and walked, like he had no self-confidence. I did feel sympathy for the kid, guessing he was the type who got picked on in school. In contrast, Andrew sounded like he'd been a bully back in his school days, but there had to be 30 years between him and the boy. The schoolboy sat on the couch, keeping his head down, as he refused to make eye contact with either the prisoner or the host. The presenter spoke to the boy in a surprisingly sympathetic tone. Well, young man, why don't you just tell us your name and story? He took a deep breath before speaking in a soft, barely audible voice. My name is Daniel. My parents sent me to boarding school when I was 11. I didn't want to go, but they told me it would be a character building and make me into a man. I was very scared when I first arrived, and I found it hard to make friends. He lifted his head, glaring at the bound Andrew with a righteous anger in his youthful eyes. He and his friends ran the place, and they picked on anyone weaker than them. That's bullshit. I've never seen this kid before in my life, Andrew interjected. He soon regretted his angry outburst as the host pressed the button, prompting a surge of electricity to shoot through the prisoner's body. Andrew screamed in agony as his punishment was administered. Now, scumbag, the host rebuked, with a slight smile on his lips. Please don't interrupt my guests, and I've warned you before about bad language. More canned laughter followed as the still smoking victim barely retained consciousness. Please continue, Daniel, the host prompted. They made me this special project, said Daniel, his voice growing in confidence as his anger took over. They humiliated me. They stole from me, beat me up. Tears began to form in his eyes as he struggled to finish his tragic story. I couldn't take it anymore. Couldn't see any way out. So I fashioned a noose from my belt and hanged myself in my dorm room. They found me the next morning. I was 12 years old. Andrew lifted his head, shaking it vigorously. No, he muttered emotionally. That wasn't my fault. I didn't do that. That kid was messed up. He did it to himself. Every kid gets bullied in school. It's part of growing up. Daniel spoke again, except this time, his voice was unnaturally deep and almost inhuman. You are responsible. You are guilty. Andrew seemed taken aback, frozen in fear, and unable to respond. I think he was beginning to understand where he was and what was happening to him. And clearly, he didn't like it. Thank you for sharing your story, Daniel. I think it gives us a flavor of who this scumbag was growing up. But did he improve with age? Let's find out by meeting our next guest. A female voice came through over the speakers, her tone bitter and full of anger.
Hey, baby, remember me? I'm the girl you threw out like a piece of trash 20 years ago. But guess what, baby? I'm back, and I'm gonna make you pay.
A moment later, a young woman marched out onto the stage in high heels. She wore a long floral dress and had her blonde hair tied back in a bun. The girl looked like she was in her late teens or early 20s. I'd describe her as attractive, although her skin appeared unnaturally pale and her eyes lacked any sparkle, instead seeming devoid of joy or happiness. The audience applauded in grim unison as the young woman took a seat on the couch beside the schoolboy. She glared defiantly at the shackled prisoner, who lowered his head and refused to meet her gaze. Welcome, welcome, young madam, the host exclaimed amicably. Thank you for joining us. Would you care to introduce yourself and tell us your story? She nodded her head, only briefly averting her gaze from the helpless Andrew, who seemed to be faltering under her judgmental glare.
My name is Sarah. I was a freshman in university when I first met him,
she began, with a barely contained rage in her voice.
It was my first time living away from home, and I guess I was naive and vulnerable. He was older and more experienced. We met in a bar, and he swept me off my feet. I didn't know he already had a girlfriend. We started a fling. He was my first, and I foolishly fell in love with him. And then I got pregnant. He said I couldn't keep the baby, and that I was too young, and it would ruin both of our lives. The bastard said he loved me and promised to stick by me. But as soon as I had the abortion, he dumped me and went back with his sweetheart. I was left racked with guilt, heartbroken and all alone. And so I turned to drink and drugs to dull the pain.
She briefly paused, struggling to find the words to go on.
One night, I went too far and overdosed. I was dead before the ambulance arrived. 19 years old with everything ahead of me, and my life was snuffed out. All because of him.
She spat aggressively in Andrew's direction. He raised his head, meeting her eye for the first time.
No
way, he muttered through clenched teeth.
No way am I going to take this. First the kid and now you. What kind of scam are you people trying to run here? And do you really expect me to feel guilty? We had a fling. We split up. It happens. You made a choice to do drugs and screw up your life. That's not on me. I'm not responsible.
You are responsible, Sarah shot back, her voice suddenly deep and raspy. You did this to me.
Shut your mouth, bitch, he screamed back.
A moment later, electricity passed through his body, causing him to convulse and squeal. The host shook his head and smiled. He never learns, folks, does he? More canned laughter reverberated through the studio. The camera focused on Andrew, his head down, as his body continued to shake, and he whimpered pathetically. He was in a pretty sorry state by this point, and I reckoned he couldn't take much more of this physical and psychological torture. The enigmatic host seemed to realize this too, as he made his next announcement. "Well, scumbag, you've been through quite a lot tonight. So, you'll be glad to hear our little show is almost over. But we have one last special guest to introduce, and this one is just dying to reconnect with you." Just then, a man marched confidently out onto the stage. He wore a tailored black suit and polished shoes. He was silver-haired and perhaps in his 60s, but still noticeably handsome, exerting confidence with his winning smile and cool stride. He walked right past the still-bound Andrew, who looked on in astonishment, as if he literally couldn't believe his eyes. The mystery guest strode right up to the host, shaking him firmly by the hand, then greeting the other guests, Daniel and Sarah, before sitting down beside them. I noted how surprised everyone on stage appeared, including the host himself. "Well, well," the host said, as he quickly regained his composure. "That was quite the entrance. It's a pleasure to have you here on our little show. Now then, would you care to tell us your name and story?" The smart man's grin widened as he nodded his head and spoke in a calm but assertive voice. "Right, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and to catch up with my old friend." He shot a cheeky smile and winked to the shackled Andrew. I noticed how pale the prisoner's face had become. It looked like he was going to be physically sick. "My name is Tom," he continued in a more somber tone. "I worked in corporate banking, made a pretty good living, raised a family. All in all, I enjoyed a pretty happy life. And believe it or not, I tried to be one of the good guys, to put an end to the corrupt and illegal practices in the banking sector. But then this son of a bitch came to work for us." He nodded across to Andrew, who still appeared paralyzed in shock. "I saw potential in this young man when he first started. Thought I saw something of myself in him. He was smart, driven, and had great people skills. I took him under my wing, acting as his mentor. It all seemed to be going swimmingly, but a few years down the line, I found out this scumbag was doing insider trading." He paused for dramatic effect. A series of coordinated boos came from the audience, and the host prompted Tom to continue his account. "What did you do?" Tom shrugged his shoulders before answering. "Well, I confronted him with the evidence, told him I wouldn't stand for it, saying I would alert the authorities if he didn't turn himself in. Needless to say, he didn't take it too well. Did you, kid?" Andrew shook his head vigorously. He opened his mouth to speak, but apparently couldn't find the words. It seemed he had no defense to offer on this occasion. "Well, I gave him time to cool off, and trusted he would do the right thing in the end. Big mistake." "I was out jogging one night when he got me. Ran me down in his BMW, leaving me to die on a lonely roadside." There followed a chorus of boos from the audience before Tom finished his tragic account. "Well, our friend here had friends in the police force who helped him cover up the crime. The incident got written off as an unsolved hit and run, and this scumbag got away with murder. He made my wife a widow and left my children without a father." He stopped momentarily, his mood darkening, as he glared upon his killer with vengeful eyes. "You are responsible. You took my life." Andrew shook uncontrollably in his chair, his head down. He looked utterly defeated, no longer able to offer any defense when faced with the grim reminder of his worst offense. What happened next was disturbing, to say the least. Andrew raised his head, showing his eyes were filled with tears. He looked to his accusers, to Daniel, Sarah, and Tom. They no longer resembled human beings to me. Instead, their eyes were filled with a manic psychosis, while the sadistic grins on their faces were unnaturally wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth like those of bloodthirsty predators. I don't know whether Andrew even noticed their drastic change in appearance. Perhaps he no longer had any idea of what was occurring around him. He whimpered pathetically, struggling to speak the words through his now bone-dry lips. "I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. Is that what you want to hear?" The trio of accusers didn't reply, instead retaining their creepy grins and unblinking stares. Now desperate, Andrew returned to the host, and pleading for some sort of explanation. "What do you want from me?" the prisoner demanded, suddenly regaining his defiant voice. "What the hell do you want me to do?" The host chuckled before responding, his face suddenly filled with an almost childlike excitement. "Right now, scumbag, we only want you to do one thing. Run." Suddenly, the camera focused on Andrew as his shackles came loose. He sat there in stunned shock for a moment, slowly lifting his now free arms, staring in disbelief at his shaking hands. Andrew should have acted more quickly, and his delay proved fatal. The camera angle changed, showing the three accusers, now entirely transformed into something monstrous. Daniel, Sarah, and Tom were no longer human, but now resembled a trio of bloodthirsty zombies, baring sharp teeth as their hunger-filled eyes focused on the vulnerable prey. Andrew screamed out in bloody terror when he saw them, acting on a survival instinct as he leapt up from his chair and fled across the stage. But the three monsters were after him in a flash, and boy were they fast. I watched on in horror as they leapt upon him, knocking the helpless Andrew down to the floor. He kicked and screamed as they held him down, roaring like wild animals as they dug and bit into his exposed flesh. Andrew cried out in bloody agony as the monsters ripped and tore through his skin and muscle. There was blood everywhere, with a crimson fountain spraying from a gaping hole in his neck. I guessed his jugular vein had been ripped open, and doubtless he would bleed out in a matter of minutes. The camera focused on Andrew's terror-filled face, his eyes wild with fear and pain, as the color rapidly drained from him. I watched as they finished him off, continuing to bite and tear and feast on his still warm flesh, even after his life was finally extinguished. I was sure this vicious attack wasn't simulated. The violence, the blood, it was all too real. Andrew hadn't been a good man. That much was obvious from the accounts I'd heard. Nevertheless, he'd suffered a terrible death, and I couldn't help but feel that nobody deserved such a horrendous fate. I'd been so transfixed on the bloody carnage that I almost didn't notice how the audience had erupted into loud and enthusiastic applause, clearly relishing and enjoying the extreme violence playing out before them. The image on screen shifted from Andrew's body as the camera scanned the bizarre audience members, all of them now standing and clapping loudly and crying out in approval, their eyes betraying a sadistic pleasure as they played out the part of sick voyeurs. And then, the camera switched once again, showing the host sitting back in his chair, smiling contentedly as he soaked up the crowd's adoration. Thank you, he exclaimed, raising a hand to motion for silence. What a show! What an audience! A big thanks to our special guests. While they continue to gnaw on our friend, it leads me to bring tonight's episode to a close. He paused briefly, blinking to reveal his true eyes. Red and demonic, full of malice and hatred. I stared into those horrifying orbs and saw pure evil. It chilled me to my very soul, and yet I could not look away. When the host spoke again, his voice had changed, now sounding deep, disembodied, and extremely unnerving. But before we go, I would like to give a shout out to a very special viewer. I still have difficulty understanding what happened next. It was impossible. But then, so was everything else I'd seen so far. The host called me out by name. In that moment, he spoke to me directly through the television screen and across dimensions. I don't know how this was possible, but this is what happened. I could feel his eyes upon me, glaring directly into my soul as he searched the deepest and darkest corners of my mind. My friend, we have been watching your life with great interest. I look forward to the day I will welcome you as my guest. My heart froze in my chest, and I suddenly found I couldn't breathe. I remained frozen in place as the camera zoomed in on the host's hideous face, focusing on his fiendish eyes. And then he began to laugh, a deep and cruel crackle that was awful to hear. I couldn't bear it any longer. Reaching for the remote, I tried to turn the television off, but found it wouldn't respond. The horrendous laughter continued to fill my ears as I jumped up from the couch and darted across the room, yanking the plug from the wall. To my utter astonishment, the television kept on playing, even after the power was cut off. Those eyes, that laugh, I couldn't take it. In a fit of anger, I lifted my lamp, ripping its plug from the wall, and with all of my might I threw it at the TV, watching with great relief as the screen shattered and went black, the host's image finally disappearing. I then dropped to my knees, holding my head in my hands as I cried out in desperation and pure terror. It's been years since that fateful night. I've never caught the Hellish television program again, nor have I found any trace of it online. But nevertheless, I can't forget what I witnessed, nor can I escape the host's terrifying threat that one day I will be his guest. Now, I don't regard myself as an evil person, but I have done some bad shit in my life, things I deeply regret and can't take back. Since that night, I've lived in perpetual fear, dreading the day that I die, knowing that I'll end up in that hellish dimension, strapped to a chair while the host and his minions torment me. I've spoken to psychiatrists and priests, searching for recovery or redemption, but I doubt it'll make any difference. Deep down, I know what my fate will be, and I know full well what's waiting for me on the other side. And so, if like me, you suffer from insomnia and are prone to late-night channel surfing, you might just come across a sadistic talk show, and you might see me tethered to a chair as my accusers come out one by one to seek their vengeance. All I can ask is that you don't judge me too harshly, because sooner or later, we all need to answer for our sins. It was exactly 2:31 a.m. I remember that from glancing at the clock on my nightstand just before I grabbed the revolver from beneath my mattress. My girlfriend, Ashlyn, was startled by some noises she'd been hearing from the kitchen, so she woke me up to check it out. "Cullen, there's something in the kitchen," I remember her whispering to me, like whatever it was would hear us. I let out a sigh and, not sure what to expect, I crept downstairs, my weapon ready. As I rounded the corner at the bottom of the stairs and glanced into the kitchen, I noticed nothing out of place. Ash must have heard the house settling, but I couldn't go back upstairs without being able to say that I had thoroughly checked it out. So, now fairly sure that it was all clear, I stepped into the kitchen. I wasn't on edge at all, so the gun was down at my hip. I mean, the house was old. It made weird noises all the time. I'd only grabbed the revolver to comfort Ash. She had just moved in with me and was just getting used to things, so I felt it natural that the sounds of the house would spook her. I looked around lazily, noticed nothing, and then headed for the stairs. As I was about halfway up, I heard something. It was the turning of the doorknob to the pantry and the kitchen. At this point, I was scared out of my mind. With the gun ready, I crept ever so carefully down the stairs, trying my very hardest not to make a single noise. When I reached the bottom, I peeked around the corner, and there he was. A man, about as tall as me, with a huge black bag, rummaging through the cabinets. I was struck. I stood dumb there for about 10 seconds before the man closed the cabinet he was in and headed for the den in the next room. I wasn't about to let him steal from me, yet at the same time, I was scared out of my mind. It's hard to recall the next few events properly, but I will try my best to remember. I slowly followed the man across the kitchen, walking ever so lightly. He then crouched down to go through a drawer in a large cabinet full of expensive medals and decorative plates. He then turned his head out of nowhere and stared straight at me, all the while my gun pointed straight at his face. Hey man, don't shoot." His voice was deep, yet frightened. "If you let me go, I'll never set eyes on this place again. I swear it." I had no idea what to think or say, so I stood there for about 5 seconds before replying with, "Just get the hell out of my house before I blow your brains out." I said it quietly so I wouldn't disturb Ashlyn, but I felt like she knew something was going on by how long I'd been down here. I'd probably just tell her I prepared a quick snack, I remember thinking. Yeah, that's how it went. I'm recalling all this now, because that was when she walked in, and I had no idea what in the hell she was doing, but she said nothing. She just fumbled in and grew a grim and petrified expression as soon as she saw what was going on. "All right, get on now. You'd better hurry off before I call the police, you son of a bitch," I remember saying. All right, just let me pass." He stood upright, sat the bag on the floor, and then slowly began walking past me towards the door. After that moment, I remember nothing but waking up on the ground. This is where things get messed up. I still don't know if this was just a nightmare or if this was all for real, but what I do know is that I remember it vividly. I woke up naked on the ground. Black grass, black dirt, everything was black. It was also deep into the night, and so the mixture of all the black just made it difficult to get a good look at things. When looking up, I remember seeing a black sky with no stars at all. I was in a state of panic. I got up and looked around frantically. Ash, Ash! But it was no use. I couldn't be heard. I shed a tear and then noticed a path of black gravel. I followed it with my eyes and noticed a flickering flame in the distance. I immediately got on the trail and ran. It must have taken about 10 minutes, but after an intense while of running and walking, I reached a massive black staircase leading down with 2 torches on either side of the entryway. It looked absolutely terrifying. I peered down and saw nothing. It was a massive black abyss, but I knew I needed to go down, for there was nowhere else to go. With much effort, I took my first steps down the black, stone staircase. Everything here took forever, because I swear it must have taken 5 hours for me to reach the bottom. I was exhausted, and I could swear that it was getting hotter with each step. When I finally reached the bottom, I noticed a figure, naked of course, standing with a large spear. Before I even approached him, he spoke. "You are needed all the way down the hall. Keep going straight until you get there." That was when I noticed what had just spoken to me. It was shaped like a man, muscular and tall, but his skin was pitch black. I'd never seen a human with such black skin before. But the most terrifying part of the man was his face. No nose, but instead his entire face was taken up by one long, vertical mouth with razor-sharp black teeth. No eyes, no nose, not even any ears, just mouth. It was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. I cowered as I quickly bolted past him and began walking as fast as I could down the hall, but I was in no house. I looked up. No ceiling, no sky, just a black abyss. I looked around and saw black stairs leading off of the main hallway on both sides, which was about 10 feet wide and I have no idea how long. And torches sat on the top of each set of railing for the stairs, which was the only thing keeping the place lit. Different staircases were all up and down that hall. As I kept walking, my mind was numb with fear. I had no idea where I was or why the hell I wasn't in my house. It must be a lucid dream. Yeah, just a dream, I remember telling myself over and over. After a while, I noticed that there was a man further up the hall. I could faintly hear him crying, and if I recall properly, it wasn't just an average shedding of tears. The man was bawling his eyes out, but he kept limping forward. Yeah, he was limping. Though he was so far ahead, I noticed he dragged one leg behind him like it was broken. After a bit more walking, I saw the man begin to go up a small flight of stairs that had just appeared ahead of him. I figured that was where the creature by the entrance told me to go. Wanting to know what was going on, I sped up my pace, and by the time he had hobbled up to the top, I was close enough to see and hear what was going on. There were 2 more of those spear-wielding creatures standing on either side of a tree. But it wasn't just an average tree. It had pitch-black bark and long, jagged branches. The tree was covered in something, but I couldn't tell what just yet. By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I could hear intense crying, and probably the most menacing and shrill voice I'd ever heard. It brought an intense chill to my spine, which was how I came to the realization that this was probably no dream. This was very likely happening to me. I couldn't handle this. I was confused and totally unsure of where the hell I was, and I remember breaking down right there. Over my sobs, I remember hearing the man begin to scream. And it was the most blood-curdling scream I'd ever heard. At this, I began to climb the stairs quickly, wanting to see the fate of the man so I could prepare myself for my own. When I reached the top of the stairs, what I saw scared me more than anything so far. I remember it vividly. The man was standing in front of a giant tree in between two spear-wielding creatures which were standing next to two large torches. But now I could see what was covering the tree. Human bodies. At the massive trunk of the tree was a very large, naked and fat man who sat just above where the roots collected themselves. But he wasn't sitting on the tree. The tree trunk went up the ass of the massive man and continued out the mouth. The man had no jaw, and the front of his neck and chest were ripped open for the trunk to emerge from his body. The very sight made me cringe and vomit multiple times. And during this, I paid no attention to the man, for the tree had taken my full attention. When I had collected myself enough to look back up, I noticed that the man was still very much alive. I recall him slowly and shakily raising his arm to wipe the tears from his face, which continued to pour from his dull gray eyes. As I looked at the rest of the tree, I noticed the other people hanging from it. Every person had a branch of the tree go into his or her body somewhere and coming out another. I remember seeing a woman hanging upside down, with the branch going into her anus and continuing out of. Well, I'd rather not say. We all deserve some shred of dignity. This seemed like something that would kill a person, but she was still very much alive. I could tell by her quivering, like the man at the trunk, her eyes had lost all color as well. I remember that after a while of observing the others on the tree, I looked back to the man. The tree then spoke. It would seem the only suitable punishment for one such as yourself would be to reside here with me. The laugh curdled my stomach, and shortly after I remember a branch flying out from the back of the tree. The branch flew straight at the man and stabbed itself through his neck and appearing out the other side. It then twisted itself around his neck, like a collar, before picking the man up off the ground and retracting its way back to where it had sprouted. "Stand forward," hissed the tree. I had no idea where it was speaking from until I looked straight up and saw a figure, or two, dangling from a branch right in front of where I stood at about 10 feet from the ground. There was a man and a woman, both white and naked, with their foreheads met together to form one, and on it was a mouth like the ones on the creatures, but this one was horizontal. They were hanging by branches wrapped around their necks like nooses. I remember this all so clearly. I stepped forward onto the blood-stained ground and asked, "What's going on?" It let out a laugh. Haven't you heard of the afterlife, human? I know your kind has been ranting about it back on Earth. Now, I had never been religious, and still I'm not. But then I had realized that those Christians had been right about something, and I'm guessing that was the hell they spoke of. "Yeah?" was my reply. "Oh, well, then you know exactly exactly what's going on here. His voice was terrifying. How I ever managed to speak to it is well beyond me. I know well about what you do, Mr. Hip-Skinned. It knew my name, and the way it said it still gives me chills. Yes, you've been double-crossing honest people for years. Doesn't seem very honest to me, does it? Wouldn't you say you've stolen great amounts of money from people or been greedy in the past? Well, now you'll have to pay it back. This was followed by a laugh that made my ears screech. I dropped to my knees, holding my ears. I was an insurance agent. Sure, I cheated a few people out of a few bucks here and there, but it was business. I guess that damn tree thought otherwise. The next thing I knew, those hideous creatures were hoisting me up by my underarms. I remember to this day the shockwave of fear that shot through my body. I fought back, but to no gain. I wriggled, but they threw me on the ground, and both, in perfect unison, thrust their jagged spears, which were long, jagged pieces of the black wood pointed with long, sharp black blades, into either side of my torso, piercing my spine, and I felt it all. I didn't pass out. I felt all of it. I cried like a newborn infant. I screamed as tears shot from my eyes. I tried to squirm free, but my legs wouldn't move. Panic ran through me like nothing else. All while this went on, they picked me back up and began carrying me behind the tree and continuing in that direction. They dragged me for what seemed like an eternity with the pain I was in. Finally, after walking through a plain of nothingness, we reached a field of grates on the ground. Square, large barred grates in the rows reaching as far as the eye could see, but sticking out of these grates were flames. They were like ovens coming out of the ground. All around, I heard faint screams. I was scared shitless. We continued walking for a few minutes before we stopped at one, and the one holding my left arm let go of me and pulled up the grate, opening it. He seemed to be unaffected by the fire. Oh, the fear that went through me was immense. I knew that they were going to put me in there, and my screaming resumed. The one holding on to me dragged me to the edge and kicked me right in. There's no way to describe the pain of the third-degree burn, especially when it engulfs your entire body. It must have been like that for an entire day, me sitting in that pit of fire in pure pain and non-stop screaming. At one point, I pulled myself away from the pain for just long enough to think that I should be dead or well out of my mind, and then the pain stopped. Though still engulfed in flames, I felt nothing. I stopped screaming and backed myself to the corner of the small pit. I looked down at my hands and the rest of my naked body. My skin resembled that of the creatures. It was pitch black, but I could see clearly where the creatures had pierced my sides. Blood had probably protruded at one point, but the fire had gotten rid of that, I guess. I knew at that moment that in this, whatever you call it, I was immortal. And then the flame stopped appearing, and I got a good look at the chamber I was being held in. Black stone. Plain, simple. It seemed like only a few seconds had gone by before a red mist appeared at the floor of the pit. I thought nothing of it. That is, until it began to take the shape of a man. I stared straight at it until it manifested the shape of what looked like your typical depiction of Satan, tall, with horns and blood-red skin. My eyes were heavy, so I closed them shut tight to avoid looking at the foul creature. And then, almost instinctively, I curled up in my little corner. It spoke no words as it unfolded my body and attached my wrist chains that I suppose stuck out of the wall. I had no idea they were even there. I had never looked. After it was done, I squinted to see what it was doing. It just faded away, just as easily as it appeared. And the moment it was fully gone, the flames came back, and the pain continued. How I'm not mad, I have no idea. For how long this went on, I haven't an idea either. All I can say is that it felt like days, weeks even. It seemed like an eternity. I felt no hunger, I felt no thirst. Only pain. And it was indescribable. At one point somewhere in there, I thought away from the pain. About Ashlyn. About the girl I'd left back at home. I thought very hard as to distract myself from the pain. I remember seeing the ceiling of my den and the top of the entryway to the kitchen. Where I had been standing, only I was sprawled on the floor staring up. I couldn't move, I couldn't stare, and I couldn't even move my eyes. And then I faded back to the cell of fire. Days passed. I kept thinking and seeing the same thing, and I could only hold the thought for about 5 seconds. But one of those times, I concentrated hard, and what I saw was at a different angle than before. And I recognized 2 figures, Ashlyn and the burglar. Only the burglar now had my revolver, and he held my dear Ash by the throat against the wall of the kitchen with the gun to her temple. I thought harder and harder, and the pain in the background faded. My feeling began to return. My eyes began to move about the kitchen, and I sat up. I looked over and immediately shot up off the ground and awkwardly tumbled onto the burglar, for I hadn't walked or moved at all in weeks. My hands grabbed at the gun and he fired a shot, but not before I knocked it up, pointing over Ashlyn's head. The bullet flew and nailed the refrigerator. He turned his head and looked right at me, then bashed my nose with his elbow, causing blood to spray all over my chin and mouth. I was knocked back and fell over onto the ground, for I was still very wobbly and not used to walking. The man turned to me and pointed my gun straight down at my face, then cocked it. But as he did so, Ashlyn grabbed at the gun and tried to pull it from his grasp. They both tugged at it for a bit before I realized that I had my legs back. I looked down at the man's legs and flung mine at his, knocking him right on his ass and sending the gun dropping right next to my head. I think we all know what I did. But for the sake of sick entertainment, I'll describe. I picked up the gun quickly, aimed it right at his forehead, and as he was sitting up and reaching out to grab it from me, I blasted him right between the eyes. I saw it like it was in slow motion. The bullet pierced the skull with a sharp and quick crack and formed what resembled a sinkhole in the man's forehead. It then pulled the eyes, the top of the nose, and the beginning of his hairline down too, before it flew out of the back of his head and at the cabinets beneath my sink, taking his upper face and brain with it. It was a bloody, gory mess. That was 2 months ago. Ash later told me that the man had grabbed the barrel of the gun and forced it into my face, knocking me unconscious. I told her about my experience and how it seemed like weeks, when in reality, it was only a few seconds. I feel like I know what happened at this point. I died for a brief moment, and in the afterlife, a moment can last a month. But I jolted back to life with my efforts while dead. I can never be sure, though. I quit my job and I've been in therapy since it happened. I still can't even walk right because I'm so used to being paralyzed and chained to a wall. I'm telling this now to get my story out, because Ash told me it's quite interesting and people might like to hear it. And perhaps it'll serve as a warning to those at what lies on the other side. But it kills me knowing that I'd gone to hell and almost let my Ashlyn come with me. I slowly opened my eyes. My head was swimming, and a dull pain surrounded my throat. I was thirsty. That was the first thing I noticed. I licked my dry lips as my surroundings faded into focus. My body ached, and I realized it was because I was tightly bound to a metal chair in the middle of an empty room. The barren concrete walls were stained and dirty. The floor beneath my feet was cold and slightly wet. A single bulb lit the room, dangling from the ceiling by a string. It cast moving shadows, and I blinked back darkness. An open door stood before me, but I couldn't see anything but the wall of a hallway. I tried to clear my head, tried to remember how I got here. I squeezed my eyes shut and forced myself not to panic. I slowed my breathing and focused my thoughts, desperately trying to summon some recollection of why I was here. I couldn't remember anything. I opened my eyes and exhaled, my parched throat throbbing. I could hear sound echoing off the hallway walls outside the door. Screaming, clanging, howling, all very distant, but that did nothing to calm my nerves. "Hello?" I cried, the word tearing at my vocal cords. I felt my chest hitch in pain, but I cleared my throat and yelled again. "Is anyone there? Hello?" The dark hallway remained silent except for the constant echoes. I shut my mouth and tried to wriggle free of my bindings, but the rope was knotted impossibly tight. I fought back against my imagination as it flooded my mind with horrific scenarios of what awaited me. If only I could remember. Footsteps suddenly erupted from outside the door, a rapid patter of small feet. My hopes rose and I trained my attention on the door, praying it was help. A young boy ran into the room, dressed in a red onesie, complete with padded feet. Stretched over his face was a plastic devil mask. The eye holes revealed massive blue eyes that greeted me curiously. Taken aback, I opened my mouth to speak, but that's when I noticed something was off. His eyes were huge, impossibly round and bulging from their sockets. It sent a shiver of unease down my spine, but I shook it off. This child might be able to free me. "Hey," I hissed urgently. "Hey, kid, can you get me out of here?" The boy took a step closer, cocking his head but remaining silent. I rattled my bound arms against the chair. "Cut me free, please. I shouldn't be here. This is some kind of mistake." The boy eyed me behind his strange mask and stopped directly in front of me. He leaned in close and whispered, his voice like wet silk. "You did a bad thing." Confused, I shook my head. No, this is a mistake. I didn't do anything." The boy's enormous blue eyes suddenly filled with sadness. "Oh, you did a really, really bad thing." I shook my head again violently. "No, I'm sorry. I don't remember. Just please get me out of this chair." Before either of us could speak again, a man came charging into the room. He was overweight and dressed in overalls, his grizzled face twisted in seething anger. He was holding a sawed-off shotgun in his arms. "I didn't do anything," I cried as he advanced on us, my voice cracking. I'm not supposed to be here." The big man ignored me and instead grabbed the kid and shoved him hard against the wall. The boy grunted as his back struck the concrete, and his eyes rose to meet the grizzled man's. Wordlessly, the man raised his shotgun, placed it against the boy's forehead, and blew his head clean off. Chunks of gore splattered the wall. A shock slugged me in the stomach like an iron fist. My ears rang and time seemed to slow as I watched in horror as the headless body crumpled to the ground. My breath rushed back into my lungs and time seemed to readjust. "Jesus Christ!" I screamed, straining against the ropes, my eyes bulging in horrific shock. "What the hell?" The man ignored my screams as he bent down and picked up the boy. He slung the rooming corpse over his shoulder and walked out the doorway. The hallway erupted with malicious laughter, a chorus of echoes all howling in glee. I shut my eyes, the noise deafening, as absolute terror filled my every pore. After a few moments, the laughter faded, and I cautiously opened my eyes, unable to believe what I had just witnessed. "Hello." I jumped as I realized there was another man standing before me. He was dressed in a simple, white button-down shirt and jeans. His brown hair was cut short, and he appeared to be in his early 30s. His green eyes were dull and lifeless, his full lips pulled down at the corners. "What's going on? Where am I?" I cried, new fear pooling in my stomach like hot blood. The man crossed his arms. "So you're the new one, huh?" He shook his head. "You people disgust me." Questions bubbled on my lips, but he waved them off with a sharp chop of his hand, slicing the air and demanding my silence. He ran his tongue over his teeth, sneering. "You look like you've already seen some of the horrors this place holds, huh? Yeah, I can tell by the look in your eyes. You're terrified. You've seen something, haven't you? It doesn't seem all that bad now, does it, looking back? You've been here 5 minutes, and you're already shitting your pants." "Where am I?" I gasped, unable to hold back any longer. "What do you people want?" The man crossed his arms behind his back. "I bet you want to get out of here, don't you? I bet you'd like to go to your home, your family, everything." "Please, whatever I did to you, I'm sorry, I really am, but I don't remember." The man rolled his eyes. "You didn't do anything to me. You did it to yourself. You really don't remember anything?" I shook my head and felt tears brimming in my eyes. Liquid fear. The man looked at me with contempt. "You waited until your wife left for work, and then you went out to the woodshed and hung yourself. You're dead." The recent memory rose in my mind like a monster from a bog. My eyes went wide. As much as I wanted to deny it, he was right. I had killed myself. The incident tore through my brain like a bullet train and left me reeling. "I'm Danny, by the way," the man said, ignoring the shocked look on my face. "And I'm number 2 around here. I run the orientation process. I want to make this quick because I'm tired of repeating this to you fucking pathetic suicidals. You get one question before I begin." He stared down at me and I scrambled to organize my thoughts into something cohesive. This was all horrifying. Why had I killed myself? I fought against the fog and panic, and the mist of confusion slowly began to lift. I had just lost my job. Yeah, that was the start. I squeezed my eyes shut and forced more of the memory to emerge. I had lost my job and I was about to lose the house. My wife, Tess, she found out and was going to leave me. I didn't have any way out, didn't have any options. Getting fired had come out of the blue and I didn't have much in savings. I was broke, soon to be homeless, and my wife hated me for it. There was something else. Yeah, that's right. She had been cheating on me. I had seen texts on her phone while she slept one night and confirmed my suspicions. My life had degraded to shit, and I had run out of options. humiliated and ashamed. I decided death was my only way out. "Hey, asshole, do you have a question or not?" Danny said, snapping his fingers in front of my face. I was sucked back into reality, and I asked the only question that mattered. "Is this hell?" Danny snorted. "It's always what you people ask." He began to pace back and forth in front of me. "No, this isn't hell. It ain't heaven either. This is the Black Farm. And no, I didn't name it that. This is where God sends the souls of those who have ended their own life. The suicidals. You see, he doesn't really know what to do with you, and neither does the devil. There are genuinely good people who kill themselves. It seems cruel to banish them to hell for all eternity for a moment of weakness, right? Personally, I think God and the devil were just tired of arguing about it, and so they send them here, to the Black Farm." Did God create this place?" I asked, growing more and more confused. Danny spit on the floor, chuckling. "Sure, at some point, but he lost control of it when he put the pig in charge." "What's the pig?" I asked, unsure I wanted to know the answer. Danny held up a hand, annoyed. "Can I finish? God created this place eons ago and put the pig in charge and then forgot about it for a while. Well, when his back was turned, the pig decided to use his new powers to try and create his own little world. This mess you see around you is the fractured remains of that experiment. The Black Farm used to be a lot nicer, but the pig wanted things to be different. He wanted to create his own vision. The people you see, these monsters, they are the pig's attempts at creating functioning life. Instead of mirroring God's earth, these mutated, horrible creations are full of sin and hatred. They run rampant here, unabashed. This place is chaos. The Black Farm is a circus of freaks and monsters. And it's your eternity." Fear boiled in my gut like thick oil. No, this couldn't be my end. I didn't believe in stuff like this. This wasn't real. I would wake up soon and realize I was just having a nightmare. That had to be it. Danny stood before me and lightly slapped my face. Hey, don't go into hysterics on me. I haven't even finished yet." I raised my teary eyes to meet his. Danny smiled. "You can always feed the pig." My breath pushed from my lungs like burning steam. What does that mean?" Danny spread his hands, still smiling. "It's as simple as that. Feed the pig. If you do so, there's a chance he'll send you back to your life." And what happens if it doesn't?" "You get sent to hell. So flip a coin if you have one. Stay here with us, or feed the pig. If you choose to stay, I'll let you go. I'll let you go out there," he said, pointing towards the door. "But let me assure you, what awaits you at the end of the hallway, well, let's just say hell isn't that much worse." I swallowed hard, trying my best to digest everything. Why wouldn't I try feeding the pig? Whatever that meant. If there was even a sliver of hope, I would take it. An eternity in this place, the Black Farm, be sent to hell, or feed the pig. I would do anything for a chance to go back. This nightmare made my problem seem like nothing in comparison. Danny raised a hand before I could speak. "I'll let you think on it a while. I'll be back later." I want to feed the pig," I cried, not wanting to spend another second in this awful room. I could hear a woman screaming down the hallway, her cries rising as something meaty pounded into her. My breath came in sharp pulls and my throat burned. Danny noticed the noise and grinned. "Sounds pretty bad, huh?" he said as the woman's voice creaked with agony. Something was still slamming into her, the sound of beaten flesh igniting my imagination with horrors. Please, just let me feed the pig. I don't want to stay here any longer. Then he turned away from me. I'll be back later. Enjoy your time alone. Really think about your situation. Weigh your options. And remember, you put yourself here. And with that, he was gone, leaving me in the dim room. Tears streamed down my face, and the woman... The woman didn't stop screaming for hours. At some point, I fell into a semi-sleep. The darkness in the room seemed to press in on me and my eyes fluttered shut. My body ached and my throat was a halo of fire. Thirst raked at my windpipe like sharp glass. My lips felt like crumpled paper. My head thundered like a drum. The room swam in and out of focus and my mind drifted towards the horrific sounds that never ended. I was lost in a haze, unaware that something was sliding into the room until I felt a sharp prick on my big toe. I screamed and tried to move, but my bindings held me tight. The room rushed back into focus and I blinked in agony as I felt blood trickle between my toes. I looked down for the source of pain, and I felt a scream claw at my throat. Staring up at me was an armless man. He slithered on the floor like a worm, his bald head scabbed and filthy. His legs were wrapped together in barbed wire, forcing him to wriggle his body to move. His eyes were lidless and wide, two bloodshot white orbs that stared up at me with hungry intensity. His teeth had been removed and replaced with long screws, which jutted from his bleeding gums like a broken rock formation. Around his neck was a chain leash, which I followed across the floor to the open door. The end of the leash was held by a tall, naked man. His body was hairless and flabby, covered in similar scabs like his pet. A dirty bag was pulled over his head that hid his features except for a single red eye that peeked out at me from a crude cut in the cloth. He stared at me and groped his engorged member, his breath heavy and labored. As the armless man wriggled towards me again, his master started to pleasure himself. I screamed as the screw-filled mouth man bit at me again, and my cries seemed to stimulate the naked man even more. Get off of me! Stop it! I screamed, horrified. I tried to kick at the man, doing my best to avoid his sharp metal teeth. I brought my heel down onto his head and he screamed as his face bounced off of the floor. A moan of pleasure escaped the bagman's mouth, and I turned away as a mist of black sprayed out onto the floor. There was a rattle of chains and I turned back to see the two of them leaving, the armless man dragged by his neck out the door. I looked at where the bagged man had finished and saw a puddle of dead ants. I vomited onto myself, thick, chunky curtains of bile and slime. Get me out of here, I screamed, strands of puke running down my chin. I don't belong here. I listened to the two men retreat down the hallway, the clink of chains accompanied by the sound of flesh being dragged across the concrete. I screamed again, but I knew no one was going to help me. I spat a wad of phlegm and bile onto the floor, ridding my mouth of its sourness. I forced myself to calm down. It wasn't easy. After some time, I heard someone else approaching. I had been in a miserable lull, my mind a blank canvas of dark despair, but the noise roused me from my trance-like state. The muscles in my arms burned from being restrained for so long, and I shifted them desperately, trying my best to prepare myself for whatever horror was about to walk through the door. The footsteps drew closer, and then a woman walked into the room. She stopped at the doorway and looked at me. One of her eyes was missing, a dark, cavernous hole in her skull. Her hair was ratty and wild, a brown tangle like a forgotten nest. Her skin was pale and filthy, and she dressed in rags. I couldn't tell how old she was, but there was maturity in her one good eye. "Still thinking?" she asked, her voice coarse and brittle. "What?" She took a step closer. "Are you still deciding whether you're going to feed the pig or not?" I looked at her cautiously. "Yeah, I am. Who are you? What do you want?" "I was once where you are now," she said, "trying to decide my fate. I couldn't believe that this is what happened. What happened after we die? It wasn't what I was taught. Religion didn't warn me about this place." I tested my bindings again before asking, "You killed yourself too? You're a person like me? You're not one of those creations?" She snorted. "Breaks my heart you have to ask." She touched the hole where her eye should have been. "Though I can understand your caution. Yeah, I'm a suicidal. I've been here a long, long time. But that was my choice. I decided to chance it here." I motioned with my head towards the door. "What's out there? What is all this?" She exhaled heavily and leaned against the wall. "I can't even begin to describe this place. It's like nothing you've ever seen. You walk down that hallway and go out into it and... well, you'd have to see it to understand." "How bad is it? Why are all these mutated people hurting and killing each other?" She let her head loll back against the wall. "It would take years for you to fully understand this place. Years you don't have. Right now, you have to make a decision. Stay or feed the pig. They tell me hell is worse than here, but it can't be by much. Monsters and suicidals roam the Black Farm, killing, raping, brutalizing. And then you wake up and wonder how long you can survive before something else kills you. It's an endless cycle. So, why did you stay? Why didn't you feed the pig? I don't even know what that means, but I would do anything for a chance to go back. I can't stay here. I just can't." She smiled sadly at me. "Why? Why did I choose this? It's simple, really. I'm a coward. I was a coward when I was alive, and I'm a coward in death. When it came down to it, when the moment presented itself, I chose to stay here. I didn't know what awaited me outside. It boiled down to a simple choice fueled by my own fear. What is the pig? What does it do to you?" She suddenly turned to go. "I'm afraid that's for you to find out. But let me warn you. Think hard before you make a decision. Sometimes suffering through your fear is better than suffering for eternity. Be brave." "What do I do?" I yelled, shaking in my chair as she walked out the door. She paused and took one last look over her shoulder. Her eyes darted around and she dropped her voice to a whisper. "Feed the pig." And with that, she was gone. I sat in silence once again. My mind was spinning, desperately turning over my options. I still couldn't fully understand the situation I was in. It was too much, too overwhelming. The other side of death wasn't supposed to be like this. I didn't know what I'd expected, but it wasn't this nightmare. Questions crashed over my mind like cold waves onto a sinking ship. How was I supposed to make a choice when I didn't even know what my actions entailed? This place, the Black Farm, I couldn't stay here. But what if I went to hell? What if I didn't get sent back? I would be out of the fire and into the frying pan. My existence would forever be damned to unending misery. Here, though, there were people like me, suicidals. It wasn't all monsters and mutilated murderers. Maybe I could hole up somewhere with them and try to scrape together a passable existence. Surely that would be better than getting sent to hell. No, this wasn't going to be how I spent my eternity. I refused to let it be. If there was even the slightest sliver of hope, I would take it. I didn't want to wonder what could have been. I didn't want to be tormented by doubt. I would feed the pig and accept whatever fate chose for me. When I boiled it down, that was the only option left. I would feed the pig. Hey, Danny, I yelled, rattling in my chair. I've made my decision. Danny! After a couple of seconds, I heard footsteps echo down the hall towards me. Danny walked through the doorway, an annoyed look on his face. I've made my choice. I'm going to feed the pig. Sounds like you really thought a lot about it since I left you, Danny said sarcastically. I licked my lips. You'd do the same thing if you were in my place. Danny walked behind me. I was in your place once, and I chose differently. My eyes widened, and then Danny wrapped my entire head with a strip of thin cloth, blinding me. I sucked in as much air as I could, but each lungful felt empty. I felt Danny cut me free from the chair, and my body sighed as my stiff muscles were released. I rolled my shoulders as my hands were released, and I moaned with relief. I dug my fingers into my back and I stretched, my bones creaking. Keep your blindfold on and follow me, Danny said, pulling me up. My legs shook as I put weight on them, my thighs trembling after their long cemented position. I groped blindly in front of me and found Danny's shoulder. I rested my hand on it as he walked us out of the room. As we entered the hallway, I could suddenly hear sounds I hadn't heard before. The clank of metal, a long, fleshy tearing noise, something vomiting. These sounds sprang to life in my ears, and painting the darkness before my eyes with imaginary scenes of horror. I gripped Danny's shoulder tighter, stumbling behind him, my heart thundering. I heard something trailing behind us, but Danny didn't seem to notice. Or if he did, he didn't care. Flesh slapped the concrete mere inches behind me, and I suddenly felt hot breath on my neck and the click of a wet tongue against gums. My breathing became even more labored as fear choked me. Going to feed the piggy, are ya? Something whispered in my ear. I felt something press against the back of my head, and I tried not to think about what it might be. It was wet and slimy, and I heard the thing chuckle. He's on hungry, piggy. You make sure he gets his meal now. The thing whispered again, its voice low and unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It was like a series of grunts and moans jumbled together to form broken words. And to my relief, I heard the thing retreat back to wherever it had come from, and I continued to follow Danny. He remained silent as we walked, and I could feel shifts in the air. The thick heat gave way to a cooler, almost pleasant temperature, but then it kept decreasing, and soon I was shivering violently against the cold. I couldn't see anything, but I felt a breeze on my face, like we were outside. I didn't hear Danny open any doors, but nothing about this place was natural. It was like reality blurred and bled into itself, like reels of film melting together. And teeth chattering, I was suddenly blasted with intense heat and I gasped. My feet tripped over themselves as the terrain changed and I was suddenly walking on what felt like warm iron. My ears were filled with the sound of blazing furnaces and the clash of working machinery. I couldn't see it, but I felt like there was a vast open expanse overhead. I smelled ash and tasted dirt on my tongue, sweat already forming along my spine. I crashed into Danny as he came to a halt. I backed up a few paces quickly and muttered my apologies. I could hear movement in front of us. A rustle of chains and an odd clicking sound on the metal floor. Something else, too. Something snorting. And then the room filled with the deafening sound of an immense pig squealing. I covered my ears, head splitting at the high-pitched wail. I grit my teeth as the noise echoed off the metal and faded into a series of snorts and grunts. It sounded absolutely enormous. "I've brought another one," Denny announced, a slight tinge of respect lining his voice. "He wants to feed the pig." I waited, expecting to hear some answer, the cloth around my eyes sealing my sight to darkness. I realized my knees were shaking and my back was coated in sweat. I was terrified. "If that is what you wish," Danny said, and I felt him bow under my hand. Apparently some unseen conversation had just happened, and Danny took my wrist and pushed me forward. "Approach the pig," he instructed. My whole body trembled and my knees locked into place. Robbed from sight, I raised my hands, trying to get my bearings, the heat and ash filling my head with nausea. I felt like I was going to throw up, my stomach rolling like a dead sea. I didn't know where I was or what horror lay before me. I felt lost and tiny, a fresh splash of tears dripping from my eyes and soaking into the cloth around my face. "Please, let me see what's happening," I begged. Danny was suddenly behind me and pushing me forward. He guided my hands towards something as we stepped together in unison. Even with the cloth around my face, I could see a giant mass of towering darkness before me. It was a spot of black on an already darkened canvas. As we walked forward, I was suddenly assaulted by a horrendous smell and I gagged, turning away. Danny's grip tightened and forced me to continue. I could sense something just in front of me, a living, shifting mass of flesh. The smell increased to a wretched level and I gagged again. Then hot air was being blown on my face, a blast of heat that came in repeated short bursts. I vomited into my cloth, the source of the smell stemming from the hot air. I choked as the bile gushed over the fabric, soaking it and momentarily cutting off my oxygen. Danny slapped my hands away and I took a few seconds to steady my breathing. I was openly crying now, fear and misery collapsing my willpower. The wet cloth stunk and I sucked in soggy breaths. My own stomach acid coated my skin and I begged for all of this to be over. And then something squealed directly in front of me. I felt my bladder go. I was standing before the pig. It was the source of darkness in my obscured vision. A fat, titanic creature that filled my senses with every breath it blew onto my face. Danny raised my hands and suddenly I was touching the pig's snout. I recoiled immediately, but Danny forced my hands back. Its fur was stiff and brittle, and as my shaking hands explored up its nose, the size of the animal became clear to me. It was gigantic. This thing had to be near the size of a bus. Its flesh wiggled under my sweating hands and it opened its mouth slightly. My fingers curled around teeth the size of kitchen knives, and I realized its mouth was absolutely cavernous. The pig squealed again, and I heard its hooves clack against the ground. It sounded like thunder rolling across an open field in the middle of summer. "Take this blindfold off, please," I begged, my legs turning to jelly. Danny had taken a few steps back and I heard reverence in his voice. "You don't want to do that." I jumped as the pig nudged me with its nose, the wet circle of flesh squishing against the length of my face. I shuddered away, raising my hands and emitting a cry of fear. "Feed the pig," Danny instructed, his voice like cold steel now. "You made your choice. Now live with it. It's the only chance you have of going back. Or maybe the pig won't like how you taste and send you to hell. Only one way to find out." My eyes widened behind the vomit-soaked cloth. won't like how I taste? Climb into its mouth. My bladder let go again and I felt warm piss run down my leg. No, you can't mean. Danny's voice hardened. Climb into its mouth and don't stop crawling forward until it's done with you. Please, I begged, turning towards Danny's voice, reaching out blindly. Please, there has to be some other way. Don't make me do this. I was a mess of snot and tears, my words bumbling from my mouth like a toddler. Danny stepped forward and spun me back to face the pig. Do it. You made your choice. It'll all be over soon. This is your only chance. I could feel the pig breathing onto my face, its snout mere inches from mine. The smell and heat it emitted made me want to vomit again, but I held it back. This was insane. This wasn't happening. My mind spun and twisted in chaos and fear. There had to be some other way. I couldn't do this. I could not do this. Suddenly I remembered the words of the woman. Sometimes suffering through your fear is better than suffering for eternity. Be brave. This was my only chance to get back to the world of the living. I had made such a terrible mistake in taking my own life. If I could go back and change my life, I wouldn't have to spend eternity here. I could change my ways, ensure a spot somewhere else. Somewhere away from the pig. But what if it decided to send me to hell? How much more suffering could I endure? I had to take the chance. Please, God, I whispered, taking a step forward. If you can hear me, please, have mercy on me. My shaking hands reached out for the pig, and I grasped its thick fur. I felt it slowly lower its head and open its mouth. It was waiting for me, its thick, hot breath stinking in my nose. This was it. No turning back now. I slowly gripped its teeth and pulled myself forward into its jaws. Its head was at a downward angle, and so I immediately fell onto my stomach. Its wet tongue squished under me, and I was shaking so hard I could barely breathe. Tears soaked my blindfold, and my heart crunched against my ribs. I slowly reached forward and found another tooth to grab onto. Gritting my teeth, I pulled my body inward past my knees. The pig raised its head, and I was suddenly completely horizontal on its tongue. Saliva and mucus dripped around me, and the heat was so intense I almost blacked out. My knees clacked against its front teeth as I pulled myself even deeper. Its inner cheeks pressed in around me, squeezing my body like a soaking, fleshy coffin. Crying and terrified, I reached ahead of me and found more teeth. I pulled myself deeper into its mouth, and I felt my feet slide past its lips. My whole body was coated in slime, and I openly wept, grasping in the darkness for another tooth. And that's when the pig started to chew on me. I screamed in crushing agony as my body was compressed between its massive teeth. I heard my legs snap instantly and felt wet bone pop from my skin. I shook violently as my body spasmed in shock, a mangled twist of blood and pain. Its tongue shifted me in its mouth, and I felt it bite down on my shoulder. My eyes bulged from their sockets as I howled, a hot pillar crunching down on my collarbone. I threw up violently, unable to control myself, the pain overwhelming. Keep crawling. Screaming, bloodshot eyes rolling wildly, I reached forward with my good arm, wetly searching for another tooth. I grit my teeth, blood squirting between them, as my fingers wrapped around something solid. The pig bit down again, its tongue twisting my body so its molars could snap down on my knees. The pain brought darkness, but my howling screams forced my eyes to remain open. Jesus, make it stop, I bellowed, my trembling hand still gripping the tooth ahead of me. Please,
Make it stop. I ground my teeth together so hard they cracked, screaming as I slowly pulled my body deeper into the mouth. Something was changing. The tight walls of its throat squeezed my head and I realized I was almost through. "Come on, you son of a bitch, come on," I begged, my vocal cords cracking. I reached ahead of me and grabbed onto a thick wad of flesh. My head felt like it was splitting and the pig bit down on me again. I gasped, blood exploding from my mouth in a great gush of red. It had pierced through my stomach, obliterating my insides like bloated noodles. Darkness rushed in on me and I was in too much shock to even scream. With the last of my strength, right as the blackness took me, I pulled myself forward one last time and felt myself slide down its throat. Darkness. Falling, screaming. I was screaming. Heat so intense I thought I would melt. Clanging, something was hammering on metal. Colors and images flew past me so quickly I could only make out their shape. Blood poured into my eyes. I felt like I would keep falling forever. And then my eyes snapped open and I was falling, my breath rushing back into my lungs in a great wave of purity. My face bounced off a wood floor and I cried as I felt my nose break. I tasted blood and saw stars. I had stopped falling. There was a ring of burning fire around my throat and I felt impossibly thirsty. I was lying on the floor. I slowly opened my eyes again and the darkness began to fade like morning mist under a hot sun. Colors blended together and shapes came into focus. I was in my woodshed. I reached up around my throat and grasped at the source of heat. It was the rope I had hung myself with. But now it was severed, releasing me from the grip of death. Relief rolled over me in overwhelming waves of thanks. I curled up on the floor and sobbed, tears dripping from my eyes onto the dirty floor. My body shook, unbroken as I wept, wet hoarse cries rising from my quivering lips. I had been spared. I was alive again. From my spot on the floor, I turned my eyes upward, my voice cracking. "Thank you, God. Oh, thank you." I fell into another fit of uncontrollable sobbing. "I promise I won't waste my life again. I promise I'll make things right. I'll fix everything." I don't know how long it was before I got up. Time seemed to stretch for eternity. My mind refused to rebuild, the horrors of what I had just witnessed crushing me. But I knew I would do everything I could to make the most out of my life. I was going to live every day to the fullest. I would devote myself to helping others in dark times. I would reach out to as many suicidals as I could and try to save them from what awaited on the other side. I don't want anyone else to have to witness the horrors of suicide. I didn't want anyone else to have to feed the pig. Hell is worse than you think. Trust me. I know this sounds odd. I mean, the idea of an eternal hell being ripped apart over and over by demons sounds horrific. But that image is just stereotypical. Believe me, it can be a lot worse than simply dealing with a whole lot of pain. Don't get me wrong, that version of hell is horrific too. But I'd gladly swap that eternity with mine. You see, hell is personalized to you. Hell delves into your thoughts and unlocks your deepest and darkest fears, your flaws, your nightmares. It turns these into reality, the most horrific and twisted kind of reality you could imagine. You relive this reality over and over and over. I'm going to describe my own version of hell to you, seeing as though I cannot know for sure what others have experienced.
Throughout my life, I was a criminal. I've robbed many banks in my time. I've even murdered a few people in the process. Not that I wanted to. They simply got in the way. There was something about stealing that gave me a burst of adrenaline, and this adrenaline felt good. It made me feel alive, unstoppable almost. Even as a child, I have vague memories of stealing sweets from my local convenience store, pocketing them and quietly sneaking out, smiling to myself. Back then, I was never detected. Even in my adulthood, I managed to slip away from the police quite a few times. My luck ran out, though, at the age of 45. I was caught and arrested, imprisoned for 20 years, not only for robbing banks, but for the murders as well. I was just glad it wasn't a life sentence. 20 years is bad, but at this point I had known something was going to catch me eventually. The stealing was an addiction. Even with the knowledge that I would be caught sooner or later, I simply couldn't bring myself to stop. It was as if I had already accepted the fact that I had used up my life in this way. There was nothing I could do now to change it. Prison was a horrible experience. I aged into an old man. My outlook on the world seemed to change as I watched the sun set every day through those dull gray bars. Stealing slowly became pointless to me. The idea of robbing now didn't appeal to me at all. Even though I had now, in a way, changed as a person, the damage had already been done. A lifetime of stealing and killing could not go unnoticed. Somewhere down south, a special someone had made a note of my name, had smiled an evil smile, and doomed me to an eternity of torture. Back in real life, the thought of hell was never on my mind. The principal reason for this, of course, would be that I was an atheist. Why would I have been afraid of something I didn't believe in? That was ludicrous. Anyway, the story continues when I was finally released from prison. I had never attained a wife during my life. I had a couple girlfriends as a young man, but I suppose a criminal lifestyle didn't appeal to many women, at least back then, or for me. I died as an old man in a rocking chair, alone by the fire. So that was my life, my quick, pointless life. After being here for an eternity, any life becomes meaningless eventually. I've been here so long, I'm surprised I can still remember it. Perhaps I'm being forced to recall it every day. A little extra torment on top of the torture, knowing that I am now powerless to change my mistakes. Now, however, my life has become almost non-existent, a brief flash in my memories. I'll always feel the regret, though, the overwhelming feeling of regret that consumes my mind, wishing with all my being that I could have been a better man. But there's no going back now. Something I haven't mentioned yet is I'm a vegetarian. Sounds odd, doesn't it, when you think about it? This hard-murdering back robber disliked eating meat, disliked hurting animals. This is what my personalized hell endorsed. This is the weakness that it plucked out of my head when I entered. It used my vegetarian nature as my personal torture device, something to torment me with for an eternity. So, I will now describe exactly what happened when I closed my eyes for that final time. Exactly what happened when I lay back in my rocking chair by the fire as a used-up old man and closed my eyes forever. I awoke. I opened my eyes. I breathed in the air. The first thing I noticed was that I felt healthier than I had been in years. I felt like a young man again, with new vigor and energy. Sure enough, As I had looked down and examined my hands, I noticed that my wrinkles, arthritis, everything, had simply gone. At first I had been overjoyed, yelping with happiness and punching the air. I believed that I was in heaven. I had felt better than I had in years, overwhelmed with a feeling of happiness. This temporary feeling subsided slightly when I realized where I was standing. I was in a room, a dark room with bluish walls. The floor and ceiling bore the same characteristics. Dark, cracked brick which lacked windows, doors, or anything. There weren't any lights either, which caught me as odd, seeing as though I could see quite easily, despite being confined in such a sheltered room. Hello? I asked out. It was then that I noticed the deafening silence, a concrete quiet that made my ears ring. After a while, I began to feel ill, started contemplating all the possible places I could be. Was this heaven? Was this a temporary holding place? Was this hell? I tried to keep myself occupied by feeling along the walls, looking for any sign of a way out. Doing nothing in an empty room would soon have driven me to insanity. Meal 1, a voice rang out, making me jump. It was a low, monotonous voice of a man. It echoed around the empty room. Hello? I said in response, hoping that perhaps someone had come to collect me, hoping that someone had perhaps arrived to take me away from this claustrophobic place. I was wrong, however, for no one appeared. A door didn't open. No angel came in with a smile to greet me. Instead, a metal platter appeared in the middle of the room. On it, a piece of cooked meat. A sickness settled in my stomach as I crept over to the plate. It looked like lamb. It was at this point that I hoped I was dreaming. I hoped that I was still an old man in my rocking chair, that I had perhaps simply drifted off to sleep by the fire and was having some sort of vivid nightmare. A very, very vivid nightmare. I don't eat meat, I whimpered. I was a vegetarian, after all. The idea of eating meat was disgusting. Not only the fact that it came from an animal, but also the taste. There was something about it that had just never appealed to me. Something about the idea that an animal was killed to provide me with the meal, that I was chewing on its insides, its muscle. Muscle that was perhaps used by the animal several weeks earlier to potter around a field chewing on grass. Without warning, I suddenly fell to my hands and knees in front of the plate. This shocked me. It had felt like I had lost all control of my body, as if something was driving me. So, unable to stop, my hands reached forward and plucked the lamb off the plate. I tried desperately to resist, but my hand stuffed the meat into my mouth. My mouth then started chewing as if by itself. I choked several times, reeling from the taste I had always been disgusted by. My throat swallowed the dry lamb and I coughed several times, choking on its dry texture. After it was one with my body, I was released from control and I fell backwards onto the cold ground. The platter that held the meat seemed to melt away into the deep cracks of the floor, trickling away like water. "What is this?" I shouted. My protest was met with 2 words from the deep-voiced man. Meal 2. I watched the ground in front of me with hushed trepidation. What would appear there? More meat? No, it was worse. After several moments, a small bird appeared, a small robin with closer inspection. It flapped its wings but remained standing, looking at me with its black, beady eyes. "No!" I screamed. I stood up and ran to the wall, pressing my back against it. "No, this can't be happening." The small robin simply stared at me, making no effort to fly away. For a fleeting moment, the little bird seemed to look malicious, evil almost. as if the bird was in on all of this nightmare, knowing what was happening to me. It took me a while to notice that my body was moving on its own again. I had pulled myself away from the wall and was now taking a step towards the bird. I squinted my eyes shut, hoping somehow that I would wake, hoping that this was indeed just a horrifically vivid dream. My eyes were suddenly wrenched open again by some invisible force. I had no control, and I couldn't do anything to stop what happened next. My hand reached forward and picked the robin up. It struggled in my hand, flapped its wings frantically. Unable to stop, my hand slowly moved towards my mouth. The head of the robin slid between my teeth. I could feel its beak tapping against them, pecking my gums. Without warning, my jaw clenched shut with supernatural force, and the little bird was killed instantly, its neck broken. The blood from its neck oozed into my mouth, the copper taste covering my tongue. I gagged several times, and then my hand proceeded to force the rest of the bird into my mouth, causing me to choke. I began chewing, and the bird crunched as I did. Blood oozed from my lips and trickled down my chin, soaking into the top of my shirt. Chewing through the feathers was tough. They became stuck between my teeth. When my throat had swallowed the robin, the control was released from me yet again, and I collapsed to the ground moaning. It was at this point that I began to cry. Sobbing loudly, a grown man reduced to tears. I retched a couple of times and vomited onto the ground, coughed and choked. I was a mess, and it was only meal 2. Meal 3, the man's voice rang out once again. I refused to look at what had appeared in the middle of the room. I closed my eyes. By now, I realized I was in hell, or something similar. At this point, I didn't want to be conscious. I didn't want to be here. I desired to simply cease to exist. An eternity of nothingness was heaven in comparison to this. Desperate, I covered my eyes with my hands and adopted a fetal position, hoping that somehow I'd be taken away from here, hoping that I'd simply lose consciousness. It was then that I heard it. A bleeding noise. I knew without looking that there was a lamb standing in the middle of the room. I screamed. I screamed wordlessly, mindlessly, crazily. I had been in this place for what, 10 minutes? I was already bordering on delirium. But there was something inside me that kept me awake, and kept me from feeling tired, passing out, dying, going insane. This was the same force that was now making me walk towards the lamb. It was keeping me grounded in the room, and it didn't want me to escape, physically or mentally. I dropped to my knees in front of the animal. My hand slowly reached out and grabbed it around the middle. I brought it up to my face and my teeth plunged into its neck. I must have severed an artery because blood began pumping into my mouth. The lamb bleated frantically, kicking its legs. My arms kept it in place, though, and I drank its blood like a carnivore, being forced to guzzle it. I kept wanting to lose myself to insanity, to get away from this, but something kept bringing me back again and again. Every time I teetered on the brink of fainting, something suddenly snatched me back to my senses, back into the room where I was forced to experience the torture. My teeth began chewing through its neck, and the lamb quieted down. It was finally dead. My body forced me to eat the lamb whole, crunching through its bones. My teeth were chipped and splintered in the process, my gums bleeding. Throughout all of this, I kept throwing up, vomiting all over the half-eaten lamb. But I was unable to stop. I simply began eating the vomit-drenched carcass, and this in turn made me vomit even more. I didn't even know where all the vomit was coming from, perhaps somehow replenishing itself from the power of hell. Throughout this ordeal, I had been crying the entire time, sobbing. By the time I was finished and released from the control, I slumped backwards onto the floor, moaning like an animal. Moaning in pain, in pure misery. I was covered in blood and bits of bone. Some entrails covered the ground, and the stench was horrible, making me gag. I dragged myself away from the pool of blood to one side of the room and leaned my back against a wall. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry," I cried. I hoped that somehow my sins would be forgiven due to my sudden apology. That somehow whatever was holding me would become compassionate and free me from this nightmare. In all my time here, however, nothing I have ever uttered has ever been met with some sort of sympathy. The response to my pleas always consisted of two words. Two words that have now consumed my life, my thoughts, my existence. "Meal 4, the voice sounded once again. I moved my eyes over to the center of the room reluctantly. By now I was a mess of blood, vomit, tears, and saliva. My teeth were broken and cracked. My gums were torn apart and bleeding. I glanced at what now occupied the center of the room. What I saw, it made me burst into sobs, into misery-filled sobs. And then I started screaming insanely, for what now occupied the center of the room was a human being. An adult man, but not any adult man. It was an exact copy of myself, grinning evilly in my direction, and as I pulled myself up from the wall and slowly approached him for my next meal, my teeth plunged into his shoulder. The man let out a deep, long laugh. Hell is worse than you think. I sat on my hard, worn-out couch, chain-smoking as I stared at the constant black and white static showing on my ancient television set. I'm so tired, but I can't sleep. I can't remember when I was last able to rest, let alone feel safe or secure in my home. I'm so bored that I hope that something, anything, will happen. But at the same time, I'm conflicted. Because I know what occurs in this cursed building, and all the fear and chaos that comes with it. But even if I'm experiencing pure terror pulsating through my veins, then at least I'm feeling something. The noise had stopped at least. The constant banging and scratching on the walls and disembodied voices emanating from the walkways outside of my door. These unnatural sounds are always unsettling, and they mean I'm never at ease. But somehow, the ominous silence is even worse, as I hear nothing but the buzzing static from the TV, reminding me that I'm all alone. Eventually, I dragged myself up from the couch, my old bones creaking, as I slowly walked towards the window and looked out at the empty wasteland beyond. The landscape is lifeless, a desolate hellscape going on for as far as the eye can see, and all is shrouded in darkness. It's always night here. The building is lit up by flickering strip lights in the corridors and apartments, but the only illumination outside comes from the pale orb in the black sky above. Not the sun or the moon, but something else. I can't remember when I last saw sunlight, blue skies, clouds, or any greenery whatsoever. God, I miss them all. I didn't know how lucky I was in the old world, in so many respects. I don't spend long looking out into the darkness, as I know it's dangerous to do so. Several of my neighbors have gone mad after staring into the abyss for too long, as the darkness consumes them and destroys whatever glimmer of hope they have left. And then there are the inhabitants of the outer world, the beasts that stalk the land, their hideous silhouettes barely visible under the dim light of the pale orb, although one can occasionally hear their predatory roars or banshee-like wails in the distance, carrying across the empty plains. Thankfully, the land beasts rarely approach our isolated building, and even if they did, the walls should keep them at bay. The winged beasts from above are a different matter, however. It's never seriously occurred to me to try to escape from our prison and take my chances in the desert wasteland. Oh yeah, a couple of my neighbors have attempted this, managing to force open their windows or cut through the wire mesh above the courtyard. But those few who have made it out always return, their eyes wide with terror, as they ramble incoherently about monstrosities and horrors beyond all comprehension. Those unfortunate souls will often barricade themselves inside their small apartments, sealing the doors shut and boarding up all the windows. It can be years before they emerge again, if they do at all. I continued to ponder such terrors when I was shaken back to reality by the crackling sound emanating from my walkie-talkie, my primary means of communication with our cursed community, the neighbors who are my responsibility to supervise and support. When I lifted the receiver, a dull and emotionless voice told me that the delivery of special items had arrived at the front entrance, and I must go down to sign for and collect said items. I felt relieved that at least now I have some purpose to my day, although I dread the chaos that will likely follow the distribution. Nevertheless, this is my job and responsibility, and so I took a final drag on my cigarette before descending to the ground floor. I opened the first door and came face to face with the dead eyes of the delivery man, his wrinkled face devoid of expression or compassion. I gave up trying to engage this man in conversation a long time ago. In fact, I'm not sure that the delivery man is even human. Perhaps he's nothing more than a supernatural drone worker designed for this sole purpose. Behind the unblinking delivery man is the second door, sealed tightly shut. I've never seen what lies beyond that outer door, and I have no desire to do so. Instead, my focus is on the bulky boxed items that I'll take ownership of and deliver using my trusty sack barrow trolley and our not-so-reliable old and creaky elevator. I avoided the delivery man's dead eyes as I scribbled my signature on a sheet and began shifting the containers and boxes into the lobby. I have no idea what the point of me signing my name is, and can only assume it's some kind of meaningless bureaucratic ritual designed to further sap my morale. In any event, I quickly transferred the contents into the lobby and shut the door on the zombie-like delivery man, sighing with relief as I heard him exit through the second door, returning to whatever hellscape lay beyond. The items took me some time to deliver as I brought the different size containers up one by one in the elevator. Dr. Marshall's item is always the largest, a heavy ice cooler box filled with... I dread to think. The doc will empty the cooler box and leave it outside his door for me to collect, while he does whatever he does with its contents. The other boxes vary in size and weight. I don't know what's inside the majority of them, and, once again, I'm happy to remain ignorant. I walked the balconies on each floor, looking down at the empty courtyard below and up at the black sky above, glancing warily through the wire mesh secured to the roof of our building. And carefully, I left the boxes on each and every doorstep, but I did not knock on said doors or attempt to interact with the residents inside of the apartments. I would be quite happy to avoid my neighbors for as long as possible, but know this is unlikely. As always, I feel conflicted, as I dread my interactions with the crazies and damned souls who live within this hellish complex, but at the same time, yearn for any kind of human contact. Nevertheless, I avoided the others as I finished my deliveries, then returning to my own dark and decrepit apartment alone, as the sweat poured from my skin. There are no seasons in this realm that I can tell, but the temperature is always either uncomfortably hot and humid or bitterly cold. I can only assume that these changes in climate are at the whim of whatever sadistic deity designed this hellish world. I dropped my own special item on the coffee table, a fresh carton of cigarettes that will allow me to continue my filthy habit. My wife Janet was always nagging me to quit, but in this place, chain smoking is the only stress relief I have. And besides, it's a little late for me to start worrying about lung cancer. I went straight to my small bathroom, splashing cold water on my face and enjoying some small relief. But then I glanced up and saw the red patch growing on my bathroom ceiling. Watching the slow drip of crimson liquid falling into my bathtub, I knew what it was in an instant. Blood. I suppose the natural reaction to seeing blood leaking through one's ceiling should be disgust and terror, but what I felt in that moment was angry frustration. I stormed back out of my bathroom and grabbed my walkie-talkie from the coffee table, my hand still shaking with fury as I set the frequency and made the call. "Dr. Marshall," I stated firmly down the line, barely suppressing the anger in my voice. There was a lengthy pause before I received a response, as a surprisingly meek voice broke through the static. "Yes, how can I help?" "Doctor, I need you to come down here straight away." "Oh, I see. Okay, then I'll see you shortly." 2 minutes later, Dr. Marshall was standing in my bathroom, glancing up at the bloodstain on my ceiling, with a look of mild embarrassment etched across his thin, pasty face. Dr. Marshall technically wasn't a fully qualified MD, although I understand he did attend a couple of years of medical school, where he picked up some surgical skills. He used what he'd learned to indulge his disturbing interest until the authorities caught up with him, and he ended up here. But, as they say, a leopard cannot change his spots, and this is the cause of our current predicament. Dr. Marshall isn't much to look at, being a slight figure with pale skin and a thinning hairline. He speaks in a soft and apologetic tone, and seems very unassuming and unthreatening at first glance. But of course, there is a dark side to this man that makes him very dangerous. Nevertheless, the doc knew why he was here, and so was immediately on the defensive. "Oh dear, I must apologize for this mess. All very unfortunate. I'm afraid I let my enthusiasm get the better of me. Such is the passion for my work." He smiled thinly as he glanced across me with his killer's eyes. I avoided his gaze, feeling a cold chill running through me as my discomfort lessened my anger. "Doc, we agreed that if you were to continue your experiments, you would make sure to keep the blood and the smell under control. This isn't the first incident. I have received other complaints. There was an annoyance in his voice as he answered.
Well, perhaps you can bill me for the damage.
It was a facetious question, of course. He knew very well that I had no power over him. Except for that one thing. Dr. Marshall, I said firmly, you know very well that your special deliveries come from management, and if they were made aware of these incidents, they may well reconsider this arrangement. Now, you wouldn't want that, Doc, would you? I made eye contact with the man after I finished delivering my thinly veiled threat. I instantly regretted doing so, however, as he shot me a murderous glare, and I could imagine what was going through his mind in that moment, as he was surely fantasizing about dissecting me inch by inch inside of his bathtub. But the doc was smart enough to know this wasn't possible. After a tension-filled pause, his eyes softened, and he spoke in a more conciliatory tone. I apologize profusely, sir. This won't happen again. I didn't believe him. We'd had this conversation before and no doubt would again. But right then, I wanted him out of my apartment, and so I accepted his false assurances. I went on to plaster and paint my bathroom ceiling as a temporary fix, before I sat down on my couch and waited. Although for what, I could not say. I don't know how long it was before I received the next complaint through my walkie-talkie. A noise complaint about number 13. That was Mrs. Jackson's apartment, across the walkway from mine. I groaned aloud, dreading the house call that would follow, but knowing it was necessary. Soon after I found myself in Widow Jackson's front room, sipping tea from the woman's finest china. I scanned the neatly decorated and immaculately maintained surroundings, with quirky little ornaments set upon carefully dusted shelves, alongside lovingly framed family photographs, reminders of better times. Mrs. Jackson herself sat on the chair opposite me, smiling politely as she offered me a biscuit from a neatly stacked pile on a matching plate. She's a frail woman with kind eyes and a sweet smile, but the wrinkles on her face told a story, as did the immeasurable sadness behind her gaze. Life had not been kind on Widow Jackson, and she's paid dearly for her mistakes. The cozy living room seemed warm and welcoming to the casual observer, but there were subtle signs that something wasn't right, if you knew where to look for them. At closer glance, the family portraits were disturbing. There was Mrs. Jackson, her late husband, and 3 children, except the face of the middle child had been scratched out on each and every photograph, replaced by an ominous dark circle. This was Johnny, the black sheep of the family, and the only child still with his mother. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I thought of the padlocked bedroom just yards from where we sat, and I hoped that the door was secure enough to contain the monster within. I smiled faintly after taking a sip of the sweet tea and cleared my throat before bringing up the difficult issue. "Well, Mrs. Jackson, I thank you for your hospitality as always, but I'm afraid this isn't a social call." "Oh, I see," the widow answered, her smile disappearing as her face suddenly dropped. As if on cue, Johnny began one of his furious tantrums, slamming his fists against the door and walls and screaming like a banshee. The terrible din made my head pound as Mrs. Jackson screamed out, "Johnny, we have a visitor. Behave yourself, damn you!" I could hear the anger and frustration in her voice and recognized a woman on the edge. Johnny took little notice of his mother's shouted words and continued to scream and bang with all the fury in hell until he eventually tired himself out. With peace temporarily restored, Mrs. Jackson looked up at me with tears in her eyes. I know they're a problem, Johnny's outburst, but you need to know that I'm doing my best. It's not fair on him being locked up in that room all the time." I shook my head whilst interjecting, You know we can't let him out. Not after what happened last time." My body shook as the horrifying memories came flooding back. Mrs. Jackson surely shared my trauma, as all the color suddenly drained from her face.
"Oh, no, I'm not suggesting that at all, but surely we can make some alterations to make him more comfortable. And the medicine they send for him, I keep saying the dosage is too low. Can you speak with management, sir? Can you make them listen? I know you can."
She was pleading with me, begging for my help. I felt terrible because there was nothing I could do. Management would never agree to her requests, and there was no point even asking them. Still, I couldn't bear to say no to Widow Jackson, not after everything she'd been through. "All right, I'll talk to them," I finally replied.
Thank you, sir. You're a good man,"
she answered emotionally. Suddenly, I couldn't bear to stay in that room, because I knew she was wrong. I wasn't a good man. Far from it. I made my excuses, setting down my mug and heading for the door. But to my surprise, Mrs. Jackson jumped up from her chair and placed a firm hand on my arm as she stopped me from leaving. I turned to face the woman, seeing her eyes now filled with an uncharacteristic intensity. She spoke to me like she'd never done before, as the raw emotion seeped through in her words.
"They say he's a monster, and I know he's done terrible things. God, I know that better than anyone. But he's my son, my baby boy. I can't turn my back on him, not ever. Johnny's all I've got left, and I've got to protect him. You understand, don't you, sir?"
I felt the tears welling up in my eyes, her words having struck me like a fist to the stomach. I broke free from her grasp, muttering something incoherent before darting to the front door. And as I ran out, I heard Johnny begin yet another furious tantrum, screaming and banging as his mother pleaded for him to stop. I couldn't deal with this, instead fleeing like a coward as I retreated to the relative sanctuary of my own apartment. I dwelt on the encounter with Widow Jackson for some time after, her words repeating in my head as I experienced intense feelings of pain and guilt. Did she know what I'd done? Was she privy to the terrible secret I carried in my broken heart? I suppose none of us are innocent in this place. My train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a loud ruckus outside of my door, as something big and fast tore along the balcony below. I instinctively jumped up, sensing danger as I grabbed my shotgun from its cabinet and filled my pockets with spare shells. A moment later, I was out on the balcony looking down, my weapon in hand, as I searched for the threat under the dim strip lights. I saw a figure below who I initially didn't recognize in the dark, but then the figure called out to me from the courtyard, and I recognized his voice. "Don't shoot, sir, it's only me. I'm afraid Cerberus got loose again." I rolled my eyes in frustration before replying. "God damn it, Mr. Jones," I exclaimed, shouting down at my downstairs neighbor. "I thought I told you to keep that beast under control." "I know, I'm sorry. He's a good pet, really, just a bit boisterous." I could have laughed at Mr. Jones's flippant statement. Calling Cerberus a bit boisterous was like saying Jack the Ripper was a bit naughty, but it was my responsibility to help bring the beast to heel before it did someone serious harm. "Where is he?" I demanded impatiently. "Last time I saw him, he was headed for the basement." "Fantastic," I replied sarcastically, shouldering my shotgun and returning to my apartment to retrieve my torch, before I descended in the elevator to join Mr. Jones and begin our search. I slowly made my way through the darkened basement, torch in hand as I surveyed the scene of damage and devastation, observing the shelves and boxes that had been knocked over during Cerberus's wild rampage. I turned back to Mr. Jones, shining the torch to illuminate his face, and taking some satisfaction as his old eyes blinked from exposure to the light. "We best split up to cover more ground," I said, instantly realizing what a bad idea that was. "Don't be shooting that damn gun at my boy," Mr. Jones cried. I scoffed before turning away. Frankly, I doubted the buckshot on my gun would do the beast much harm, even in the unlikely case I could get off a shot. I followed the trail of destruction, my heart beating fast in my chest, and my breathing becoming labored as I nervously scanned the path in front of me, the torch shaking in my hand. I froze when I heard the low, animalistic growl coming out of the dark. Instinctively, I backed off, only to trip over a discarded box, falling heavily and dropping my gun and torch. The beast recognized my weakened state and charged, its huge frame propelled across the dark void. I felt the immense weight hitting my chest, forcing me back down to the floor. Sharp claws dug into my rib cage, making me scream out in pain and shock. I heard its jaws snapping just inches from my face, and I closed my eyes, preparing for the worst. But suddenly, there was a high-pitched whistle, and the beast looked up, releasing me from its death grip and galloping across the basement floor. I warily looked up in time to see the silhouette of Mr. Jones standing in front of the basement door with the dim artificial light from the stairwell behind him. The wolf-like form of Cerberus jumped up to meet his master, the beast's aggressive nature now transformed into friendly obedience as its owner rewarded him with a treat. I gathered myself, retrieving my torch and gun before shouting angrily at my neighbor. "Damn it, Jones! That monster almost bit my head clean off. How many times must I tell you? Keep him on a leash." Yeah. This'll be the last time, I promise," Mr. Jones replied, as he patted his pet on the head. I rolled my eyes in frustration, knowing he was full of crap, but realizing there wasn't a thing I could do about it. I returned to my apartment and examined my claw wounds in the bathroom mirror. Unsurprisingly, my shirt was ripped to hell, but my injuries had already started to heal. This was always the way in this place. Sometimes I wished I would receive a fatal wound that would end my misery once and for all, but I knew there was no chance of this happening. Management wouldn't let me off the hook so easily. I cleaned myself up and went back to the couch, sitting silently and awaiting the next inevitable emergency. I don't know how long it was until I received the next call. An ominous burst of static that came through on my walkie-talkie. I reached out, instinctively knowing it would be something bad. "Hello?" I began. "It's back. You need to get up here. Bring your shotgun." My stomach churned upon hearing those words. The caller hadn't introduced himself, but I recognized his voice. Mr. Hastings, one of my less troublesome neighbors, if I'm honest. Mostly he kept to himself, but Hastings had the misfortune of living on the top floor, which put him on the front line, so to speak. His call for help and request for me to bring my gun could only mean one thing. We had a fight on our hands. I reached the top floor and found Mr. Hastings crouched down in the shadows by the stairwell, his trusty crossbow in hand, as he looked upwards with an intensity in his dark eyes. He didn't turn in my direction as I stealthily approached, remaining low and staying as quiet as possible as I joined him, ducking down beside my neighbor as we hid in the shadows. I knew from past experience that Hastings didn't scare easily, but when I got up close, I saw the sweat pouring from his brow, his knuckles white, as he clutched too tight a hold on his weapon. He nodded upwards, drawing my attention to the scene above our heads. To my horror, I saw the dark shape of the beast which had landed on top of the wire mesh, our thin protection against the terrors that ruled the dark skies of this realm. This creature was one such beast, largely the size and shape of a human being, but with a vast pair of wings that allowed it to soar like a bird of prey, and with claws and teeth which could easily rip a body to shreds. The harpy-like monster was busily working on the thin cage, diligently tearing away at the wire with its claws in an attempt to break its way through. The winged monster was making steady progress, and it wouldn't be long before it forced its way inside. This was something we couldn't allow to happen. I tried to control my shaking body as I whispered in my companion's ear, deferring to Mr. Hastings' superior knowledge in this field. "How do you want to handle this?" "We've got to outflank it. You cover me and I'll move along the balcony and hit it from behind." I nodded my head, not feeling entirely confident about my neighbor's plan, but knowing I couldn't offer a better alternative. I watched Hastings move, keeping low and in the shadows, whilst barely making a sound. I looked back up at the harpy, my hand still shaking as I grabbed 2 shells from my pocket and carefully loaded them into my shotgun. But the metallic clicking sound alerted the beast to my presence, as suddenly it stopped what it was doing and glared down at me with burning red eyes, snarling as it exposed its fangs in a hideous display. A terrifying pause ensued as I found myself transfixed, unable to avert my eyes from the beast's demonic gaze. But then all hell broke loose as the beast roared with fury, redoubling its efforts as it ripped the wire cage apart, determined to get at me and devour my still warm flesh. Acting on pure fear and adrenaline, I raised my gun and fired. Boom! And again, boom! The buckshot hit the winged beast, causing it pain and irritation but no serious injury. I desperately plunged my hand back into my pocket to retrieve fresh shells, but the harpy was almost in, ready to descend and rip me to shreds. But suddenly, I saw movement in the corner of my eye, spotting a dark figure emerging from the shadows, and then a projectile flying through the air at speed. The bolt struck the winged beast in its left leg, and I took a perverse pleasure as it shrieked in pain, unveiling its wings and descending in a blind panic, flying back up into the dark skies above, defeated and humiliated. I breathed a sigh of immense relief as I watched the harpy disappear before Mr. Hastings came back by my side, the now unloaded crossbow still in his hands. My neighbor looked up at the hole in the wire cage and shook his head. "More will come. That'll need to be fixed." I nodded my head, shaking myself back to reality as I dealt with the shock of the last few moments. "Yeah," I replied solemnly. "I'll get my ladder and start work on the repairs straight away." "All right," Hastings answered coolly, before walking down the dimly lit walkway and back towards his apartment, leaving me alone to my work. It was quiet for a time after the harpy attack, but I didn't know how long this would last. I needed some relief after all I'd seen and suffered, and so I decided to continue with my secret project, remembering the brief glimpse I'd previously enjoyed, which had kept a glimmer of hope alive in my otherwise blackened heart. After finishing yet another cigarette, I reached for the dial on my TV set, my hand once again shaken, but this time with excited anticipation rather than cold terror. I twisted the dial to tune the device and searched for the channel I'd yearned for, ignoring the sinister, otherworldly images and sounds that appeared on screen and reverberated through the speakers. Finally, I saw the image I'd been searching for, finally tuning to sharpen the picture. My heart almost jumping out of my chest when I saw her face. My Janet. As beautiful as she was the day I married her, all those long years ago. Her long blonde hair, deep blue eyes, and soft, delicate features all remaining unchanged and untainted. But no. She wasn't the same, not anymore. Her eyes, once filled with passion, joy, and love, were now sullen and bloodshot, her expression sorrowful and grief-stricken. And there was something worse. As I realized her heart was filled with a righteous fury. "Janet," I whimpered, my emotions getting the better of me. "Is that really you?" Her reply was sharp and brutal as she snarled at me through the television set. "What the hell do you want, you bastard?" I was taken aback, struggling to find the words to respond. I want to apologize, to tell you how sorry I am." She laughed aloud in open mockery, saying, "You're sorry? So what? It makes no difference. You know it's too late for apologies." "Look," I desperately interjected. "I know what I did was terrible, and you've got every right to be angry, Janet, but you've got to believe me, I've changed. I don't expect you to forgive me, but let me see my girls at least. Well, please, you owe me that much." She scoffed in disgust at my heartfelt plea, losing control as she launched into a furious tirade. "You'll never see our children again. What happened to the girls was your fault. We don't want you in our world. We don't need you. You can rot in hell for all eternity for all I care." My jaw dropped and my whole body trembled uncontrollably as I looked into her hate-filled eyes and felt all my resolve collapsing. And then, my wife's face disappeared from the television screen, replaced by an image that brought back buried memories of immense grief and guilt. I saw a graveyard on a lonely hillside, with black-clad and tearful mourners gathered around 3 coffins, watching solemnly as they were lowered into the waiting graves one by one. The first coffin was full-sized, while the other 2 were notably smaller, designed for children. The tears were rolling down my cheeks in an unstoppable stream as I reached out to touch the cold screen. But as soon as I did so, the image changed again, with a face barely visible through the static. But it wasn't my wife's face this time. Instead, I saw a hideous death mask, an inhuman creature with dark, soulless eyes. It opened its mouth to reveal a gaping black hole, emitting a high-pitched scream that forced me to retreat from the TV, recoiling in horror as I covered my ears in a futile attempt to drown out the awful din. Mercifully, the hellish wailing did not last, as the TV shut itself off and left me alone in my silent living room, shaken and terrified by what I'd just witnessed. I knew I'd screwed up badly, and there would be consequences. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. I jumped with fright when I heard the ringing, fearfully looking across at the dust-covered red phone affixed to my living room wall. This phone could not be used for outgoing calls, and when it rang, this only meant one thing: that the building manager wanted to speak with me. I slowly walked across the laminate floor and reached out to pick up the receiver, holding it up to my ear as I spoke meekly. "Hello?" I squeaked. I expected the familiar voice on the other side to angrily berate me, but instead his tone was surprisingly sympathetic. "What's going on, buddy?" he inquired calmly. I felt immense shame and struggled to find the words to justify my actions. "I messed up. I know I did. I just thought if I could talk to her, I could make her understand." "It ain't permitted. You know this. You're not doing anyone any favors by trying to make contact." I shook my head, trying to keep my emotions in check.
But I'm sorry. So sorry for the mistakes I made. My remorse is genuine. Can't you see that?
Oh, I see it, the manager replied impatiently. But it ain't enough. You committed a grave sin and this is your assigned punishment. That's just the way it is. I whimpered, sobbing as I spoke my next words.
How long? How long must I stay in this place?
For as long as we say, came the manager's uncompromising reply. You'll stay and do your job until such time as we consider your punishment is complete. Now, I suggest you be a good warden and quit complaining. Follow the rules, my friend, and remember, there are always worse places we can send you. Understood? An ice-cold chill ran through me as I considered his sinister words and imagined the grotesque hellscapes which lay beyond our strange little apartment block.
I understand, I muttered meekly, as the last of my resolve melted away.
Good,
the manager responded, before promptly hanging up the phone, leaving me to listen to the ominous dial tone. And so, this is my story, or at least as much of it as I wish to share with you. I remain trapped here, warden to a bizarre apartment block, on the edge of a desolate landscape. I can't say exactly where I am, but I do know why I'm here, and I realize I deserve my punishment. Time is difficult to gauge in this realm. Honestly, I don't know whether the incidents I have described in this account occurred over a week, a day, a month, or even a year. It makes no difference, I suppose. This is my existence, my sentence, and I shall continue to carry out my duties as warden, doing what little good I can in the hope that one day I'll find redemption. Now, if you'll excuse me, my walkie-talkie is buzzing, and I must go to work. The word binds us, guides us, creates us, and destroys us. Such is the word, and the word brings fairness. I've been asked to bring the word to a home in the woods. Such isolation the home has in such a dark forest might explain why it fell wayward and cast off. I've always done my proper duty to bring the word to all that have asked for it and all that require it. The leaves have changed and crunched under my heel. The shimmering orange of autumn settling in the evening sky draw me down the path to the forgotten home. The dark, curled bark of the trees creak and groan with every step I make as the delicious cold air bites ferociously at my lip. We're here for the exorcism. The word is powerful, but not omnipresent. If a lamb strays, it strays. As much as others proclaim that it can see all, truth is, it is as blind as the faithful. It can only seek what it hears and smells, but it cannot see wrongdoing or bravado. I've been called because this lamb of mine has strayed so far that nobody will approach it without fear and vomiting. The spirit is powerful, but I have certain qualms of the true nature of the beast. Can it truly move objects with thought? Could it truly cause blood to flow thinner than water from the city fountains? My interest waned with every warning, until they said it could speak dead languages. Now every crackpot can come up with a fake language, but one word: Abba. After a long, drawn pause of amazement, I agreed to see the beast.
An exorcism is often a last resort in order to remove beasts like the alleged stories told. Spirits trying to stray the body down paths of temptation, of moral disregard. Children were the most likely to need an exorcism, as they fell prey to spirits more often than adults. But if this was the beast I'd been hearing about, this was no normal spirit. The spirit could move and sway with thunderous power and years of suffering and agony I could only begin to fathom. The air is still and quiet. The home is tidy from the outside, but inside, I could only imagine the chains and breakneck devices they've come up with to contain the beast. No chains can hold the beast, but it can make it frustrated and pound the walls with tears and sweat and blood. I knocked quietly. In a moment, the door flew open. Father Shaitan, a stout woman, around the age of 45, answered the door in solemn posture. Her face was weathered and yellowed, as if stress was eating away at her from the inside. Her hair was turning gray by the minute, it seemed, and the lines in her face were deep. It was as if she was once a carefree and happy woman in the fields of wheat, but that memory was so long ago that it lived only in stories and wayward dreaming. "May I come in?" My voice bellowed somewhat, and I could hear a crash of furniture from upstairs. The beast heard me. It knew I was coming, or it had put up more of a fight. Quickly, she nodded and shut the door behind me. The light flickered, and a man, already well into his 50s, stood up from his antique armchair. He seemed troubled, despite being able to usually hide his emotions so well. He must be in complete disrepair from the lack of control he could muster over the situation and how helpless he felt. Suffering is part of life, and they had paid into it what they already owed from this grievous situation. To them, it was never going to end. The truth was, they were right. This sort of thing never did end. "Father Satan." His husky voice was weak and trembled. "Oh, there's not much time left." Removing my hat, I placed it on the countertop closest to me. I'm a patient man. If the beast wishes to fight forever, so will I. I just hope your son can survive through our war. His eyes cast to the floor, and his wife clutched his shoulder, trying to hold back her tears. "He's always been a good boy," she pleaded with me, as if to convince me he didn't deserve this fate. "Always listened and obeyed his father, always went to his room and remained quiet, always." "Goodness can attract them just as much as rebellion." I wagged my finger as if to remind her. "It doesn't matter. Temptation leads with offering and then the soul. Take me to your son." No sooner as I said those words that the loud roar of what sounded like a lion awoke my senses. The flutter went up around my neck in excitement and fear. I had not been part of an exorcism such as this in quite a while, and there was some jittery anticipation in my belly as the mother guided me up the stairs. "We lock him in his room," she whispered. "He stays up all night, screaming and howling and in pain until he passes out in the morning. He tears at his walls. He burns us if we try to touch him, as if we were touching fire." There was a giant padlock on the door, and the father withdrew his key, unlocking it with a loud clank. I motioned the father and mother with a wave of my hand. "I will be in there alone with him. Do not enter for any reason. This is a complicated ritual and a dangerous one at that. Leave us," I instructed, and I already knew from the face of the parents that they were most likely not going to listen. I gripped the door handle and felt a searing, white-hot pain in my palm. It was as if I gripped tightly around a hot iron. The skin corroded into a hot, thick burn welt on my palm, and I flexed it, appreciating both the pain and the futility the beast was going to provide. The room was unbearably hot. Under my turtleneck, I could feel sweat already trickling down my back and soaking the cloth. The boy was tied to the bed, his head covered in blood, and his lips bitten off from mean-spirited insults. His eyes were a deep, dark brown of swirling agony and inhumane capacity. He looked no more than 10 years old, fighting off the lure of sleep and uncontrollable emotions that filled him. "I've been waiting for you." His voice had no trace of childlike quality or prepubescent nature, but rather of a tired and presumptuous old man with the vocalization and range of a bear. "I haven't been looking for you yet," I responded, taking off my jacket, much better for the heat. "We're always looking for each other, Satan." His words slithered on the S, his barely leftover lips vibrating on the sound. "Leave the boy. You've no need for him." "I have to disagree," I said nonchalantly, taking out the holy book. "You shouldn't take things that aren't yours, beast. That really isn't quite fair." "Ah, you know nothing of fair, Satan." Again with the vibrating buzz on his stumps of flesh. "What I've taken, you've taken first. What I am, you've become. Have you become holy? Walked with the footsteps of angels? You are nothing but bone and remnants of flesh." I chuckle, opening a page. "I've walked with angels. I found some of them agreeable." A low choking from the boy of 10, as if he was gasping for air. "Your body is disagreeable with you, beast," I noted with an air of smugness. "Ah, this is but a vessel I have chosen," he stated solemnly, and at this point, I began to believe he stopped using the mouth to speak, but said them out loud in grumbling thunder. "A vessel can be broken, but I have his spirit now, Satan. There is nothing you can do." I wasn't quite expecting a taunting reply. He lifted up his head as if he was smiling. The back of his teeth had fallen off from gnashing and biting, and his front teeth were bloody and chipped. If he looked more presentable, I'd assume he was having a wonderful day. "Soon," he started again, "this boy will be mine, and there's nothing you can do." Now it was my turn to smile. "Watch and learn, beast. Even your powers cannot compare to the word that binds us." The word binds us, guides us, creates us, and destroys us. He begins to shriek as if he was in excruciating pain, fighting his bonds with the tightness and gripping the ropes in effort to block his ears. The walls grow hotter and I sweat more profusely. We summon ourselves and our greatness into spirit and power to compel us. "You are no match. You're nothing. You're lying," he screamed in agony, his wrists sounding like they were snapping from the weight of the pressure he was applying. "You're lying." And we, as servants, command ourselves to obey and... "Satan," he calls out for my name again. "There is no power above mine. You're nothing, nothing but grime beneath the shoe, the rust under the nail, the beetles in the sand. You are weak, stupid. You will not win my subject over, Satan." "Then let his spirit break and henceforth mine if you are so powerful," I reply quietly. "Do it, beast. Show your power." The ropes snapped and he rose from the bed, arms outstretched in a grotesque pose, his palms face outwards, and I realized he had been tearing off flesh from them, as if to scratch an itch that lived on the inside of his skin. His body was thin, frail, with his ribs poking out. "Then may your spirit rest in thousands of pieces," he growled, and in a moment's notice, He must have picked up the bed because it was making a one-way course towards my head. I threw myself to the side, dodging by a fraction of a second before the wooden frame splintered into nothing but debris. I trudged myself slowly off the floor, a bit disoriented. The boy was floating in midair, staring at me with such intensity that I thought he'd burn a hole in the floor. "You have interesting tricks, beast," I commended, brushing myself off before removing a long splinter from my hand, and the thick, red blood came forth from the open wound. "This won't be easy for you." Another groan, another gasp of air as if he'd been punctured. The door flew open, and the mother and father stared in amazement at their son's body dangling in air like a puppet. I immediately rushed to them, urging them outside. "Do not come in here! I said—" A crash. A scream later. The boy using a sharp, long wooden bit to cut into his arm, screaming bloody murder in a desperate voice. "I baptize you in the name of Christ! I baptize you in the name of Christ!" The mother screams, her forehead burning in the sign of the cross as she doubles over. Her body slumps. She must have knocked herself out. The father attempts to restrain him, but blood gets into his eyes, burning him blind. He sinks to the floor, crying and weeping yellowish bile and blood from his burned sockets. The room is far too hot now, burning intensely. I shed my shoes and my clothes, allowing my hooves to sit on the floor idly. "So you are the Son of God," I stated matter-of-factly, ignoring the screams of the father. "And you've come here, to all places, in order to spread your vermin seed." The boy's eyes stared at me, dripping with brazen and metallic longing. "Everyone deserves salvation, Satan, even those who cast it aside." I laughed in pity and in humor in reply to his heroic words. "The boy is innocent," he began to plead, as if it would sway me. I could only laugh harder. "Let me have him," he continued, his throat raspy. "You have so many." No, I didn't actually want or need the boy, but the idea that I could have something that he wanted was deliciously wonderful. Too wonderful to pass up an opportunity. He didn't speak for a moment, casting his eyes upwards instead. The home rumbled, but I didn't care. This exorcism had gotten much more interesting. "It's coming." His voice jolted me out of my thoughts, and I looked up, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. "He's not going anywhere. His soul is mine," I remind him shortly. "It's a long way up from here, beast." A smile on his lips, the broken smile of teeth and bone, before a light shimmered on him. Blinding, bright white light. I attempted to block it out with my arm, but wound up falling back to the floor, feeling the burn. The final burn of the universe laying on my skin. After what felt like hours, the light faded, and I heard a hard thud on the floor. Blinking, I stood up tall and saw the naked boy crumbled on a heap of wooden debris, face down with his head twisted to the side. His face was pale and cold, his eyes almost completely white. I kicked him with the sharp part of my hoof, and I must have been so irritated at the situation that my hoof broke into his feeble back and got lodged in there. After some twisting and turning, I was able to yank it out. The room was destroyed, and the mother and father were most likely left for dead. The soul of the boy was gone. I could sense it. I looked towards the roof again. Damn it! Stolen under my own nose. So that was how it felt like to steal devoted disciples. I had plenty of others, the whole community of others who would know my name. Dragging my bloodied and non-bloodied hooves downstairs, I picked up my hat again and readjusted it on my head. Suffering had been accomplished, but salvation as well, making the whole point moot now. The word binds them here and keeps them and destroys them over and over again. In a moment, the mother and father will awaken and find their child lost, and they will despair, and their suffering will satiate for now. Until then, I must find a suitable replacement. Fair is fair now. One is taken from me, and now I will take one from them. The first thing I remember is opening my eyes to total darkness. The kind of oppressive darkness where you can feel the weight of the void pressing on your soul. I began to panic when a soothing voice spoke to me. "Don't be afraid. There's nothing here that will harm you." I reached down and felt the table I was on. It was cold and smooth, but surprisingly comfortable. Was I on an operating table of some kind? Where am I? What am I doing here? The voice spoke again. "You are in your new existence. You are here because you died." What? Was this some kind of joke? I remember things got a little out of hand last night, but... What is this? Some kind of prank? Did John put you up to this? The voice spoke again. I noticed the tones were quite soothing, but something seemed just a little off. "This is no prank, and no, John did not put me up to this." I blinked a few times, trying to wake up. Or at least, I thought I did. In this absolute dark, it was surprisingly hard to tell. "Who are you, and why is it so dark here?" The voice in the darkness answered again. "I am your guide, and it's dark because I have found it best to ease you into your new existence. But I suppose you're ready for more?" With that, the room turned bright. It was the kind of blinding light that would typically have you squinting and shielding your eyes, even without sitting in the darkness of a void just a moment before. But oddly, I found the light to be soothing, almost welcoming. Looking around, I could see I wasn't on a table as I'd thought. I was on the ground, but the ground was the same white color as everything else in there. Where before I had been in a void of darkness, now I was in a void of light. Looking down, it was with some relief that I noticed that I could at least see my own body. Then, looking over, I saw my self-proclaimed guide. I expected wings, gold-trimmed satin, a halo, or some such cliché. But in many ways, they were the definition of simplicity, wearing simple white garments that rode an indistinguishable line between robe and dress. They also wore plain white boots and gloves. The only distinguishing feature was the odd porcelain-looking mask with a split line down the center, going from the top to the bottom, passing through the nose and lips as though the mask was parted in the middle of the face rather than the back. The eyes were visible, though I couldn't tell you what color they were. It was as if they were all colors and no colors simultaneously. I'd call them beautiful, but then again, something was off. So much was off that I began to wonder, are you an angel? Am I in heaven or hell? My guide tilted their head as if considering how to respond. I suppose you could call me an angel, and many have. Of course, others call me a monster or a demon. As far as the question, is this heaven or hell? It's neither, or perhaps both. It really depends on you. As I stood up, I gritted my teeth. I was starting to get frustrated, though I was doubting I was in heaven more and more. I can't imagine an angel being so cryptic. This felt more like someone was waiting to drop some sort of charade, and I was more and more afraid I wouldn't like what was to be revealed. Looking back to my guide, I decided I was tired of this game. What's behind your mask? What are you hiding from me? The entity reached up and touched the mask delicately, as if to remind themselves it was in place. I wear this mask for you. In my experience, humans find my natural appearance difficult to process. That didn't seem to bode well for me, but I steadied myself and pushed on. Can you take it off? The mask, I mean. My guide nodded. I can, and if you ask me to, I will, though I do not recommend it, at least not yet. As I said, humans have difficulty processing what lies underneath. I felt a sense of dread at their words, but if I was in hell, I wanted to know rather than play this stupid game for who knows how long. But that didn't mean I had to be rude about it. Then I'd like you to take it off, please. The entity nodded. As you wish. They reached up, grabbed hold of the mask in the middle, as I had suspected, and pulled it off to either side, revealing their true face. And what I saw made me fall back onto the floor, covering my face in an attempt to hide from them. As they'd said, my mind refused to comprehend what lay underneath, but I clearly remember the eyes. So many eyes. Although perhaps that's misleading, for they were no eyes as we know them, and yet I could tell that the entity could see me more honestly and entirely than anyone, including myself, ever did. They saw everything I'd ever done, everything I'd ever thought, and everything I ever felt. There was no deceiving them, or even myself in their omnipresent gaze. All those white lies we tell others, and even ourselves, to justify what we need to get by from one day to the next, melted away like a thin wax veneer under the sun's scorching heat. They were great and terrifying. In their presence, I was nothing. As I curled up into a ball in the fetal position in a futile attempt to hide from the beautiful nightmare before me, the light faded, and I was once again bathed in a now welcome void of darkness. I don't know how long I lay like that, when the soothing voice spoke to me again. Would you like me to leave? Unbidden came the images of the thing behind the mask, and it took me several long moments to answer. Is that an option? Will you simply leave if I ask you to? The voice sounded as soothing as before. Yes, I am your guide and I am here for your benefit. If you feel I am of no use to you, I will leave at your request. That statement left me wondering between two impossible fears. Facing the entity behind that mask again, or sitting alone in the void, possibly forever. I debated with myself for something between a minute and an hour. Then, in a moment of compulsion, I reached out into the darkness. Can I touch you? The soothing voice simply answered. Of course. I don't know what I expected. A part of me wondered if their touch would be cold like the grave. Another part of me feared some new existential experience like the sight of their unmasked face. But instead, their grip was as soothing as their voice. It was a gentle pressure, perhaps lightly cool, but comforting the way a hug from a loved one can be. I took another breath. Could you repeat what you first told me? There was another gentle pressure as the entity squeezed my hand. Don't be afraid. There's nothing here that will harm you. I closed my eyes, not that it made any difference, and took a deep breath before speaking again. All right, I think I'm good now. Please, turn the lights back on. Just, please have the mask back in place. With a third hand squeeze, my guide responded. Of course. And the light returned. I looked around in the bright light momentarily before turning back to my guide with trepidation. I half expected to re-experience the same overwhelming sensation, but with their mask back in place, it was only a fading memory. though I could certainly understand how they could be thought of as either an angel or a demon. For half a moment, I thought back to the old biblical line, "Be not afraid," and realized that's essentially exactly what my guide had said. Now I was less sure than ever if this was heaven or hell. Looking back into the void, I had another thought. Is this all there is? Us and this empty void? My guides shook their head. No, there is far more. This is just a place of respite so you can process and acclimate to your new life in the comfort of a reality similar to the one you used to know. You may return here anytime you wish. I didn't know if I should be excited or worried about what was to come, though given my experience so far, I figured a little of both. But if nothing else, curiosity would probably kill this cat, so I decided to rip the band-aid off. Well then, can I see whatever is outside this place? My guide simply nodded and pointed to a door that wasn't a door. For a moment, I wondered if they'd created or summoned the door, but a part of me knew it had always been there. My mind had simply refused to process it. As I walked over to the door, I felt like my perception was expanding, like my field of view was stretching beyond 180 degrees. Everything extended and twisted, yet remained perfectly perceivable as to what it was simultaneously. It was like my mind was expanding with my eyes to process the same information I was familiar with, but in a whole new way. When I reached the door, I hesitated for a moment, afraid of what lay beyond. My guide was there beside me, and as odd as it sounds, I took comfort in their presence. So after only a moment's hesitation, I stepped through. What greeted me was a beautiful open meadow, and kind of like what I expected the Greeks might have thought of the Elysian fields might look like. It was gorgeous, and I could have stood there for hours and taken it all in if curiosity wasn't pushing me forward. I took a step, and the world spun around me. I stopped again, and everything was still and as beautiful as before, but also somehow different. Something was off, but I couldn't quite explain what. Unsure of what was happening, I took another step, and the world shifted again. But this time I realized it wasn't spinning. It was unfolding, like there were pockets of reality floated within the space between what I could see, and as I walked, some of those pockets folded open, while others I saw before folded close, and in the slivers of yet more pockets, I could see something else. People. More specifically, people I knew. I took another step, looking carefully for those slivers of pockets with people, and realized they were all people I knew in places I'd been. Every moment of my life was contained within those pockets. Not just the visual and audio parts, but also my thoughts and feelings. It was similar to my experience when I'd asked my guide to remove their mask, only thankfully in smaller, more digestible chunks. In one pocket was the moment I lost my first tooth. I couldn't remember that until now, but after experiencing that pocket of reality, it all returned to me like it had just happened. The next step revealed my 21st birthday. Things had gotten a little crazy, as to be expected, but it was good seeing all my family and friends again. Taking another step, I pulled up to the time a friend and I had gone bowling together for the first time. I was grinning like a fool at the rush those emotions brought back to me. Then, with the next step, the world fell out from under me. Not literally, more like the emotions that came with it drove a metaphorical white-hot poker through the pit of my stomach. It was when I ruined a perfectly happy relationship with a moment of selfishness. I could feel the rush of emotions that pushed me on, excitement, eagerness, and more, all blurred by the effects of whatever I'd had to drink, but it was tainted by my knowledge of what would follow after. Not wanting to see more, I stepped away again, walking into a moment where I had been bored waiting in the dentist's office as a kid. I took a moment to catch my breath in the benign experience, then shifted my gaze away from the pocket and onto the horizon. And once again, I was in a beautiful field with my guide beside me. I stood there, taking in the field as I recovered from that confusing combination of experiences. Finally, I turned to my guide. What was that? I mean, I know it was me, but how? I mean, what's happening? The being looked at me and then gestured to the field. This is your world. It's made of every action, thought, and feeling you've ever had. When you learn to look, you can even see your dreams, and in time, you can craft new ones. This is your new reality, to do with as you please. The only thing you can't do is lie to yourself or anyone who visits. I turned to my guide in surprise. People can visit me here, like people I knew? The entity nodded. Anyone can visit, whether you knew them or not. You simply have to invite them. I looked back into the pocket between the folds of reality to the young me sitting in the dentist's office, kicking his legs onto the chair and back again, like a pendulum on some old clock. And if someone visits, they'll see all this too? My guide nodded. Yes, but they'll also bring their worlds with them, meaning you will see their world as well. Nothing can be hidden. All is laid bare. Thinking back to my past and the many weird and sometimes horrible things I'd done, I suddenly couldn't imagine inviting anyone into my world. While I'd argue I hadn't lived that bad of a life, I simply couldn't imagine exposing my deepest, darkest secrets to anyone, ever. Was I doomed to live my life in this world alone? Forever? Now I was sure. This was definitely hell. Turning back to the entity that called itself my guide, I finally let some of my frustration out. What kind of lame long-term torture is this? Will you slowly ramp it up as time passes until you're doing the whole fire and brimstone shtick? Or do you just let us ride this out until we go insane? What's your end goal here? The entity looked back at me with that infuriatingly emotionless mask. This is not meant to torture or reward you. It simply is what it is, the next stage of existence. Rather than being limited to the 3 dimensions you're used to, you've expanded your horizon, so to speak. It will take time, but eventually, you'll learn to walk through this field as easily as you could any meadow back in your previous life, and then you can start building something new in it. What was this entity saying? That I now live in 4 or 5 dimensions rather than 3? That sounded ridiculous, impossible. And how long will that take? Days, weeks, months, centuries? How long will I suffer here before I can walk through this field so easily? My guides shook their head. You're still missing the truth of this place. Time is no longer a limiting factor. Every step you take shifts you through time as well as space. Learning to navigate that is difficult, yes, but the time it takes is irrelevant. I shook my head in frustration. Time is irrelevant. Easy for you to say. This is all too much. I can't. I can't. I started to have a panic attack. Then the entity pointed behind me. Turning my head, I saw the void of light had moved with me, making it easy to simply step back through, which I immediately did. I'm unsure how long I sat in the void with my knees up and my head resting in my hands and my guide at my side. I wondered if they'd grow impatient, but they simply stood there and waited quietly as though they had no concerns whatsoever. After enough time, I finally raised my head and looked at my companion. So, how many people retreat into this void and never come out? They tilted their head again as if in thought. As time flows normally in here, relative to your understanding, some stay in this place for years or even centuries, hiding or meditating as they wish. Others hop in and out countless times, trying to ease into the experience. But eventually, everyone leaves and begins exploring their new reality. It was so hard to fully grasp. I shook my head to clear it. What about inviting those people to my world? You said I could invite anyone, but how could they come to my world if they're hiding their voids? My guides shook their head again. You still don't grasp it. Time is irrelevant out there. You might be meeting someone for the first time when it's their 1000th meeting you. They could spend entire millennia in their world,
and you can meet them out there like no time had passed. You could even visit them in their life before this if you wish. You'll be something they can't fully understand or even perceive, but they might see you out of the corner of their eye or even in their dreams. Thinking back to all the people I'd known, all the people I wanted to see again, I was once again overcome with dread at the idea of revealing all my deepest, darkest secrets. How could I look them in the eye, knowing they knew every horrible or unflattering thing I'd ever thought or said? I looked back to my guide. But how do you know I'll do it? How do you know I'll succeed in figuring all this out? Nothing in my guide's mask changed, but for the first time, I felt like they were smiling. Because, as I keep telling you, time is irrelevant, and you've already done it. Then they reached up and pulled apart their mask again. I watched like a deer caught in a car's headlights as the entity revealed its face once more. Again, everything it had seen and all it understood weighed down on me like a suffocating weight, but this time I didn't turn away. At first, I couldn't focus as their face seemed to be a blur. But as I focused my gaze the same way I did towards the pockets outside, I could finally make out their eyes. There was complete understanding in their eyes of all I'd done and all that I was, but there was no judgment, just acceptance. As I continued to focus my gaze, I was astounded to realize that I was looking at myself. Not like a mirror, not as I am now, but as I would be, or perhaps as I already was. With that revelation, my guide smiled before speaking one last time. You've got it from here. It won't be easy, but remember, you believe in yourself whether you realize it or not. Now go do what you have to do, and don't forget to lend yourself a helping hand when you need it. And then I was alone. Looking down at my hands, they seemed to blur like my guide's face had done before. As I held them up, I closed my eyes and focused my vision until they came into focus once more. They were my hands, but were they my hands as they were now, or as they will be then? With a slight shake of my head, I decided it didn't matter, and turned and walked back into the meadow. Back into my world. I work as a barista at the Starbucks down the street. I usually work the morning shifts because it was the beginning of the day, which brought more customers and meant more tips, if any. One morning, when I was walking towards the Starbucks a couple of blocks from my apartment, I noticed a man sitting on the sidewalk in front of the door. At first, I assumed that it was just someone in desperate need for a coffee, but as I got closer, the dirty and tattered clothes gave it away that he was, in fact, homeless. We got a lot of them, being close to the city and all, and they would always loiter in front of the shops since they had nowhere else to go, especially in the morning. So, we simply just shooed them away from the shop. As I prepared to approach him and tell him to leave, or else I'll call the cops, I noticed that this man was rubbing the bottom of his forearms against the concrete. I didn't really think anything of it at first, but when he noticed me, he gasped and grabbed the door handles and pulled himself up. It was dark, and his movements were quick, but I caught a glimpse of his face. It seemed deformed, his facial features swollen and lumpy. Scared, he quickly scurried away before I could even say one word to him. I walked up to the door and looked down at the spot where he was rubbing his forearms. The concrete was stained a dark red. Blood. Not much, but it was enough to suddenly concern me about the well-being of this guy. But when I looked up, he was nowhere in sight. I figured I'd wash it off with some hot water before opening the shop, so I quickly brushed it off, chalking his weird behavior up as some result of a weird drug.
As I unlocked the door, I grabbed the handle and yanked it open, only to immediately pull my hand away. Some kind of wet substance covered the handle, its consistency similar to some type of cooking spray. Now, I'm not really much of a germaphobe, but you all have to agree with me that wet door handles are disgusting, especially if they're bathroom door handles, or, in my case, a door handle that had just been used by a cracked-out, crazy homeless guy. I quickly wiped my hand on my pants and went inside, and washed my hands with hot water and lathered them in soap a little longer than I usually do. After getting as much of the blood off of the sidewalk as possible and sanitizing the door handle of the hobo grease, I opened the shop and prepared for the morning rush. That night was when my hell started. After work, I was sitting on my computer searching for jobs, though more pointless things like Facebook and other sites were mostly distracting me. While typing in my computer, I looked down on my arms and noticed some light red dots on my skin, similar to mosquito bites. They weren't big or a deep red, just tiny spots no bigger than the head of a pencil eraser. No itching or burning. They were just there. I hadn't been outside at all that day, so it couldn't have been mosquito bites, and I didn't eat anything that could have caused an allergic reaction of some kind. My next thought was maybe fleas or bed bugs, but neither me or my neighbors owned any animals, and our apartment complex hadn't had any issues as far as I knew. After examining them for a bit, I ignored them. Whatever it was that was causing it would fix itself. The next morning I woke up and walked into the bathroom. When I looked in the mirror, I was taken aback when I noticed more of the red spots speckled all over my body. Not only were my arms covered in them, but so was my chest, stomach, back, and shoulders, even my legs and feet. My neck was clustered with them, but thankfully, my face was spared as only a couple marked my forehead, cheeks, and nose. I'll admit, this did freak me out a bit, more so from how unexpected it was waking up to a sight like that. But when I noticed that these spots didn't still itch, burn, or bother me in the slightest, I decided not to worry about them, got dressed, and headed for work. Worrying about them would only make it worse, right? Throughout the day, I worked through the stares and double takes people were giving me as I took and made their orders. I noticed that the red dots were starting to get bigger and blotchier. And to make matters worse, they also started to itch. I tried my best not to scratch them, at least not in front of the customers. I knew that they wouldn't find it attractive to see the person handling their drinks scratching at some weird skin condition. After I got off work, I went home and immediately started doing some research on what the hell was happening to me. I researched hives, poison ivy and oak, skin allergies, skin conditions, psoriasis, everything. And from what I gathered, what I had was the result of possible hives, which are pretty much caused by anything. Stress, weather, food allergies, chemicals, clothing detergent, body soap, etc. Reading about this started to worry me even more than I was when this all started. I decided to schedule an appointment the next day with my doctor just to get a professional opinion instead of advice from the internet. Night came around and I decided to go to bed early. The itching was still a nuisance, but not too bothersome, so I didn't bother buying anti-itch cream for the developing rash that my body was suddenly going through. The next morning I woke up and walked to the bathroom. When I looked in the mirror, you guessed it, the rash had only gotten worse. My skin was puffy and blotchy. Several areas were a deep red and felt bumpy to the touch. But the worst part was how itchy the infected areas had become. I scratched all over, which brought much relief but left dark scratch marks in the areas that I'd scraped with my fingernails. This sounds narcissistic, but I was happy to see that my face wasn't as badly affected by this reaction. My cheeks were pretty flushed, and my nose was puffy as well as my forehead, but I still looked like a normal person. Luckily, I didn't have to work this morning, but I did have my doctor's appointment in an hour, so I got dressed, ate a quick bowl of cereal, and booked it out of my complex to the clinic a couple of miles away. The doctor looked all over my body, asked me several questions such as the foods I'd eaten, the detergent I had washed my clothes with, the animals I had been around, everything that was mentioned in the research I had done the day before. All of the answers I had given him had him conclude that what I had was simply a bad case of hives, and he gave me some steroid shots to help bring the reaction down and patch everything up. I picked up some anti-itch cream on the way home and went to bed for a nap. I had work that evening and decided to get some rest beforehand. When I woke up, I immediately noticed that the itching had gotten worse. I looked at my arms, which were even more swollen than the day before. All of my skin had become a deep red. The bumpy texture was more prominent than before, and as I looked in the mirror, I saw that most of my body was covered in the puffy, bumpy skin rash. My fingers were even swollen. My face was red, as if sunburned, and my nose even started to blister and peel. What the hell was happening to me? I called my work and told them that I couldn't make it tonight, but they told me that another co-worker, whom was also working tonight, had already called in sick, and that there was nobody else to cover me. I told them my condition, but they told me that there was nothing they could do and needed me to come in. After a few cuss words from under my breath, I figured that I'd push through the night shift and just get it over with. I asked if I could take off work the next day, in which they replied with, "We'll see what we can do." After slathering some anti-itch cream I bought on my entire body, I got to work. There, the itching got increasingly worse. I tried my best to scratch only when none of the customers were looking. Some even asked if I was okay, and I told them that it was just an allergic reaction so as not to gross them out as I made their drinks. I itched, I scratched, it felt like tiny bugs with spiky legs were crawling underneath my clothes, and I would rub my arms against the counter in an attempt to secretly scratch them. When behind the coffee machine, I would scratch furiously at my clothes before coming back out with a smile on my face and calling for the customer to pick up their drink. When there weren't any customers in the shop, I would run to the bathroom and scratch my arms and legs, chest and stomach, shoulders and back, and scrub my hands as much as possible. After a few hours, I went to the bathroom, and I noticed that I was bleeding, with scratch marks all over my arms and chest and stomach. The bumpy texture grew worse as well. The bumps had formed into clusters and clumps of yellow, bubbly pustules that shimmered in the poorly lit bathroom. I looked at my face. The skin on my nose flaked away as I scratched at it. The blisters grew into tiny bubbles that felt like bubble wrap. I noticed more blisters forming on my forehead, and even a few in my cheeks. While touching the blisters, I noticed that I had dried blood and pus stuck beneath my fingernails. How long had that been there? Was that there when I was handling the customers' food and drinks? I left the bathroom after I washed my hands for what was probably 10 minutes and returned to a line of customers who weren't exactly happy that they had waited to be served. As I took their orders, I rushed to get every drink finished. I was sweating from running back and forth and from the anxiety of what was happening to my body. I noticed blisters forming on my arms and fingers while preparing the drinks. The heat from the coffee makers made me perspire from my arms and hands as well, which began to irritate the blisters that were beginning to form. I began to feel delirious. I've never fainted or passed out before, but I felt like I was gonna. I began to feel lightheaded. "This isn't a grande iced caramel macchiato," the customer said. I looked over and saw her standing at the customer pickup counter. "Excuse me?" "This is a tall. I asked for a grande." With a couple of customers in line, I asked them to hold on for just a minute and walked over to her and said that I would make her a grande and give her a refund. I wasn't up for any argument from a customer and took the easy way out. "You know what? Forget it. Every time I've come here, I have received horrible customer service. This is ridiculous," she exclaimed. I apologized, but she wouldn't accept it and pushed the drink back. "I don't want it anymore. Just give me my money so I can leave." The blisters on my face tingled and burned. For a moment, I thought I even felt them pulsing and bubbling, as if they moved on their own. The customer and I must have been no less than 2 feet away from each other, but it was enough distance for her to be the target of the sudden pop and projectile squirt of pus and other juices that resided within the blisters on my nose. As a spray of yellow landed on her face, she flinched back a bit, unsure of exactly what just hit her. But when she opened her eyes and saw me patting my nose with my fingers and saw the loose string of yellowish white coagulated waste stretching from the broken blister bubbles to the tip of my index and middle fingers, she was well aware of the sudden health violation that she had now just been involved in. That night I was fired. The shop closed early. My manager told me that I'd be lucky if the lady didn't press charges. When I returned home, I took a hot shower. Very hot. Scalding hot. It burned like hell. But at the same time, it brought some kind of satisfaction to my blistering skin. I could feel my skin shriveling at the heat, and when I looked down, I saw blood rush down my body and down the drain. Every blister had popped due to the hot water, and thick, bloody pus gently squirted from each deflated bubble. I must have stood in that hot shower for at least an hour. I dried myself up and went to bed naked. My whole body burned and it was so hot. I turned my AC as low as possible and turned my fan on high in hopes that it would soothe the pain. But it didn't do much. I could feel my skin throb, tightening up and swelling as the rash took over. I itched horribly and I scratched all night long. I must have passed out from exhaustion, only to wake up the next morning in searing pain. I couldn't see. My eyes were swollen shut. They burned, as well as the rest of my body. I felt like I had fire ants crawling all over me, and I could feel them crawling and biting me, stinging me constantly as every inch burned beyond belief. I stumbled to the bathroom and struggled for the light switch. Even the touch to the wall brought immense pain to my fingertips. Once I turned the lights on, I forced my left eyelid open. It took me a second to pry it open as the dry pus from the blisters on my eyelid crumpled apart. What I saw was horrifying. My entire body was covered in blisters and bubbles. Huge ones, blisters bubbling on top of other blisters, giant pus-filled sacs that looked ready to pop at any second. I'm sure you've seen those photos of third-degree burns that people get when they spill boiling water or grease on them. That's what these looked like. I managed to keep my left eye open and felt the blisters. They jiggled at the slightest touch and sent a huge surge of pain throughout my body. I doubled over, which only created more ripples of pain that almost brought me to my knees. The areas around these blisters itched and I attempted to relieve it by lightly scratching the bubbles, which helped a little, but it felt like the itching came from beneath my skin. I rubbed my eyes, as the eyelids were the only area of my body that didn't seem to erupt in pain when I touched them. I rubbed and scratched, scraping off chunks of dry pus and pulling at my eyelashes, which slid out of their pores easily, the follicle still intact. I had trouble opening my right eye. I pried it open with my fingers, and that's when I realized that I was blind in that eye, no matter how wide I pulled my eyelids apart. Upon closer inspection, I noticed tiny blisters growing on my eyeball. The itching grew worse. As I looked in the mirror, my form twisted and grew even more and more grotesque. I could feel the itching inside my head. I shoved my finger into my right ear and dug deep, scratching all around and scraping what I could only imagine being more blisters that developed on the inside of my ear canal. When I pulled my finger out, it was covered in blood. But it wasn't enough. I grabbed a Q-tip and shoved it inside of my ear and scraped it around. A huge sense of relief washed over my body, and I almost collapsed in the amount of pleasure that came with the scraping of the cotton tip against my blistered ear canal. I didn't even hear the loud pop and the ringing that followed as the Q-tip busted through my eardrum, which only exasperated the pain that my body was feeling. I yanked the Q-tip out and screamed in pain. Blood leaked out of my ear, mixed with pus and slivers of blistered skin. I grew extremely dizzy. The ringing in my ear disappeared, my vision blurred and grew black, and I passed out on the bathroom floor. I need help. I can't see out of my right eye. and my left eye is almost swollen shut now, with one large blister slowly growing larger on my eyelid. By tomorrow, the blister will probably grow over and completely engulf my eye. Every part of my body is covered in these blisters and they're starting to pop on their own. My sheets are soaked in pus and blood. I can barely move without coming close to passing out from the pain. I've tried calling the doctor, but the receptionist said that he didn't come into work today, and that he too was developing some kind of serious skin condition. My hair is falling out and sits in clumps on my desk as it falls in front of me, and my teeth are starting to fall out too. The blisters are beginning to form inside my mouth, and my tongue and throat are beginning to swell as well. Breathing is getting harder, and it's really starting to scare me. I thought about reaching for the gun that I keep in the drawer of my nightstand. And when I did, it all came flooding back to me. This is my punishment. This is my atonement. This isn't my first punishment since I've been here. It happens again and again, over and over, every time my mind gets wiped to believe that this punishment is the first. I've been here for what feels like an eternity. I'm telling you this. I'm getting this message out to you that you won't make the same mistakes I did, that I don't want anyone to end up where I am. Even now, just thinking about it, I can see his devilish grin, his demonic smile, his maniacal laugh, all of the punishments that he has procured for me. I wasn't a very good man in life. I wasn't a good father. I wasn't a good friend. I wasn't a good person, and now this is where I am. Who knows what unthinkable, unfathomable torture will be thought up for me next when this one ends. I can't get the pictures out of my head. I can't get the memories out of my head of all of the other unthinkable inflictions of pain I've endured. This isn't the first, and it sure as hell won't be the last. You see, hell, it isn't demons and ghouls torturing you. There's nobody here with pitchforks. It's an endless cycle of misery. And it all feels real. It all feels like reality. It all feels like the life you lived before. Until the punishment comes to an end, and you're forced to remember and live and endure all of the punishments that came before. Until the next one begins. All you can hope for is that the next won't be as bad as the last. But don't hold your breath. Once the audience had assembled, I brought up PowerPoint on the big screen and started my presentation. Hello, my name is Piora. Welcome to Damnation 101. No doubt many of you are wondering why you're in a lecture hall instead of enjoying clouds of sulfur while having your eyes or genitals poked out with red-hot pitchforks. Every one of you has committed grievous mortal sins. None of you has to suffer if you make your quota of souls. But if you don't, they'll kick you out of this comfy oasis. Would you like to be roasted in lava and tortured by the horrible monsters that live in it for eternity? No? Good. Pay close attention and your afterlife can be full of devil's food cake, deviled eggs, and demon rum. That joke always makes me smile. You have the opportunity to destroy your worst enemies. Did you ever tell someone to go to hell? Well, now you can really do it. Isn't that wonderful? But your purpose here isn't fun and games. You are here because our work is absolutely critical. We're in a cold war with heaven, and soon it'll heat up again. Our side needs all the soldiers we can get. Either we destroy God and his angels, or every one of us will suffer eternal damnation. Now that you understand why you're here, let me tell you my story. I was a member of the original 84 Legions of Lucifer, but I was a foot soldier, the lowest of the low. I worked hard and earned my promotions up the ranks. My last assignment was first assistant to the director in the Moscow district. Our wins included a revolution, 2 world wars, and decades of fear and misery. This allowed our team to recruit over 300 million human souls. I take pride in my work. Most of the time, I succeed. I love it, just as I know you will too. There's nothing more fun than achieving complete destruction. 20 years ago, our Lord and Master Lucifer promoted me to be the director of recruit training. That's you. The next slide on the PowerPoint was a question mark. The 7 deadly sins were written all over it. Many of you learned in your pre-infernal existence of the 7 deadly sins: lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. You may be afraid that you must master each of the 7 tools to make big recruitment bonuses. That's false. Everything follows. If you exploit pride, pride causes more misery and destruction than all of the rest put together. A student raised his hand. I answered their question. No, these techniques work anywhere on the planet. People are the same everywhere. I changed the slide to a picture of a man. This is Matthew Schoenberger. We ejected his last controller. Does anyone want to watch what happens after an ejection? It'd spoil your lunch. I cherish the memories of his screams and pleas. My predecessor said that it was impossible to recruit Matt. He had money, prestige, power, knowledge, and unlimited sexual access. Let me show you how I proved him wrong. Lights, please. I played a video of a departmental meeting. This happened a week after I took the case. Matt was absolutely livid. He kept the plastic smile, but inside he wanted to kill the chief of staff. A patient had complained to the hospital about the number of tests Matt ran when they were screaming in pain. It turned out they had the flu, but Matt thought it was a gallbladder attack. Instead of Matt taking it as a lesson, I whispered to him justifications for his action. He had to be careful and that he couldn't risk a malpractice suit. I told him what an utterly incompetent manager she was. How dare she deride him in front of everyone? She couldn't understand his feelings. Matt had 7 months dry. My job was to chip away at the team effort that kept him clean and sober. That morning, I made sure Matt remembered that warm glow and the promise that the solution to his problems was in a Wild Turkey 101 bottle. I am the first one who pushed Matt to anger. At first, I barely changed the chief of staff's remarks. As he justified himself, I twisted them more. I turned an illustration directed to the entire team into a deliberate insult. Then, as he worked the rest of the day, I carefully gave Matt thoughts. She's a lesbian. She hates men. It's not your fault. She wants to get rid of you because you're a man. She's jealous of how good you are. You'll show them. But the point I drove home the hardest was, you're tired. You want to go watch TV and go to bed. Construction slowed the freeway on Matt's commute home. I whispered in his ear to make them move by honking. You can see him tailgating the semi, pounding the horn and cursing. Did he change the behavior of the truck ahead of him? Of course not. The driver was a psychedelic relic with 500 watts of audio rocking the cab. He didn't know Matt was there, and he wouldn't have cared. Matt's anger achieved nothing, except bringing him closer to me. When he did get in, I kept him miserable by telling him that everyone should have seen who he was and let him in sooner. This is a key point. Never allow a human to be grateful. Always maintain the illusion that their actions cause everything. I went to a new slide. Let me show you two views of that highway. The first is a lie. It's how our prospects perceive it. Watch as we go from car to car. They think other people in the traffic are the only reasons they turn from calm to aggravated to irate. This is the truth. Every human on earth always has at least one demon with them. Many have several demons. How would they act if they knew their impulse for road rage might just be whisperings from us? We can only achieve victory as a team, helping each other in our common struggle. If you support each other in your efforts, we will win. We've spent years making you believe you are special, the baddest or the saddest, the bravest or the lamest. We call this terminal uniqueness. Remember, that was our way of destroying you. I'll advance the video until Matt made it home. Matt slumped in the dining room chair. Lousy day, he told Ashley, his wife. His son Ian stood behind his mother, holding on to her leg. Is Daddy sick again? No, son, I'm just tired. Ashley glowered at him. Honestly, completely clean. He smiled at little Ian. I'm fine. After dinner, he grabbed Cheetos and parked himself in front of the TV. I paused the video for a moment. Class, you need to understand what I did next. I had 47 resentment tapes. These are memories of his past that made him angry or sad or ashamed. When I played them, his brain made him experience that pain again. Once he was in his chair and watching Dexter, I worked him hard. I began with mild ones and increased this discomfort until he pigged out on flamin' hot Cheetos. He wasn't hungry, he had just eaten dinner, but I trained him the same way humans train a dog. Every time I gave him anxiety or stress, he ate to stop it. This reinforced the answer to problems in your head is consumption. He thought he was using his own actions to control himself. Soon after the video started again, Matt's cell phone vibrated. It was his AA sponsor. Matt, I missed you at the meeting tonight. How are you? Dwight. Matt typed, horrible day at the hospital. Exhausted. Going to sleep. I pointed to the screen. See how Matt's pride works against him? He's exploding, but he's too proud to admit it to anyone, even himself. Instead, he clung to the idea that he can handle everything by his own actions and willpower. I was getting stronger, and he didn't even know it. He thought he was in control when he added 2 more addictions: food and TV. You may be wondering what I did to get Matt to drink. Actually, I was given a lecture when he started. A student only 3 weeks out of this class scored. The screen showed a pool party. Here we see a tiny but critical example of teamwork. Watch Matt's controller, or demon, ask the controller of that voluptuous young woman to give Matt a bottle of beer. A simple act. It only took a moment, yet its significance in Matt's destruction was pivotal. Matt's demon then told him that his months of not drinking proved he could safely drink, and that he deserved a drink to celebrate his self-control. Then his controller played the same escalation of resentment tapes I mentioned earlier. Matt consumed that Coors Light to drown the problems in his head, as if it were Cheetos. Remember, all addictions are only a symptom of the problem: misery and pride. Our job is to convince him he can keep his ego and stop being miserable. The big screen showed Matt at home popping pills. Since alcohol didn't get him to hell soon enough, I had to up my game. Humans say our Lord and Master Lucifer is the father of lies. Well, that in itself is a lie. I'm not saying I won't tell the prospect whoppers to reach them, but the truth is often far more damaging. I fed Matt diagnostic information about his patients. A few facts and a lot of flattery made him believe he was Dr. Gregory House. Once he thought he was a miracle worker, I whispered a few falsehoods, so he diagnosed his hangover headaches and pains as serious illness. As bizarre as it may seem, his ego will do anything to defend his using. Before long, Matt and another doctor were swapping prescriptions for Ritalin, Oxycontin, Xanax, benzos, and a host of other destructive medications. He became even more anxious and depressed. He also began suffering nightmares. Naturally, he took more drugs to treat the symptoms of his drugs. I put up a slide that read self-delusion. Matt's overinflated ego told him he is in control. We helped him to keep that illusion. We sold him something to cure the problems in his head and the ones created by his pride. Humans do more than just pills to support their delusions. They lie, threaten, beg, kill, make deals and butter up with kindness so that they can get other people to do whatever they want. Eventually, their power over others and themselves will fail. With Matt, it took a year. By then, Ashley had found his drugs hidden in the garage, got a restraining order against him, and filed for divorce. I stood smiling. 4 months later, we achieved total victory. After a 3-day methamphetamine and PCP-fueled binge with a $10 beauty queen he met at Walmart, I convinced Matt that he needed to spend quality time with his son. So, he picked Ian up and drove off with him. Since the court had given his wife sole custody, and there was a restraining order against him, according to the law, Matt kidnapped him. But the story only gets better. I never had so much fun. Here Matt is driving Ian and me away. I told Matt that he needed to go faster. Go faster, go faster, and go faster he did. Watch that family walking in the crosswalk as Matt ran the red light, doing 73 in a 40. I have to give a shout out to thank the great teamwork by the former controllers of mother and father. They delayed everyone long enough for Matt to score a perfect hit. Oh, wee baby grease spots as Matt ran over the kids. The Suburban's impact crushed Dad's chest in and smashed his skull against the road. But the best part was Mama. The accident rammed her head through the windshield of Matt's Suburban. It kept getting better from there. Matt fled the scene with Mom on the hood. A TV station helicopter broadcast this view live. That's her flapping away in the breeze as we flew at over 110 miles an hour. Observe how her neck snapped and her decapitated body crumpled onto the freeway. What they didn't show the home audience was the fun we had with her head bouncing around inside the vehicle. The screen shows the police roadblocks. The local flatfoots tried to spoil the entertainment with spike strips across the highway, but I wasn't going to let them stop the party so quickly. There, Matt punched one officer and bit a second. They hammered on him with their nightsticks, but it was so high he didn't even notice. They had to taser him 3 times. At that point, Matt was facing everything from 5 counts of vehicular manslaughter to extreme aggravated DUI with a minor in the vehicle. And now, here we see Matt waking up in jail, bruised, battered, and with no idea how he got there. He knew it wasn't good. This is Matt handcuffed to the table in an interrogation room. They're showing him the photo radar pictures of his Suburban hitting that family. Look at the expression on his face. Shock, disbelief, and self-loathing. But it only gets better when he watches the TV footage and the video of the arrest. We have yet one act in Matt's drama. I beamed with pride as I advanced the scene 5 days. It showed Matt hanging himself using a rope made from his sheets. And before we break out into individual training modules, I had to show you how we achieved total victory last night. And not only that, but we have wonderful prospects with Ian and Ashley. Ian now has major PTSD, while Ashley is depressed, resentful, and bitter. We should be seeing both of them here real soon. I love making recruits. This is my work and glory, to bring about the destruction and eternal damnation of man. Greetings, dear traveler. Please allow me to extend our warmest welcome to our establishment. Please do come in. No doubt you have traveled so far trying to find your way. It simply will not do to have you left out in the cold. There we are. It must be nice to rid yourself of the dreadful world outside. Please do make yourself comfortable. I would hate to see anyone coming through our doors feeling any less than right at home. Nonsense. It's my duty to personally see to it that all our guests are properly attended to. Being a drop and making a simple pit stop hardly excludes you from the scope of my services. Could I get your name, if you don't mind me asking? Oh no, there's no problem at all. Just an air of familiarity, if memory serves. If you will allow me but a moment. Well, let me say, I certainly am glad to have crossed your path. As it so happens, the place you were searching for is in fact this very establishment. I am so thrilled you were able to find us. It's no easy trek finding us out. I'm sorry? Oh, nonsense. I am more than happy to accommodate you. I will take you to your suite right away. Now, please don't fret. Early arrivals are hardly an obstacle for our establishment. On behalf of our organization, I must insist that your experience here is up to the same high standard we provide for all our guests who pass through our gates. The circumstances of your arrival are hardly of consequence to how you'll be treated here. However, if you're not ready to settle in, I am more than happy to take you on a tour of our facility. Many of our visitors find that getting acquainted with our services allows them to ease into their accommodations much more smoothly. Fantastic! In that case, let us proceed. Welcome, dear traveler, to the last hotel you will ever need to stay in. Our establishment has gone by many names over the years, but rest assured, in that time, we have always presided at the forefront of providing the most unforgettable experiences tailor-made to every whim of every individual who comes through our doors. We pride ourselves on unwaveringly providing every amenity the human mind can conjure. As a matter of fact, it all begins right here in our lobby. This floor of the hotel is what I like to call the museum. Imagine an entire floor dedicated to a collection of treasures so vast that not even the worldliest nomads could comprehend its scope? Yes, the labyrinthian corridors can be quite daunting at first glance, but don't let that perturb you. Behind every door of these halls awaits something guaranteed to take your breath away. Will you find an exotic artifact from an ancient empire? The delectable recipe for your favorite childhood dish? Perhaps an experience you cannot explain with words. I honestly wish I could tell you. Every room you find is a window to a whole new world, and with something new to be found around every corner, you may very well lose yourself here. Why, just ask the visitors who stop in just to kill some time. Many of them will tell you that they could spend days wandering from room to room in search of a new experience. Well, that is, if you could pull them away long enough to get a word in. If you were to ask me to describe in one sentence, I would say it is the greatest place to be when you forgot where you had to be. With that being said, we should keep moving. As tempting as this place is to the wandering eye, there is still so much more to see. Now, if I can just remember which of these doors was the right one. Aha! If you would kindly follow me right this way, we will proceed to our next feature. Tally-ho! Our next floor is where you will find our in-house nightclub. Whatever you thought you knew about a night in the town, you best put those notions to rest. This place is now the only party-going experience you will ever think about again. With all the exotic folks you'll meet here, and the spirit that they're bringing with them, I would dare you leave here having any less than a night you will never forget. And with the doors being open all hours of the day, I can assure you the only thing you will be disturbing on this floor is the peace. And yes, I did say all hours. You see, we've got all manner of lively folk finding their way to our abode literally all the time. The folks who say they'll sleep when they're dead are positively pansies standing next to one of these fine guests. Don't believe me? Look around. See the way the music moves them? How they move across that floor? Not an inch of ground left uncovered. The only advice for you in this world of wonders is to find something, or someone, who strikes your fancy, and to hold on tight. You'll find these fine partygoers will slip through your fingers if you're not quick enough. With that being said, we must carry on now, darling. We have a great deal of ground to cover before we reach your final destination. Aw, you seem to be looking rather weak in the knees. Well, I suppose I would be lying if I said the entertainment isn't famous for knocking the wind out of your sails. Never mind that, though. We are about to visit the floor where you can kick back and satiate some of your more literal appetites. Next stop on our tour, the dining hall. This wonderland of culinary delights will treat you to the greatest variety of dishes from across the ages, prepped by in-house staff with more years in their field than ants fried under a backyard scientist magnifying glass. Perhaps my favorite part of our dining hall, though, is that you can have whatever you want, whenever you want it. And I'm talking about more than just having cake for breakfast. Literally anything you can imagine, and maybe even a few things you can't, is here for your consumption. You want some whiskey with your eggs? No problem. Looking for a ceremonial smoke to spiritually awaken your love of chicken soup? Be my guest. We've got the finest selection of everything from prime rib to cheesecake to satisfy your cravings, and everything from craft beer to opioids for your other cravings. If you were to ask me where to start in our buffet of wonders, I'd tell you now, my personal favorite is a little delightful ayahuasca blend we discovered in the backwoods of Peru. If you have a dose of that concoction after it's really had time to simmer, then chase it down with some 19th century French absinthe, well, let's say you'll be awakening more than your taste buds in that endeavor. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. What seems to be the trouble? Oh, why were there feeding tubes being fed down their throats? Ah, yes, I'm surprised you noticed that inconspicuous little feature. You see, the guests who sign up for that accommodation also sign up to be looked after in the most intimate, attentive way we can hope to provide. We keep exhaustive records on each and every one of our clients' tastes, desires, and preferences so that when they arrive, all they need to do is sit back and let us tend to their needs. They may not know it, but we keep a close watch on all our clients' habits and routines before they arrive. It allows us to provide every single guest with their own personalized treatment. You have your own too, custom created for you and you alone. Oh, but I shouldn't be letting on about that, should I? Better not to spoil the surprise. After all, we still have so much more to cover before you need to worry about that. On the 4th floor, you can help yourselves to our in-house gym. This is the perfect place for any and all to come and do a little workout on themselves, if you will. You can't be the most pristinely sculpted and chiseled version of yourself without putting in the work, after all. Have you ever tried to make an omelet without breaking a few eggs? It's a dreadfully idiotic endeavor. But never fear, this is a judgment-free zone. As a matter of fact, we pride ourselves on our haven of physicality being a purely collaborative effort. That's right. No matter what time you come and what routine you're practicing, we ensure that our patrons are buddied up. And this way, you'll always have someone watching over every program you test and every gain you make. Isn't it wonderful? And being able to share your growth with someone. We do everything within our means to push all our patrons in every activity they undertake. And that's the beauty of our buddy system. Anytime you start getting accustomed to your routines, your partner in crime will be right there to raise the stakes and push you even harder, just as you will do for them. After all, how does one test new limits if they can't surpass old ones? Well, we best continue. Let our champions continue pursuing their spirit to make them win. This one is my personal favorite. This here is our dedicated sports center. Since there are games in progress, I'll have to explain its features to you from the sidelines. It's a shame the referees aren't more flexible about visitors because this place is absolutely exhilarating. Our facility is the absolute perfect place for anyone with a bit of a competitive streak to come and blow off some steam, and maybe get in a few digs while they're at it. And the best part of this place is that it's fully equipped to engage our clients in, quite literally, any sport they can imagine. You want hockey, football, boxing? Sure thing. Cross-country and gymnastics? Absolutely. We can host everything from martial arts tournaments to jousting to even lumberjacks. We even have a fox tossing arena. I mean, how many people can honestly make such a claim? Oh no, don't worry. We hold ourselves to an incredibly high standard. We would never allow animals of any kind to be harmed in our establishment. We simply substitute other patrons into that role. What? What do you mean that's dangerous? You really must take a second look at your surroundings. You've really got to live a little when the opportunity presents itself. Do you see those fine individuals? If they come here seeking action, they commit themselves to it fully, and you will find they are not as perturbed by that thought as you would think. They did sign up for this after all. Here we are. If you take a look below, you will see my absolute favorite place, the wave pool. You see how much of a crowd this little marvel draws? Trust me, it's a much greater sight to see up close. From up here, it all looks like a bunch of ants scurrying around, not knowing where to... Oh, watch this. The wave is coming. Look at them all go. You see how wild they get when that wave starts throwing them around? I have worked for this institution for a very long time, but I never cease to find joy in little moments like that. The next step in our procession will be the sauna. Can anyone in history have possibly devised a more perfect method of relaxation? It certainly would take a lot to convince myself, never mind the patrons who lounge their days away here. I must say, this feature is a standout for the variety you have available. No towel-sharing, energy-leaking back rooms full of panting dogs in this sauna, no sir. Inside each structure you see are bathhouses, where each tub is flanked by a suite of individual steam rooms along every wall. I don't need to tell you the power that a long, deep soak in one of these places can do for body and mind. I swear, it's practically divine. However, if need be, you can take a break from the deep clean and step outside where you enjoy one of our fire pits. While I have no doubt you can warm your souls here all on your own, we have above what is absolutely the most breathtaking view of the clearest, most star-studded night sky you will ever have the pleasure of seeing. This haven is the perfect place for people to forget themselves for a while and enjoy what they have in the moment. Lord knows how much trouble people have with that these days. How much to stop for a soak? Oh, no, you misunderstand. You don't pay with any sort of currency. You yourself came here with no form of payment, if you remember. No, that's quite all right. As a matter of fact, No one you see here brings anything of monetary value when they come. Take a closer look at the fires. Do any familiar-looking shapes stand out to you? Perhaps the shape of a hand? Or maybe it's attached to an arm. You may find that if you look closely, the patrons of the fire pits are already pondering what the next piece of kindling will be. Oh, no, don't be concerned for them. The cost may seem too high to pay for such a trivial thing. You may also find that it is of vital importance for these folks. These simple little pits of flame provide our patrons with something they hold very dear: perspective. A little dose of that is a highly sought-after treasure that not everyone can capture. One thing I have come to learn myself is that one of the greatest lessons you can learn here is the importance of give and take. Many who spend their time here understand this better than anyone. Coming up is something I guarantee you have no hope of seeing anywhere else. This floor is home to our nature reserve. Yeah, you heard me right. We have here our very own plot of conserved land established within the confines of our establishment's walls. We have gone to great lengths with this exhibition to preserve and maintain everything you see here so our guests will have the privilege of experiencing the wild and breathtaking beauty of nature as it was meant to be. My recommendation to get the fullest experiences you can here is to go to the creek and then follow it to where the woodland and the prairie biomes meet. You will not only get a full-form view of nature along the creek, but you will be greeted with a truly humbling view when you reach the clearing. With all that said, though, I cannot understate how fortunate we are to have the active involvement of our patrons providing all the resources and upkeep needed to ensure the lasting integrity of this preserve. Although it is certainly a learning opportunity for those who involve themselves, it simply wouldn't be possible for us to maintain this paradise without the time and effort put in by... Oh, excuse me, you must not run on this path. You will startle the... Oh, look at what you've done. Yes, now you must run. That's it. Just a little further and you... Oh my, they are just absolutely ripping him apart. Oh, that is positively dreadful. My word, I wish you didn't have to see that. Unfortunately for some, though, that is what happens when you choose to run with the wolves. Nature has a way of sinking its teeth into you. All right, one more stop before we reach the end of our tour. And if you thought our previous exhibitions were sights to behold, then our theater will be damned sure to take away whatever breath you had left. We put on live shows of the widest scope and scale under every genre you can name, be it a romance and tragedy, comedy, and just a pinch of horror. It's certainly not on par with the average playgoer sensibilities, but we aim to surprise our guests in ways not even we can think of. What do I mean by that, you ask? Well, as you may have seen with our previous exhibitions, many of the activities we put on require patron participation, and here we take it just a tiny step further. Every play that's hosted on our stages is produced, acted, and choreographed by the patrons who book their stay on this floor. We even have people specializing in creating sets and props for Pete's sake. You see, every patron here has a story to share with the world. Whether they know it or not when they get here, they will find this environment to be perfect for coming into their own. And the stories and productions of yesteryear are all well and good as well, and we are more than happy to put on those shows for our patrons, perhaps with a twist here or there. We have come to learn that the greatest method of engaging your audience is to, well, give the shows to your audience. You may find yourself surprised at just what a person can do when they are made to commit to something. To explore those deep, dark recesses of their psyche and pull out something truly jaw-dropping. Still lost for ideas? Never fear. We have just the cure for the wicked mistress known as writer's block. Every balcony is accompanied with walls worth of bookshelves absolutely packed full of literature. All you need to do is ask one of our lovely librarians to throw you a bone. They would sooner kill than see our patrons stuck in a creative rut. Oh, bother, what terrible timing. We will have to leave before the final act of this play is complete. And just as the villain gets their just desserts, my word, and people don't understand why I hate cliffhangers. All right. Just one more floor to go, and we will be arriving at your room. Now that you've had your grand tour, what are your first impressions? Oh my, you don't look well at all. You're shaking up a storm, too. Please, tell me, what is the matter? Horrible? Aw, nonsense. This place is admittedly a lot to digest, but... Leave? I'm afraid our policy is use it or lose it in nature. There can be no returns or refunds once you have arrived. I know you're probably not used to our methods of treatment, but trust me when I say, your experience here will be completely unforgettable. And besides, you practically had to sell your soul to get a room like yours. But then again, you already knew that, didn't you? Oh, okay. And here we are at last. The suite you have booked is literally an attraction all in its own. Welcome to the penthouse suites. This is where you will learn what it feels like to have the world revolve around you. This is the place where every possible thing from your most dire needs to your most innocuous thoughts are catered to at the highest levels of services you can possibly imagine. This is also the floor where you will brush elbows with the high and mighty who reside here, at least in theory. You may find them to be occupied with their own affairs. That being said, you will soon join their ranks and learn for yourself just how captivating this experience will be. This floor, after all, only caters to the most highly sought after of our clients. And once we get your suite open, oh, here we are. Home, sweet home. Feel free to look around and get cozy. After the journey you've had, you're going to want to take some time to recharge. Admiring the view, are we? The floor-to-ceiling windows provide quite a unique... What do you mean you don't see anything? Darkness? Well, the things we see in the world tend to reflect what we see in ourselves. I only kid. Perhaps you ought to take a closer look. Ah, now you see. The hands, the faces, the voices. Every moment of your life, you ever did something wrong. It's a lot to take in, isn't it? This is your personalized experience. All the information we have gathered on you. All the things you should not have done but did anyway. It's all coming to take a massive bite out of you. Every horrid decision you have ever made. Every life you have ruined in the search of your own selfish glory has led you to this room here and now. And this is the last stop on the tracks for you. This establishment has gone by many names over the years. But one thing hasn't changed. We are responsible for providing you and everyone else here the means to think about what they've done when the long day is done. The agony you suffer is entirely of your own making. All we do is show you to your suites. Help you. just as self-important now as you ever were. You spent your whole life helping yourself. What makes you worthy to receive someone's help now? I suggest you sit back and take some time to think things over. You'll find time is the one thing you won't be short of here. Well, I really must be on my way now. We've been receiving so many clients lately, and there are so many who still need to be shown the way. But until I see you again, welcome to hell. May your time here be well spent. I don't know how I've lived as long as I have. My lifestyle has been anything but wholesome, and most of my existence could be described as chaotic and violent. All of my family died young, and with one exception, I didn't miss them. I can tell you about my tough upbringing and my difficult life, and it would be true, up to a point. My family and peers, they were a screwed-up bunch. This will become evident as I tell my story. Still, if I'm being honest, I'd have to admit that I'm the worst of the lot. I've been selfish, greedy, violent, and deeply sinful. But for some reason, I was given a second chance. My memories of that fateful night are rather hazy. Inevitably, there was a wild party which involved a lot of booze and drugs. I awoke in a strange place, surrounded by the sleeping bodies of people I didn't know. This wasn't a unique situation for me, but still, something felt off. My head was pounding, and I had a foul taste in my mouth, but nevertheless, I pulled myself up and explored my surroundings. I was surprised to find myself in a rather plush penthouse apartment, not the type of establishment I was used to waking in after a weekend-long bender. Perhaps I was moving up in the world. I staggered over to the window and looked down upon the darkened city below, soon realizing something wasn't right. When I say the city was shrouded in darkness, I mean literally so. I couldn't see a single electric light anywhere on the horizon, as the only illumination came from the pale light of the moon and faint glow of far-distant stars. I guessed it could have been a citywide blackout, but I also couldn't see any cars or headlights on the streets. It was freaky, but I didn't think too much about it. Clearly, this party was at an end, and so my priority was getting the hell out of here. With some difficulty, I stepped over the snoring party guests and eventually found my way to the door, and then the corridor beyond. At first glance, there was nothing special about the elevator, which would soon become crucial to my story and change my life forever. It was just a normal elevator with sliding steel doors and a button lit up to summon the lift. I was on the top floor, so there was only one way to go: down. I hesitated before reaching out to push the button, feeling a cold chill running through me that I couldn't explain. But nevertheless, I summoned the elevator, experiencing a surge of static electricity as my finger made contact. I was surprised to hear the mechanical ping just a few seconds later as the door swung open. I was even more startled to see the enigmatic and somewhat scary figure standing inside, his finger poised on the button. And to say that this character was strange would be an understatement. He was an elderly man, white-haired and wrinkled, but surprisingly sturdy-looking. I noted how he was dressed up to the nines, wearing a full three-piece suit waistcoat, bow tie, and top hat. The only thing missing was a monocle. I almost laughed out loud at the old man's almost comical appearance, but something held me back. I think it was the look in his eyes, which marked him out as a serious and perhaps dangerous individual.
"Good evening, sir,"
he said, addressing me in a deep, raspy voice.
"Going down, I take it."
Yeah, I answered in confusion. "And who the hell are you, the elevator attendant?" My tone was ruder than the situation called for, but the man didn't seem to take offense.
"In a manner of speaking, sir, I will be your guide and traveling companion through the journey to come. I look forward to our time together, but must warn you that our adventure will be long and arduous."
"What the hell are you talking about?" I demanded. My head was pounding, and I had no patience for these riddles. I just wanted to get out of this place. Again, the attendant, or whoever the hell he was, didn't react to my insult.
"Please, sir, time is marching on, and we really should be making moves. I'm sure you don't want to stay here any longer than necessary."
I didn't. But at the same time, I certainly wasn't keen to get into a lift with this weirdo. I wondered whether there was another way out. Perhaps a staircase or maintenance lift? But when I turned my head and looked back, I was shocked to see a scene of utter carnage. The corridor walls were literally dripping with a dark crimson liquid, which I feared was blood, and the penthouse suite I'd just left had been transformed into a fiery inferno, the room now engulfed by flames, and the sleeping guests burning, their skin and flesh melting under the intense heat. I told myself it must be a hallucination, but I could feel the flames burning my skin and the smell, the foul stench from the horrific human barbecue. Jesus H. Christ, what the hell happened?
"We really should be going, sir,"
the attendant repeated, with a degree of urgency now evident in his voice. "Are you crazy? We can't use the lift during a fire. We'll be burnt alive."
"There is no way out, sir. You will need to trust me."
The fire was growing more intense, and the smoke was filling up my lungs. I coughed and spluttered as my panicked brain tried to think. I was sure I would die if I stayed here, and really didn't have any other options. And so I darted for the elevator door, jumping inside, just before the operator pushed the button to close the door, sealing the smoke and fire on the far side.
"A wise choice, sir,"
said the attendant, with a sly smile on his crusty lips.
"And now, we may begin."
I shuddered when I looked into his dark, emotionless eyes, and wondered what this lunatic had in store for me. As it happened, the enigmatic elevator attendant was about to introduce me to a hell I could never have imagined in my worst nightmares. Once I regained my senses and cleared my lungs, I soon realized there was something else wrong with this compact elevator. There were no floor numbers displayed on the control panel, and, in fact, I could only see one button, and this had no number. Nevertheless, the lift was descending at a considerable rate, although the trip seemed to last an eternity. "Isn't there an emergency phone in here? We need to call the fire brigade." The attendant didn't answer, instead staring straight forward. I had a sudden urge to grab the old man by his shoulders and shake him vigorously, but I didn't think this would be a good idea. "Are you listening to me, man?" I demanded, whilst struggling to control my anxiety. "We're in danger here."
"No harm will come to you whilst we are inside of this vessel. The dangers on the other side will become self-evident. But you should only worry about what lies ahead, and not what we've left behind."
"What the hell?" I mouthed, as I tried to make some sense of these cryptic words. Instead, I decided to ignore his bizarre ramblings and the many red flags. Whatever, man. I just want to get the hell out of here and go home.
Yes, you're home,
The attendant answered thoughtfully.
I will do my best to see you safely return to your own world. But there are limits to my powers as a guide. You will need to face your own demons and fight for survival. I must warn you, sir, your journey shall not be an easy one.
I shook my head in dismay and no longer tried to make sense of this guy's bullshit. Clearly, he was either batshit crazy or was deliberately messing with me. In any case, I wanted to get out of the elevator and far away from this nut job. Therefore, I was very much relieved to hear the ping as the lift came to a sudden stop.
Level 1,
the attendant explained, without elaborating. You mean the ground floor? I asked frantically. We can get out of here.
I'm afraid you don't understand, sir, but the truth will become self-evident soon enough.
I laughed in open mockery at his words, deciding that this man must indeed be mad. Whatever, buddy. I'll find my own way from here. Good luck, old-timer. With that, I stepped forward, just as the elevator door slid open. But then I stopped dead in my tracks. Naturally, I expected to walk out into a well-lit lobby, which I could use to access the city street beyond. Instead, and inexplicably, I found myself staring into a darkened forest, which sat directly outside of the elevator's doors. I remember just standing there, totally dumbstruck for what seemed like an eternity. I thought this was either a trick, or I was suffering from a hallucination. What drugs had I taken last night? This was some trippy shit. But I'd taken psychedelic drugs before, and never experienced anything like this. It was all so real, right down to the cold night breeze and smell of pine cones. This was an actual forest, with rows of tall trees, as far as the eye could see. What the actual hell? I muttered, as my exhausted brain tried to make sense of this inexplicable situation.
Level 1,
the attendant repeated.
Otherwise known as Limbo, the entrance to the underworld, and home to unfortunate souls trapped between heaven and hell.
What are you saying? I demanded, as the panic rose from the pit of my stomach. What have you done to me?
I've done nothing to you, sir,
he replied without emotion.
Your decisions, the life you have led, this is what has brought you to this place. I am not here to harm you, merely to guide you through the levels, in the hope you will eventually make it home.
I shook my head in dismay, not wanting to listen to these crazy words. When I looked out into the woods, I was hit by a terrible foreboding, a cold chill of terror, as I anticipated the horrors that lay before me. But there was seemingly nowhere else for me to go, and so I set forward, cautiously walking out onto the cold black soil of the forest floor. I noted the attendant following after me, keeping a respectable distance, although I could feel his piercing glare on the back of my neck. The forest was unlike any I'd ever encountered before. Woods at night can often evoke a primal fear in the human psyche. But there was something very unnatural about this inexplicable forest which I now walked through. As I slowly progressed under the shadowy trees, I heard a faint sound carried through the cold night air, gradually growing louder the farther I walked. I listened intently to make out the voices, the faint but pained cries of 1,000 souls calling out at once. Some of the languages I recognized, others I didn't. But there was one common denominator. All were crying out, in pain and fear. My whole body shivered as I heard those wretched people cry, but yet I could not see them or identify where the sound was originating from.
These poor souls,
the attendant stated sympathetically.
In truth, they did little wrong during their mortal lives, but are trapped here by circumstances. In time, some of them will ascend to a better place. But alas, there's nothing we can do to help.
I was only half listening to my guide's explanation, but his words did evoke a memory in the back of my mind, something I'd read or heard of many years previously. My mind was racing in that moment as I tried to come to terms with my hellish situation. How could this be happening? Was I dead? I had never believed in the supernatural or thought there was an afterlife. Surely, there must be some kind of rational explanation. In any case, my objective was to escape and make my way home, and so I ignored the pained cries and walked on. Before long, I stumbled upon what I thought was my way out. I reached the bottom of a steep hill and looked up, seeing a bright light shining on top of the mount. I can't explain why, but I was drawn towards the light, somehow knowing it represented my salvation. I put a confident foot forward and began my ascent up the hillside. But in that moment, I felt a firm hand on my shoulder. I turned to see the attendant holding me back, a stern look on his face as he spoke.
You can't go that way. Trust me, sir.
Screw off, I shot back angrily, pulling myself free from his cold grasp as I marched forward with determination. But, of course, I didn't get far. I'd taken less than a dozen steps up the hillside before I froze as my primal instincts kicked in. I heard a sinister rustling in the bushes ahead and looked up in time to see a creature emerge from the shadows, the dark shape of a predator with hungry eyes. A moment later, another emerged, and then another. To my horror, I witnessed a pack of savage and unnatural wolves emerge on the hillside, their eyes burning with hatred and fangs dripping with blood as they focused upon me. Their prey. As one, the pack let out a bloodthirsty howl, and a moment later they were charging, tearing down the hillside, and heading straight for me. I screamed in terror and rapidly retreated, but in my panicked state, I tripped and fell down into the dirt. Suddenly, I was set upon by the Alpha, raising my right arm in a desperate attempt to defend myself. I squealed in agony as the beast bit down, its razor-sharp fangs plunging into my exposed flesh and bone. I looked into the wolf's frenzied eyes and was sure it would rip me to shreds, but the attendant came to my rescue, kicking the hellhound back and dragging me away from the kill zone and off the hillside. The Alpha had been stunned, but not seriously wounded, and the rest of the pack were hot on his heels. I braced myself for a fresh attack, but the pack stopped dead in their tracks at the bottom of the hillside, snarling and pacing but not attacking. It was like there was an invisible line on the ground which they could not cross. I was astonished by this sudden turn of events, but this wasn't all. When I looked down at my arm, expecting to see a nasty wound where I'd been bitten, there was nothing. My skin was unblemished, and I felt no pain. I looked to the attendant, my savior, for an explanation.
They can't leave the hillside, but they will protect their territory with all the force in hell. We cannot pass.
I didn't want to believe it. The light on the top of the hill seemed so close and inviting. Surely, there must be a way, I pleaded.
No,
he replied with certainty.
The beast will not leave this path until the end of time. I told you this journey would not be easy. Alas, there are no shortcuts through the hellscapes.
I got to my feet with some difficulty, casting a last glance at the bloodthirsty pack before moving on. I couldn't avoid the obvious any longer. The terrible truth was staring me right in the face. I'm dead, aren't I? I whimpered.
I'm dead and this is hell."
The attendant nodded his head thoughtfully, as if he'd been anticipating this question.
"You are in hell, but you are not dead. Not yet, at least. In fact, you have been given a remarkable opportunity, the chance to walk the levels of hell and learn the truth of the afterlife. Why, I cannot say. As I've already explained, I am merely your guide and will do my utmost to keep you alive. But sir, I must insist that you obey my instructions. You were lucky to survive that last encounter, and I can't protect you from all the threats to come."
I nodded my head vigorously, suddenly realizing that this odd man was my only friend in this hell, and he represented my last chance at salvation. Suddenly, something clicked in my confused brain, an old memory brought to life. I know this story. The Inferno. The Circles of Hell.
"Yes,"
the attendant confirmed.
"Dante's work, written during the 14th century AD. He made the same journey as you will all those centuries ago. But what you see and experience will be unique to your own mortal existence. Even I do not know what lies ahead."
I shuddered, hating the uncertainty and the unenviable situation I'd been placed in. Why me was the question I asked. It made no logical sense, but throughout my life, I had adapted to my often dire circumstances and survived against the odds. And I certainly wasn't going to give up now. In that moment, I decided that I would do whatever it took and would face whatever horrors lay ahead. "Okay then, lead on, my friend." The attendant nodded dispassionately before striding back into the forest, and I followed, placing my life in this stranger's hands. We walked for what seemed like an eternity through the darkness and under the canopies. My feet ached, and I was chilled all the way through. In time, the growls of the wolf pack and disembodied cries of the dead faded away to nothing. But I still felt incredibly uneasy, having the distinct impression that we were being watched, that a sinister and unnatural entity was tracking our every move. I definitely had the feeling that we weren't welcome here, or at least, I wasn't. This wasn't my world, and I didn't belong here. We barely spoke during that long march through the dark woods. I asked questions of my guide, but received few answers. "Who are you? Are you alive? And why are you helping me?" I inquired.
"I am no one,"
was his cryptic response.
"The name I had during my mortal existence is no longer relevant. And yes, I am dead. But I find myself in the unique position where I can pass between the levels without interference. And this allows me to act as the guide to individuals such as yourself."
I was almost ready to quit when I heard a new sound. The soft sobbing of a child. A cold chill ran through me as I experienced a chilling déjà vu, a memory of a past trauma, which I'd long since tried to bury. We walked into a clearing, and I saw the sobbing figure was a little girl. Maybe 8 or 9, her long dark hair covering her tear-filled face. My heart beat fast in my chest as I approached her, reaching out to gently brush back her hair and look into her eyes. I gasped in shock and recoiled whenever I saw the face staring back at me. It was my little sister, Sarah, the girl who died 36 years ago in the most tragic of circumstances. I guess this is a good opportunity to explain something about my family history. It'd be fair to say I didn't have the easiest start in life. My parents were neglectful and abusive, but I'll talk more about them later. My older brother was no good either, and so I had to look after myself from a young age. Honestly, I was okay with that. But then there was Sarah, my little sister. For some reason, she looked up to me, and I felt responsible for her. No one else was going to look after her after all, but I was a dumb teenager doing stupid shit out on the streets. The night Sarah died is one I've tried hard to forget. I had been out all night, and I guess my sister got worried because she left the house and walked the streets looking for me. She got struck by a hit-and-run driver and died on the curbside, alone and afraid. I couldn't forgive myself for my sister's death. If only I'd stayed home that night, she would have lived. I guess it's a big part of the reason why I got so screwed up during my teens. But time moved on, and I learned to live with the trauma, or at least, how to dull the pain with drink and drugs. But of course, I never expected to see my sister again, and I wasn't prepared for this. To encounter Sarah still in her 9-year-old body and forever trapped in a cycle of pain and fear. This was worse than anything I could have imagined. She looked up at me with bloody tears in her eyes, a crimson red dripping down her pale cheeks. And when her pure blood fell, it was fed upon by worms and insects, which crawled across the forest floor. Instinctively, I overcame my fear and reached out to grab her, to hold my sister and never let her go. But when I took Sarah in my arms, her body literally fell apart, dissolving into ash in my hands. I looked down in horror as her remains blew away in the wind, and even then, I could still hear her soft sobbing, a lasting reminder of my failure to save her soul. I cried out, holding my head in my hands in utter despair as the grief overcame me. Glancing up, I saw the attendant standing over me, quietly observing my pain. "Why?" I demanded. "Why are you doing this to her? I get it, man. I'm a piece of shit and deserve everything I get. But Sarah, she's an innocent. She never did anything to anybody. Why punish her? That isn't fair."
"Fair?"
the attendant replied thoughtfully.
"You must know that life isn't fair. So why would you think death would be any different? As for your sister, she is not being punished as such. She is simply lost. In time, she may find her way to a better place. But for now, there is nothing you or I can do to help her, alas."
I shook my head in disbelief. "So why show me her suffering like this? Why torture me?"
"It is not my role to torture you, nor do I determine what you shall see on each level. This is your journey. I am merely the guide."
It seemed this was his answer to every question, and perhaps it was the truth. I didn't know why I'd been put in this unenviable position, but guessed I would face many more horrors before the end. We soon left the clearing as I muttered a final goodbye to Sarah, begging her forgiveness for my failings. We didn't walk for long until we reached the exit, a second elevator, inexplicably standing in the middle of the forest, illuminated by artificial light and with the doors already open. The attendant held out his arm, motioning for me to enter.
"Time to move on,"
he said. "Yeah," I replied, with a grim resignation, as I stepped inside and the door slammed shut. We descended for a long time before the elevator came to a stop. I had much to think about after my ghostly encounter with my dead sister. But what really scared me was the thought of what lay ahead. As my nameless guide had said, Limbo was the first level or circle, and not even hell proper, so it seemed my situation would only get worse as I descended. When I questioned the attendant, I predictably received the bare minimum of information, merely being told that we must pass through each and every level before I could go home. I pondered this as the lift halted and the door pinged.
Level 2. Lust. Brace yourself,
the attendant warned. I planned to ask him what he meant, but as soon as the door opened, I was hit by a blast of cold wind, which nearly knocked me off of my feet. Looking ahead, I saw a seemingly endless, desolate plain, stretching for as far as the eye could see, a wasteland set underneath a pale sun. But worst of all was the gale which swept across the land, a heavy wind, which made it difficult to stand, let alone walk. Even the attendant needed to shout to be heard over the mighty gale.
Take my arm. I shall assist you.
I did as instructed, and we slowly marched forward into the windswept wasteland, struggling with each and every step. I looked to the horizon and wondered how we would ever advance through this hellish level. But it got worse. As we staggered ahead, suddenly the ground in front of us shook and cracked open, and from beneath the rocky surface emerged a monstrous figure, a giant, easily 20 feet tall, taking the shape of a man, but with a grotesque, snake-like tail wrapped around his body. The giant stood up, blocking our path with his huge frame and making the earth quake under his heavy feet. He looked down upon us with piercing eyes as his snake tail uncoiled. I was sure this monster would attack us at any moment, and so be made ready to flee. But my guide held me steady, shouting in my ear,
Behold Minos, the judge and gatekeeper of the underworld. None may pass without his permission.
I stood frozen to the spot, fearing what this monster would do to me. I could feel the judgment in his piercing glare, and it chilled me to the bone. I watched helplessly as he opened his gaping mouth and spoke in a booming, inhuman voice. It is not your time. You should not be here, he proclaimed. I was left speechless, but thankfully my guide had an answer already prepared.
We are on a mission from God,
he replied confidently.
I must insist that you let us through.
I could hardly believe how the attendant dared to speak to this monster, and thought Minos would either laugh in open mockery or crush us both with his bare hands. But, to my immense surprise, he did neither, instead exclaiming the words, "And so it shall be." With that, Minos retreated back into the hole from which he'd emerged, but before his head disappeared beneath the ground, he offered parting words that I soon realized were directed towards me. Until we meet again. As soon as the giant left, the gale returned. I don't think I could have withstood the mighty wind if it hadn't been for my guide, who somehow stood tall, in spite of the sheer force hitting us. We slowly moved forward across the windswept plain, and in time I saw others trapped in their own struggles, emaciated and half-naked souls, trying in vain to stand and walk before the gale knocked them down to the hard rocky ground. There must have been thousands of them, all stuck in the same cruel loop.
They have no respite,
the attendant explained.
The wind is relentless and the suffering never-ending.
I felt a lump in my throat as I considered the implications of what I'd been told. This was eternity for these people, to never have shelter or peace, and to forever fall victim to the vicious winds of Level 2. I wondered what one would have needed to do in their life to end up in this place. I soon got my answer, in a manner of speaking. I almost stumbled over the man in front of me, a wretched figure who'd curled up in the fetal position in a vain attempt to protect himself from the wind. He looked up, and I met his eye, once again reacting with shock as I recognized the tormented soul. It was my father, who'd died 27 years previously. And to be fair, he looked as surprised to see me as I did him, his face screwed up in confusion before there was a spark of recognition in his bloodshot eyes. "Son, is that really you? Thank God, you gotta help me." I snarled upon hearing this plea, feeling nothing but resentment and anger. Continuing with the theme of my fucked up family, you'll not be surprised to learn that my father wasn't a good role model. In fact, he spent several years beating my mother, drinking up what little money we had, and screwing anything with a pulse, before he eventually abandoned his family altogether. I was 12 years old when he left, and I never did see him again, but I heard how he'd continued his abusive and manipulative behavior until eventually one of his girlfriends had enough of being used as a human punch bag and unloaded a shotgun into his belly. I didn't even attend his funeral, and certainly had never imagined I would ever encounter my father again. But this night had been full of surprises. He held up his hand, looking for support against the gale, but I slapped it away. "You want my help? Seriously?" I spat back angrily. "Why the hell should I do anything for you? The way I see it, you're right where you belong. Lust. That was your vice, right? Forever chasing tail? Treating women like dirt? Hey," he responded defensively, whilst using the last of his strength to stand up against the high wind. I was shocked by how pathetic he now looked. No longer was he the imposing and intimidating man I remembered from my youth. This figure was a mere shadow of his former self, a result of his many years of torment. I couldn't feel sorry for him, though. My heart was turned to stone. "Hey," he continued meekly, "your mother was no angel, don't forget that." I couldn't argue with him on that point, but it was no excuse. "You left us and never came back. Sarah died, you know. Do you even care?" He lowered his head, seemingly in shame, but he soon recovered to deliver a lame justification. "Look, I'm sorry, okay? What do you want from me? I was a shitty father and an asshole, but I don't deserve this. Look, you gotta get me out of here." I shook my head and started to walk away, breaking eye contact with the pathetic old man. "There's nothing I can do for you." I nodded to the attendant and indicated that I was ready to move on. But as we fought against the wind, I was distracted by a cry from the rear as my father offered a final insult. "You son of a bitch, you think you're better than me? I always knew there was something wrong with your boy. You were a bad one from the day we brought you home. And where the hell were you when your sister died? You were her big brother, and she trusted you." As you can imagine, his accusations touched a nerve, and in that moment I saw red, ignoring the attendant in the foul weather as I charged towards my father, carrying a hatred in my heart as I reached out to throttle him. But as soon as my hands touched his throat, my father's body disintegrated into ash, and his remains were scattered by the winds. My momentum carried me forwards, and I fell heavily down onto the rocks head first. A sharp pain reverberated through my skull, and I lost consciousness, my whole world glowing black. I don't know how long I was out for, but my next memory was being physically dragged across the windswept plain by my guide. He really was determined to get me through this hellscape, for whatever reason. I was looking upwards into the sky above, which I noted
had turned a sinister shade of blood red. My head was throbbing as I stared into that abyss, and yet I remember what I saw as clear as day. I could only look on in impotent horror as a horrifying entity emerged from the clouds, a hideous, demonic face adorned with horns and eyes so red and piercing I could feel them penetrating my very soul. The demon, or whatever it was huge, soon dominating the entire skyline. There was an animalistic look to the beast, but also a cruel cunning and intelligence behind its glowing eyes. It opened its gaping maw and exposed rows of crocodile-like teeth, and then it laughed, emitting a cruel, sadistic cackle which drowned out every other sound. I could tell the demon's hatred was focused upon me, its predator-like gaze cutting through me. I imagined the beast sweeping me up and devouring me whole within its mighty jaws. My loyal guide had protected me thus far, but I doubted whether he had any power over this beast. As if to prove my point, the attendant dragged me along at a faster pace, fighting against the gale and pulling my considerable weight across the rocks. I wanted to get up and run, but couldn't. The horrific din of the demon's foul cackle filled my ears. It was so loud in my head that I feared it would explode. And before long, I drifted out of consciousness, and the darkness took me once again. The next time I awoke, I found myself in the relative safety of the elevator. Somehow, the attendant had got me back here in one piece, and he was now looking over me dispassionately, offering no sympathy or explanation. I staggered up to my feet and held my hand up to my forehead, discovering that my wound had miraculously healed itself. I addressed my savior and asked him the question which was foremost on my mind. What was that thing, the monster in the sky? I noted the grim look etched upon the attendant's face, and for the first time, I swore I could see fear in his normally emotionless eyes.
I think you know who that is,
he answered grimly.
He has been following our progress through his domain, and will continue to do so. We have a long journey still ahead of us, and will face many challenges and perils.
He wasn't kidding. My stomach churned as I remembered Dante's work, recalling that there were 9 circles in his description of hell. So far, we'd been through 2. This meant 7 more levels, with their severity increasing the lower we got. And in addition to the hellscapes we would cross, it was clear that I would be confronted by many more ghosts from my past, and undoubtedly I would need to face my own demons along the way. And then there was the beast, who I believed was Satan himself. The devil was watching my every step, and it seemed that my guide was powerless against him. I could only guess his intentions towards me, but I reckoned the Lord of Darkness didn't wish me good fortune. All these terrors were in my mind as I glanced into the attendant's dark eyes, and my heart sunk when I heard the ominous ping as our lift reached the next level. And so, my torturous tale continues. When I last left you, I was still in the early stages of my unplanned and certainly unwanted journey through hell, a latter-day repeat of Dante's Inferno. Why was I chosen for this odyssey into the underworld? I couldn't say, and my enigmatic guide, taking the form of an elderly elevator attendant, was unable to tell me. And technically, I wasn't dead, but it was clear I could suffer during my travels, and the monsters I encountered would certainly harm me, both physically and mentally. What's more, this hell was very personal to me, as I was confronted by a literal ghost from my past
dragging up old traumas, which I tried my hardest to bury deep in my subconscious. First my sister, and then my father. Gut-wrenching experiences that shook me to my very core. This was levels 1 and 2 of hell, and I still had 7 to go. And if this wasn't bad enough, the devil was aware of my presence in his kingdom and watching my every move. These fears were foremost in my mind as the elevator hit the 3rd level, emitting an ominous ping before the doors slid open.
Level 3. Gluttony.
My guide announced.
I would advise you to watch your step.
When the lift doors were fully ajar, I found myself looking out on yet another wasteland, stretching as far as I could see. Except, while level 2 was a rocky, windswept plain, level 3 was an endless field of wet mud under a seemingly permanent cloud front emitting cold, icy rain. I sighed in miserable resignation as I soon realized we would need to cross yet another grim hellscape to reach the next level. The attendant led the way, motioning for me to follow. The freezing cold rain hit me as I soon walked out, and my feet sunk into the mud. Every step was a struggle as we trudged forwards, but before long, the true horrors of level 3 were revealed. I looked to the horizon and saw the beast emerge through the heavy wall of rain, a huge monstrosity tearing towards us. I started to back off instinctively, although noted how the attendant stood tall and did not retreat. As the monster rapidly approached, I made out its hideous shape for the first time. The creature was a black dog as big as a horse, but instead of having one head, it had 3. A trio of snarling maws full of dagger-like teeth and 6 eyes filled with hunger and hatred. The monster barked aggressively as it charged, the sound amplified by its 3 mouths. I didn't share my guide's courage, and so attempted to flee, but my feet became bogged down in the mud, and so I didn't get far. I turned back around in impotent terror as the beast closed the gap, its howls growing louder and its 3 maws salivating as it closed in for the kill. But the attendant didn't budge from the spot, instead reaching into his jacket pocket and inexplicably withdrawing 3 slabs of raw meat, flinging them into the beast's path. To my astonishment, the trick worked, as the hellhound ceased its charge, and the 3 hungry mouths grabbed at the meat, devouring their meal in quick order. Nevertheless, I thought it would only delay the beast temporarily before it renewed its attack upon us. But once again, I was wrong. Once the beast had finished its meal, it cast us a parting glare through its 6 eyes before casually retreating back into the rain-swept hellscape. I stayed down in the mud until my guide walked over me, offering me a hand and pulling me up.
Cerberus, the Hound of Hades. He guards this level and torments its inhabitants. My offerings will keep the beast at bay for a time, but it is not safe here, and we must move on.
No shit, I swore. I knew I should be grateful to my guide. After all, he'd already saved my ass on several occasions, and hopefully would continue to do so. But by now, I was thoroughly pissed off. Clearly, the attendant had at least some idea of what we'd face on each level, and he should be keeping me informed of the threats we faced. I threw my head up when he ordered me to continue through the mud and rain to an unknown destination. "This is bullshit, man. Just look at this shithole," I exclaimed angrily. I pointed to the endless wasteland of wet mud, noting the wretched figures slowly sinking into it, utterly defeated as the grim misery of this hellscape weighed them down. "We can't cross this. I can't go on." The attendant looked upon me with curiosity rather than frustration, and in an instant, he offered a solution of sorts.
You must cross this level or stay here for all eternity. But hell can take many different forms, and this environment is only one. Would you rather take a different path?
I nodded my head enthusiastically and answered, "Yeah, of course I would."
Very well,
he answered, as the rain continued to beat down.
It shall be done, but I have already warned you, sir. There is no easy routes through hell, and this alternate path will be just as challenging, in its own way.
Fine, I replied without thinking. I should have considered his warning more carefully, but right then, I just wanted to get away from the damned mud and rain. What happened next defied logic, but then so had everything which had occurred thus far. All the attendant did was click his fingers. This was followed by a sudden burst of light, which temporarily blinded me, and a moment later, we were miraculously transported to another place. I adjusted my eyes to my new surroundings and was astonished to find myself in what looked like the inside of a saloon bar. A real spit and sawdust establishment with wooden fittings and a stench of whiskey, piss, and vomit. It really was like something out of an old western. I walked across the sticky wood floor in astonishment as I took in the bar and its patrons. It soon became obvious that there was something very wrong with this bar room. When I looked upon the tables, I realized there was no joviality in this place, only misery and overindulgence. At one table, I saw what looked like a family, consisting of a middle-aged mother and father and two teenage boys. I noted how the table they sat at was filled to the brim with fast food, cheeseburgers, fried chicken, pizzas, tacos, and more. I watched in disgust as the family stuffed the greasy food into their mouths. They ate and ate, never stopping even to take a breath. From what I could tell, none of them were even taking any pleasure from their feast, merely piling food down their throats like it was some kind of mandatory task. I came to the conclusion that this was the whole point of the enterprise. These damned souls weren't eating because they were hungry. They were being forced to feed by some unseen power. Their bellies could never be full, and their hunger never satisfied. I could only watch for so long before my stomach turned. At the next table, I saw a group of grizzled men wearing outfits from different periods of history, including a Roman dignitary dressed in a traditional toga, a cowboy in jeans and boots, and an 80s dude with a mullet and shell suit. They were playing cards and drowning shots of whiskey. Once again, there was no pleasure in their game or drinking, only grim faces and dead eyes. The men could have been robots, merely carrying out automated tasks which brought them no satisfaction. This depressing scenario was played out at every table and stool within the bar, as hundreds of tortured souls lived out their own individual nightmares, all victims of the vices and addictions they'd had in life.
Gluttony,
confirmed the attendant, as he followed closely behind me.
Whether they sink into the mud or are dragged down by their vices, in the end, it makes little difference.
I nodded my head, but made no comment. I was too busy thinking about my own gluttonous habits. Drink, drugs, sex. Was I any better than these folks? Honestly, I didn't think so. Care for a drink, squire? I turned around in surprise to see the figure standing behind the bar, apparently waiting to serve me. There was something extremely unnerving about the barkeeper, a barely concealed malice in his dark eyes, and a wide grin which was anything but sincere. The attendant touched me firmly on the shoulder. I turned and saw fear in the man's eyes, and his voice quivered as he spoke.
Don't engage with him. Don't even go near him,
he whispered. I had never seen my guide so scared before, and therefore took his warning very seriously. But I didn't want to risk the twisted barkeep's wrath, and so I answered politely, saying, "No thank you." The barman's grin didn't falter, although I noted a glint of anger behind his eyes as he spoke. "Suit yourself, buddy." We slowly backed away from the bar and pushed past the tables of suffering souls. The attendant was right. This hell was no better than the mud and rain on the outside. I wanted to leave this level, but it wasn't done with me yet. I found her crouched in a dark corner, hiding from the world as she fed her addiction. I looked over her emaciated, half-naked body and was horrified to see needles sticking out from almost every vein. She slowly raised her head, brushing back her straggly hair. The recognition was instantaneous whenever I glanced into her bloodshot eyes. It was my mother, the woman who'd brought me into this world, but who'd been dead for 18 years. And so, I must return to my tragic family history and unveil the next chapter of my screwed-up life. I don't know when my mother first developed her substance abuse problem, but I can't remember her ever being sober. Vodka was her tipple of choice when I was a kid. In a way, I can't blame her for the drinking. My father treated her so badly that I guess she needed something to dull the pain. Still, in truth, she was a nasty drunk prone to violent outbursts. I'd hoped things would improve after my father left, but Mom took the breakup hard. Her drinking got worse, and she started taking hard drugs. The final straw was when Sarah died. That's when my mom got hooked on heroin, and there was no way back for her after that. I'm not gonna claim I was a dutiful son, but I did check in on her occasionally and gave her money when I had it, even though I knew she'd spend it on a fix. It was me who found her, overdosed and lying in a pool of her own bodily fluids. A dirty needle still protruding from a vein in her arm. The memory of my mother's emaciated corpse was yet another traumatic image I tried hard to forget. But it was no surprise that I had to face her here, as my journey through the hell of past nightmares continued unabated. I couldn't help but feel sorry for her as I looked into my mother's pained eyes, although I was horrified by her physical condition. At first, she didn't seem to recognize me as her son, as she muttered incoherently whilst jamming yet another needle into her thigh. "It doesn't matter how many times I fix it, nothing takes my pain away. I just want to die. But I can't. I don't OD, no matter how many needles I stick in me." Her words shook my very soul. Did my mother realize she was already dead? I dreaded having to be the one to tell her. I stuttered, struggling to speak my words through quaking lips. "Don't you remember me? I'm your son." I saw the sudden change in her bloodshot eyes, the slightest of sparks, as she opened her mouth to visibly gasp, revealing yellow and rotten teeth as she did so. My boy, my baby boy," she exclaimed in astonishment. "You've come for me after all this time. I always knew you'd come back." My heart sank as I lost control of my emotions, and tears began rolling down my cheeks. Abandoning my abusive and absent father hadn't been very hard, but this was different. For all her faults, this woman was still my mom, and I didn't want to see her suffer like this. There was something else, too, a lingering guilt about her death. True, I hadn't forced her to take drugs, but I had enabled her addiction and done nothing to help. The image of her decomposing body was etched in my memory, but now she was here. Not alive exactly, but conscious and in pain. Was this my second chance? "Take me away from here, son," she pleaded.
I want to get clean. Take me home and we can be a family again.
I shook my head and broke eye contact. This was too much. Suddenly, I remembered the attendant, turning to face him and delivering a heartfelt but desperate plea. Surely there must be something we can do. We can't just leave her like this. He nodded his head and opened his mouth to speak, but I never got an answer, because in that moment, all hell broke loose. We heard an immense crashing sound and turned around in time to see the far wall collapsing under a huge impact. There was a terror-filled moment as we all stood dumbstruck, waiting for the dust to settle. And then we saw it. Cerberus, the three-headed hellhound. The beast was hungry and this was his all-you-can-eat buffet. There followed the briefest of pauses before the ballroom descended into bloody pandemonium. The gluttonous patrons suddenly came to life, screaming and overturning tables as they desperately tried to flee. But there was nowhere to hide. The hound hit the obese family first, using all three mouths to tear into their flesh, creating a horrific display of chaos and viscera. I could only watch in abject horror as hungry jaws ripped bodies apart, flinging limbs and intestines in all directions as the floor was covered in blood. The massacre of the family was sickening, but thankfully didn't last long. Soon, Cerberus was done with them, raising its three heads, their jaws still dripping with fresh blood as they searched for new prey. By now, the bar had descended into total chaos, as screaming and terrified patrons searched in vain for an escape. Cerberus moved fast, hitting sinner after sinner, ripping them to shreds, and feasting on their flesh before moving on to its next victim. The beast was like a bull in a china shop, and no one could resist its bloody wrath. I looked down on my mother and saw the sheer terror in her eyes. Instinctively, I reached out to grab her by the hand as I planned to pull her up onto her feet, but as soon as I touched her cold skin, my mother's frail body fell to pieces, her ashes scattering all over the floor. I shed a tear, but almost felt relieved. By now, Cerberus had finished its killing spree, leaving bloody carnage and viscera in its wake. The beast slowly walked towards us, its stance now more curious than aggressive. The attendant bravely stepped in front of the beast, raising his right hand and speaking in an assertive, booming voice.
"You have had your feast. Now go!"
And to my astonishment, Cerberus obeyed my guide's order, slowly retreating across the blood-splattered floor and heading back towards the hole in the wall. I don't know how he'd done it, but once again, the attendant had saved my skin.
"We should leave. Now,"
he instructed, whilst pointing to an elevator door which had suddenly appeared on the far side of the bar. I didn't need to be told twice, but our time in level 3 was not quite done. A shout from behind forced us both to turn our heads, and the voice was a familiar one. "You think you're special, don't you? You have your little hall pass and think it'll keep you safe." It was the barkeeper, who was the only one still in one piece after the massacre. But this was no man. That much was very now clear. I saw how his eyes burned a demonic red, and his teeth were replaced by predatory fangs. Suddenly, I now knew who was addressing us.
"You know who I serve, who protects us,"
the attendant answered, although I could sense uncertainty in his voice. "Yes, I know who your master is, but this is my realm, and the deeper you delve, the more powerful I become. We shall see how far my enemy's protection will take you both. It will be interesting. Begone now, vile trespassers, until we meet again." The warning chilled me and I looked to my guide for reassurance, but he appeared uncertain and didn't respond, instead retreating and walking briskly towards the waiting lift. I quickly followed, not wishing to stay in this circle for a moment longer. But just before the elevator door closed, I saw how the bar room had reverted back to its previous appearance, with the gluttonous patrons now restored in body, if not soul, back at their tables, indulging in their individual vices. And there in the corner was my mother, inserting a needle into her arm, whilst muttering incoherently to herself. I understood then that this scene would be played out forever, and as soon as we left, Cerberus would launch another attack. As the doors closed, I could hear the devil's hateful laughter as we descended to the next level. The fourth circle of hell was initially less imposing than the previous two. When I stepped out of the elevator, I thankfully wasn't hit by extremes of weather, only by a darkness and a cold chill, which I believe was more due to the atmosphere than the temperature. As always, I obediently followed the attendant as he led me down a dirt path illuminated by burning torches on each side. I felt uncomfortable as we walked past the fire. I don't know whether it was paranoia, but I was sure there was something in the flames. When I stared into the fire, I swore I could see eyes staring back at me. He was watching us. Always. I remembered the devil's words and realized he was waiting for his opportunity to strike. This was the worst thing about hell, in my opinion. The danger increases the farther you descended, but apparently we could only go forwards, not backwards. We walked for some time along the torch-lit pathway before reaching a steep hillside, and then I began to understand what this level was about. I saw men and women lined up at the bottom of the hill, all looking downtrodden and defeated, both physically and mentally. The damned were split into 3 lines, all waiting for their turn to climb. At the bottom of the hill was a pile of massive rocks, and each victim needed to carry this weight while they ascended the hillside. Their progress was slow and painful, but this wasn't all. An overseer was present at the start of the line, a huge brute with bulging muscles, his face scarred, and eyes full of pure rage. He wielded a mighty whip, an old-fashioned cat of 9 tails by the look of it. The overseer was very zealous with his whip, thrashing his victims without mercy as he motivated them with abuse and threats. "Come on, you maggots. Move, damn ya. You think you know suffering? I'll show you fucking suffering." He hit them again and again with the whip, and I winced with every strike. The damned cried out in agony, but offered no resistance, merely continuing their slow climb up the steep gradient whilst carrying their heavy boulders.
Level 4 is greed,
my guide diligently explained.
The weight they carry is punishment for the material possessions they craved and accumulated during their mortal lives.
I nodded my head, but didn't respond. It struck me, not for the first time, that the punishment seemed well out of proportion to the sins committed. This was hell, I suppose, but I'd done some really bad shit in my life, and so dreaded what fate was awaiting me. I didn't want to witness this violence, but my guide took me close to the lines, until my ears were filled with the lashes from the whip and pain cries of the damned. I wondered why he was subjecting me to this horror, but of course I should have known, for when we reached the bottom of the hillside, I saw a familiar face. My brother, deceased for over 15 years. Time for another trip down memory lane and to delve into my always tragic family history. I was the middle child, between my little sister Sarah and my older brother Chris, He was 5 years my senior, and to be honest, a total shithead. My early memories of Chris were as a bully, very much cut from my father's cloth. He picked on me and Sarah, and I'd fight with him frequently to defend my little sister. Chris left home before Sarah died and Mom got hooked on heroin, but I'd reconnected with him later in life. Why, you might ask? Well, he was still my brother, my flesh and blood, but there was a selfish reason, too. I was turning bad, getting myself involved in petty crime, shoplifting, pickpocketing, and the like. I was small time but ambitious, wanting to break through to the big leagues. Back then I looked up to my big brother, if only because I didn't know any better. In my naive and impressionable young mind, I saw him driving fast cars, dating hot women, and living the high life. And I wanted that lifestyle. I knew Chris had connections with the criminal underworld, and his wealth wasn't made honestly. I thought it was my way in. I later learned that my brother was nothing more than a petty con man who lived well beyond his means, owing money all over town. His addiction to the high life was only going to end one way, and in the end, his love of sports cars was the death of him. One night he drove his Ferrari off the side of a bridge and drowned in ice-cold water. Greed had been his vice, so it was no surprise that he'd ended up here. My brother was in a sorry state, slumped over, his back covered in scars from the whippings. The confidence and bravado he had when he was alive was gone, and it was sad to see. A once proud man, reduced to a broken wreck, his eyes sullen and full of pain and fear. I thought he would be shocked to see me, that he would plead for my help like the others. But that wasn't Chris. He looked me over and smiled for what I imagined was the first time in years, and greeted me in a manner that was nearly friendly. "What's up, little bro? Long time no see. I guess they sent you to this shithole too." He laughed, but it didn't sound sincere. "Well, not exactly," I answered awkwardly. "How are you, brother?" He snickered again, although this time the pain in his voice was clear. "Oh, yeah, man. I'm having the time of my life. What can you do, eh?" "It is what it is." He paused for a moment, looking thoughtful. "Man, I miss the old days, though. Remember the good times we had, man? We made a good team, didn't we? Brothers in arms." In truth, I had a few good memories of my brother. In life, he'd been an arrogant, selfish bully who'd have done next to nothing to help his family. But when I saw Chris now, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. To see a once proud man reduced to this. I was still mulling over my answer when the attack took place, as the brutish overseer lashed out his whip, thrashing the defenseless Chris on his bare back. My brother screamed in agony, but was given no mercy, as he was struck again and again until he could no longer stand. I ran to my brother's aid, noting the bloody wounds across his skin. Then I looked up in anger, confronting the attacker. "Leave him alone! What the hell is the matter with you?" I shouted. I soon noticed my outburst wasn't the smartest of ideas, because when I looked up to the whip-wielding brute, I saw his face was filled with rage. The overseer was huge, his muscles bulging as he gripped his whip tighter. I was terrified, but wanted to protect my brother, and so stood between him and his attacker. Once again, it was the attendant who stayed my neck, putting a firm hand on my shoulder and shaking his head in the negative. By now, Chris had somehow gotten up on his feet and had lifted his heavy boulder. He was obviously struggling with the immense weight in his injuries, but no doubt knew from bitter experience that more beatings would follow unless he completed his task. He looked at me with vulnerability in his eyes and spoke his most genuine words yet. "What do you say, brother? Will you help me with my burden for old time's sake?" I instinctively nodded my head in the affirmative, reaching out to take hold of the boulder. Whilst doing so, my hand accidentally touched my brother's cold skin, and the results were predictable, as his broken body suddenly disintegrated into dust, and the rock fell heavily to the ground. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves and tried to collect my thoughts, but my musings were interrupted by a sudden outburst of movement and a sharp, biting pain. I screamed and fell backwards, glancing up in horror as the brutish overseer prepared to strike me again. I closed my eyes and braced myself, but a familiar booming voice called out,
"How dare you! We have protection from the Almighty!"
The overseer laughed in open mockery, but did not strike. "Your protection is waning, old man. My master is always watching. Now begone, you lowly maggots. Your time in my domain is at an end." In that instant, the torches marking the path up to the hillside burnt ever fiercer, until the flames engulfed everything, burning the lines of the damned in a horrifying inferno. Amazingly, the wretched made no effort to escape the growing fire. It was almost as if being burnt alive was preferable to the endless torment they would soon face otherwise. Chaos ensued as the whole world burned. The attendant grabbed me and shouted in my ear,
"We need to leave."
A second later, we were sprinting up the steep hillside, escaping the inferno and anarchy behind us. My lungs and calves were burning by the time we eventually reached the top. And to my immense relief, I saw the elevator there waiting for us. Our escape, if you could call it that. I cast one last look down the burning hillside, watching as the crazed overseer continued to mercilessly whip his victims, even as the flames engulfed them all. I gave a final thought to my brother before jumping into the lift and preparing myself for the next level. My guide stopped me from stepping out of the lift once we reached level 5, and for good reason. There was no solid ground on the other side, only a dark, mist-covered swamp, which stank of something foul. I physically retched when I looked out upon the grim marshland, and wondered how we would ever cross this hellscape. But a moment later, a small boat emerged from behind the fog. A wooden vessel, seemingly piloted by a sinister figure wearing a black robe which covered his entire body and head. The boat moved slowly towards us. I had no idea how the vessel was being powered, but suppose this wasn't really important.
"This is our ferry across the Styx, and will transport us to the city of Dis,"
the attendant explained.
"Welcome to level 5. Anger."
I didn't want to climb on board this vessel and put my life in the hands of this creepy pilot, but I had to trust my guide's judgment. I watched as the attendant deftly reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew a single gold coin, coolly throwing it across the void, where it was caught by the hooded pilot in his bony hand.
"Shall we?"
the attendant asked, motioning me towards the waiting boat. I took a deep breath and climbed on board, closely followed by my guide, and we began our slow journey across the Hellish swamp. I couldn't look at our pilot during the uncomfortable journey. I never saw his face or even knew whether he had one, and the pilot never spoke a word. Instead, my attention was drawn towards the dark waters beneath us. We hadn't gone far before the swamp started to bubble, as if it was boiling under extreme heat. I almost had a heart attack when I saw the first figure emerge, his head rising out of the slime as he screamed with absolute rage at the sky above. A moment later, and a second figure popped up, a soul filled with hate who instantly attacked the first man, diving and grabbing him by the throat. The two fought fiercely, tearing strips out of each other until they both sank back underneath the surface. They were only the first of many, however, as more emerged from the depths of the swamp, fighting furiously with each other as the water boiled around them. And to my astonishment and horror, I saw the entire swamp transformed into a chaotic battleground. The water swayed back and forth, and I was sure our little boat would capsize under the waves, but somehow we stayed afloat and kept moving forwards. But the hellish cries, the violence, it was too much. I closed my eyes and covered my ears, but couldn't drown out the sound or forget the horrific scenes. My guide moved closer and whispered in my ear. For once, his tone was sympathetic.
"It will be over soon. Stay strong."
His words brought me some comfort, but our journey across the Styx seemed to last an eternity. I experienced a great relief when our boat finally reached the barren shoreline, leaving the cries of the desperate fighters behind. But any satisfaction I felt disappeared as soon as I set eyes upon the city. We stepped out on the shore and looked up at the wall, which was easily 100 feet high and adorned with warlike turrets which ascended up into the dark skyline. I saw what I can only describe as demons, winged harpies with scaly skin and mouths full of sharp fangs. They glared down upon us with malice, cackling as they flew between the ramparts, closely watching our progress as we moved towards the long bridge which granted access to the huge gate built into the city walls. I made the mistake of looking over the bridge as we crossed, seeing the deep moat below. It was too dark to see much, but I noted the predatory creatures swimming in the foul water, snapping and biting excitedly as they sensed the potential prey walking above them. As if this wasn't bad enough, the harpies chose that moment to swoop down, shrieking like banshees as they flew only inches above our heads, snarling and snapping at us with their claws and fangs. "Holy shit!" I cried in terror as I ducked to avoid the beast's assaults.
"Keep on walking,"
the attendant ordered.
"Don't look up."
I don't know how I kept moving forward, but somehow I summoned the strength. Finally, we reached the end of the bridge and the gate, a huge doorway of thick wood and steel. I was astonished when the attendant confidently approached and banged his fist against the gate, shouting out to someone or something unseen.
"We have been granted permission to enter. I insist that you open this gate."
The harpies that soared above us cackled cruelly, but they didn't carry through with an attack, instead withdrawing and taking up positions on the towers above. A moment later, and the huge gate opened ever so slightly, allowing us access to Dis, the city in the middle of hell. I knew none of this at the time, of course, typically receiving the bare minimum of information from my secretive guide. Nevertheless, I found Dis was predictably grim and soul-crushing, devoid of any beauty or character, and instead made up of brutal military structures and crumbling buildings. As soon as we entered the walls, it started to rain, a heavy deluge descending from the dark skies above, only adding to my misery. I observed the depressing architecture of Dis as we walked through the labyrinth-like streets of Hell's capital. Dis appeared to be abandoned, and I wondered whether it had any residents, dead or otherwise. But then we walked out into a small square and saw a gang of thugs squaring up to fight. There were 4 men in total, 3 against 1 from what I could tell, all preparing for mortal combat in the heavy rain. The 3 attackers were an odd mix. Their tattered uniforms marked them out as soldiers from different periods of history. A Roman legionnaire in full armor, a British redcoat from the American Revolution, and a German infantryman dressed up in a First World War uniform and helmet. All were armed with sharp blades, short swords, and bayonets. The man they were facing off against was very familiar to me. My old friend and criminal associate, Rocky, the toughest son of a bitch I'd ever known. Back in my teens, I ran with a street gang in my neighborhood. Petty stuff mostly. Shoplifting, burglaries, selling weed, shit like that. We frequently fought with other gangs too.
Now, I was handy enough with my fists back in the day, but I was nothing compared to Rocky, which obviously wasn't his real name. This guy could beat the shit out of 6 rivals without drawing a sweat, and he fought with the cops, winning most of the time. Nobody would mess with us when Rocky ran with our crew, but we were frightened of him too. This guy would go from 0 to 100 with a snap of your fingers. He had a foul temper, and you could never tell what would set him off. But when the red mist came over him, you were wise to get the hell out of his way. Eventually, our little gang split up as we went our separate ways. I lost touch with Rocky in the years that followed, but a crazy son of a bitch like him was never going to live to old age. A few years later, I'd heard he'd been shot and killed during a botched armed robbery. I felt bad for my old friend, but quickly moved on. But now here he was, preparing for deadly combat on the rain-soaked streets of Dis. I knew my friend was tough, but didn't think he'd survive an attack by 3 trained soldiers. Therefore, the rapid flurry of violence that followed was astonishing yet sickening. Rocky, armed only with a baseball bat, dodged the first attack by the Legionnaire, avoiding his sword and striking him in the throat with his bat. The Roman reeled on the ground as Rocky quickly grabbed his sword, using it to stab the Legionnaire through the eye. The British and German soldiers both attacked simultaneously, slashing out with their blades as they desperately tried to deliver the killing blow. But Rocky countered their attacks, blocking their blades before he struck back. He stabbed the redcoat in the belly, leaving him thrashing in agony in the mud. Next, he moved on to the German, slicing his head off with a mighty swipe of his sword. Rocky finished by putting the Brit out of his misery, clinically cutting his throat. He exhaled heavily, his eyes wild, and face covered in the splattered blood of his victims. It was only then that Rocky noticed my presence, greeting me amicably as he stepped over his freshly produced bodies. "Hey, what's up, old buddy? Fancy meeting you here." I stepped forward under the heavy rain, shocked and confused by what I had just witnessed, but also strangely reassured. Rocky was the first damned soul I'd encountered who was able to fight back against his tormentors, to fight back and win. Perhaps this was a turning point? "That was impressive," I stated, looking down at the 3 dead men. "Yeah," Rocky said proudly. "Shit's crazy down here, but if you know how to fight, you can hold your own. Stick with me, man. We can really clean up in this joint." I smiled for the first time in a long while and seriously considered his offer. Maybe hell was like prison. You just had to join the right gang to survive. But of course, it wasn't that simple. Rocky was still grinning when a horde of zombie-like attackers charged him from behind. I shouted out a warning, but it was too late, as the bloodthirsty mob jumped him. Rocky fought back bravely and taken out several, but he was soon overwhelmed by sheer numbers, as the mob beat him mercilessly before slicing his belly open with daggers. Rocky screamed in agony as they feasted on his flesh and internal organs in a sickening display. I turned away in disgust as my friend's screams died away, the sound being replaced by a sadistic laughter that was sadly all too familiar. I turned around to see a solitary figure standing at an open window, overlooking the blood-splattered square. He'd taken on a new form, but I recognized him at once. It was the devil, still stalking us and observing our progress, taking a perverse pleasure from our setbacks and failures. "The house always wins in hell, sooner or later," he exclaimed, still cackling as he moved away from the window and disappeared into the shadows. I fell to my knees in despair as the rain kept beating down. And predictably, An elevator had appeared in the doorway of a nearby crumbling building, and my ever-present guide was motioning for me to join him inside. But I couldn't. I'd reached my breaking point and refused to get off of my knees. "I won't go any further," I screamed emotionally. "This shit is crazy. Every level is worse than the last. How can I hope to survive this? Enough is enough. I won't play this sick game anymore." The attendant's response surprised me, as it seemed so out of character. I watched in dismay as his face screwed up with anger and he marched towards me, striking out with his right hand and slapping me hard across the face, knocking me down as I cried in pain and shock. Next, he grabbed me by the collar and forced me to look into his intense eyes.
"How many times must I tell you?"
he screamed angrily.
"We cannot go back or stay in one place. We keep moving forward or die. Believe me, what you've seen so far is nothing to the suffering you'll face if you fail this task. I will drag you through these hells even if it destroys us both. Do you understand?"
I shook my head vigorously as I looked into the old man's crazed eyes. In that moment, I was more afraid of my long-suffering guide than I was of all the demons and horrors in hell. He pulled me up on my feet and dragged me into the waiting elevator, and I held my head in my hands and wept as the door slammed shut and we descended once again.